Fool a couple times, bring me in, worth a gamble, roll the dice. Count me out of the plans I made tonight. Unfinished business on my mind. They look so pretty when they're scared. Caught slipping, they're so unaware. I just kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Killing all the noise in my mind. Close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Misery loves company and it's your turn. May the doubts last, I'll finish it first. Lights out. Lights out. They look so pretty when they're scared. Caught slipping, they're so unaware. I just kill the enemy, kill the lies. Kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Killing all the noise in my mind. Happy and hot, revenge, it looks nice. Kill the enemy, kill the lies. Kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Ripping red flags, wave 'em wide. Wave 'em wide. Happy and hot, revenge, it looks nice. Wave 'em wide.
Don't stop now, don't stop now. Girl, you headed to the top now. Imagine rolling with the top down. All the haters wanna chill cause you hot now. Smile and say not now, yeah, where my queen's at. It's us again like a rematch. Grab your girls, don't detach. We the winning ticket, you just need to scratch. Such a lady, and you honest. You be killing them with kindness. Giving younger ones some guidance. And your grades stay on honest. You should be proud of yourself. Go and smile at yourself. Chin up, chest high, get up, get fly. You so special, you so special. Boom, boom, my sister the coldest. Youngest the oldest, heart so golden. Rolling deep as an ocean, belly gets swole. Creating life we chosen. May have been cracked, never been broken, never been stagnant. Always in motion, can't do folding. The women that's so we make the world go round. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all my girls, listen up. You can be anything you want. You can be a doctor, you can be a pilot. You can plan parties, make sure I'm invited. Just work real hard at your job. If you go to school, graduate on top. To my stay-at-home moms, the business owners, you the bomb. Life ain't perfect, but it's yours. That makes it worth it even more. You gotta love yourself, of course. Look in the mirror, then applaud. All good days ain't promised, but smile through the problems. You fly regardless, confidence don't leave without it. Boom, boom, my sister the coldest, youngest the oldest, heart so golden, rolling deep as an ocean, belly gets swollen, creating life we chosen. May have been cracked, never been broken, never been stagnant, always in motion, can't do folding. Women have spoken. We make the world go round. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it,
different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, how I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes, shit never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money made weather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is the stone, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame or glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you free us when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause that thinking when I do you any favors. Yeah. Backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need.
Yeah, yeah. They all watch when I walk past. They all watch when I walk past. Yeah. When I come through, I'm the only one they all talk to. Known to heat it up, I'm bulletproof. I just turn it up, pump the volume. I say dip, say how low. When I lead, they follow. Work my hips, go real slow. They lose control. And they all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body's shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass? But that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad? It isn't new news. Everybody knows I'll accept you. Let me fill you in, give you a clue. Maybe help you fix your attitude. I'm the star of this show. Got glasses of Merlot. It's all free where I go. Now you know, cause they all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body's shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass? But that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad.
too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad? Get used to it. Get used to it. Get used to it. You should really get used to it. Don't hate on me. No, that's so ugly. You could emulate, maybe wipe that smug look off your face. But either way, I'm here to stay. They all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body's shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass, but that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad?
of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Fighting my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Under the city lights, thoughts in your head. So clouded, waves of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight. Come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Face the fires. Come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight. Come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating.
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Singh leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, with that. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No bit shots at that actually, but here's the 4K already carries the first ace. This game is the question, no. As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, agents of all ages, welcome back to the Clash of Nations. My name's AJ, I am the Mustachio, and this is an official off-season VCT event brought to you by ESL. We just crowned the champions of Oceania. Now we're going to try to look for the champion of Southeast Asia as well. The problem here is we had too many teams to kind of strike off of the list before we get out to our grand finals, and we've got one extra series within the four of today. The lower bracket finals between two very, very good teams, Lays as well as Myth. It's going to be a mythical matchup for sure, but before we head on in there, I want to just get some quick thoughts from our analysts, the one and only YOLO Lee and Husky. What do you guys think about this next matchup?
Oh, actually,
My heart can't take this, man.
yeah, exactly.
We crowned 3 champions. I know it's a triumphant moment, but my heart cannot take 3 heartbreaks in a row. You know, it took me how long to recover from my last heartbreak? 2 years, Leonard. 2 years, and now I have to witness 3 in a row.
No, the thing is, you must understand, right? It's sadly, this is just the nature of the competition.
You're
Someone
right.
has to go, and someone has to be crowned.
Yeah, we're knocking out 2 teams from SCA today. That's even worse. Now there's 4 heartbreaks because we have Japan Korea coming out after this. But yes, made in Thailand against Lays, I think it will be a very interesting match because
I think it's a fight that has been long been coming as well.
yeah, I think this is kind of probably going to be the closest one that we have for SEA. And I'm not discounting like whoever goes into the finals would drop it, but Full Sense dominated yesterday. They completely crushed devastation onto MITH. So maybe today against Lays we get to gauge where Myth stands and where Lays stands, because yesterday Lays also had a pretty interesting turn of events, right? They got a bye in their first lower bracket series, and then they went on to beat Circus 2-0. So there's slightly lesser data to go around, but these two teams have very rich history, and I think Lays has been around for so long that I think that people might favor them a bit more.
Hey, can I have the mic back so I can run this format? Like quick thoughts, man. Quick thoughts.
Honor you, my dear analyst AJ.
Go.
Okay, we're gonna get back to them. Of course, to crack their brains a little bit more. But let's run through the format of the competition real quick here, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We started things off with the open qualifiers for all of the regions. Southeast Asia, Japan, Korea, as well as Oceania. And Southeast Asia obviously had multiple nations that we kind of had to filter through, hence why the 8 teams. All of these events, all of these matches were running through the 8th to the 11th of December. And today is the final day where we crown the champions. But since we had double the number of teams for Southeast Asia, hence why we've got the lower bracket finals running in the house here today as well. But once we get that done and dusted, just like what Husky broke down, we will see Full Sense probably kick some sense into a couple of heads later on. But we want to see whether or not a little bit of supremacy is made in Thailand or maybe even in Singapore. But let's look at exactly what all of these players are playing for. 18,000 US dollars in terms of a total prize pool. Each and every single region gets 6,000 to play for. The lion's share, 3,000 USD if you are crowned champion. Runner-up gets 1,005, third place 1,000 USD, and 500 USD for the consolation fourth spot. And throughout the whole competition, the brackets were really easy in terms of a setup. The playoffs format is a simple double elimination best of 3. Thank the Lord it's not a best of 5. A best of 3, which still most of the time does go the distance. But when it comes to Southeast Asia, we just see so many 2-0 boys.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's only 1-2-1, right? It was in Thailand against Oblivion Force, and that was it. Everything else was a 2-0. And Lays got a 2-0 by Stream Raiders, and they were supposed to get the rematch yesterday. That one didn't work out, unfortunately, but they were 2-0 everyone in the lower bracket. They went to Kunpeng, our only team from Taiwan, and afterwards they 2-0 Circus, and right now they are here against Made in Thailand. It's their first encounter in the playoffs.
I mean, although yes, some games were a lot more closer than usual despite the 2-0.
Oh, yes.
But of course, Full Sense game is of course an entirely different story.
Yeah, Full Sense game is...
they're another another world class of their own for sure.
So much to talk about. I mean, Full Sense is going to have some time to kind of go through these two teams, which gives them an edge, but we got to look at the two teams that will be pitted against each other. We have Lays from Singapore, we're Made in Thailand from very obvious Thailand. But
for sure.
Lays, we have Dizzy, Styron, Divine, Brandon, and Neff. And all of these 5 players, very, very long and rich history in VCT and NYSG. A lot of them have been teammates for a very long time towards multiple organizations. They've been together as, I believe, as Huatzai. Some of them have been with Huatzai. Some of them have been with Gaming Gladiators for a while as well. But right now, Lays is the brand that they go with. And in fact, Lays as a team, in the most recent VCT, they finished 2nd. In NYSG.
I mean, it's not just not only did they finish 2nd, also qualify forward, they were also the only team that managed to steal 1 game away from Paper Rex's game. That was also a pretty interesting one as well.
They had a clean qualifier runs, 2-0ing everyone.
Was crazy.
No one stood a chance. They saw the long, amazing Zebra ears and they just dipped.
Dude, everyone's mind was just blown from that game alone because everyone already assumed everyone knew what was the outcome. Everyone was already calling it out. Yeah, it's gonna be Paper Rex again, hands down. Suddenly out of the blue, Lays ran through the middle like a graceful gazelle, or zebra in this case, and absolutely stole a game away. But anyway, moving on to Made in Thailand, one of the oldest organizations here in the esports scene, and of course, and let's be honest, Thailand has been one of the most well-known regions that was able to, I guess you could say, bring up or raise one of the best FPS players or teams that we ever seen in the scene. And let's be honest, I think Congregate and PTC, let's be honest, it's great to see them back together because let's be honest, not only were they the oldest FPS players and also Valorant players on the Valorant scene, but they used to play together when they were on their previous team, which is all attack around. Basically AAA, we're talking all the way back to basically the Royal Sea.
You mean
Cup
attack
here.
all around?
Yeah, attack all around. Sorry for the
AAA.
AAA,
just like A class game titles. AAA.
Classes and everything.
I want to kind of quickly add on Kadum yesterday against Full Sense. Even though Full Sense got a roll over in their best of 3, Kadum did come online in the later stage in game number 2. Wasn't enough to kind of give Full Sense a a great fight, but at the end of the day, we kind of saw what these guys were capable of, right? They were shut down really hard, but they did show us if they were given the space to do what they want to do. You have players like Kadum, you have players like Conqueror and PTC who can really deliver the results.
I mean, X-Players also on top of that as well too. By the way, let's quickly check out the map selection here between both sides and both teams. And it looks like they have already resolved themselves, as our first map is going to be Fracture, second one is going to be Haven, Classic of course, and the deciding one we're going to the map of Ascent.
I am very, very surprised that Made in Thailand were the one that decided to go to Fracture, because it is a map that, you know, we pointed out yesterday that Lays also has decent record on, and
Of course.
and they are one of the few teams that run the Neon, at least in SCA, on Fracture, right? When we saw Neon in the Korea-Japan, Korea-to-Korea matchup, but in SCA, not much teams would opt for the Neon, and Lace is one of them, and perhaps the only one that has a more recent record on Fracture. But for Haven, Lace's pick, I think I love this. They have been very, very familiar with this map. It's one of their comfort zones, even back in the VCT era, across Ascent. Nothing much needs to be said. You always have to go to Ascent to decide the score.
And remember also at the same time, the agent composition being played by both sides, or at least in this case for Lays, actually sort of Haven a little bit side towards the Fracture as well. So hopefully with the experience that they get and the composition which they normally run, which is by the way quite default and very comfortable with and confident, should be able to overcome the upcoming team, which is of course known as Made in Thailand. And of course alongside, second map is going to be selected by Lays, one of the most common grounds here, which is really sort of not only depending on how the rotation is going to be like between both sides, but fundamentals will sort of play a key role in getting that respective win as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the double duelist from Lays on the side of Fracture. They run the Neon Rays. It's a very staple, you know, a staple.
We're talking about Fracture, right?
Icon. We're talking about
All right.
Fracture. We're talking
Okay.
a very, very staple icon of this team, and Dizzy has been one of the more prominent duelists that we have. And I say more prominent. Honestly, everyone in SEA is are prominent duelists. Dizzy is just one of them. I think when he debuted in the VCT as well, quickly rose up to fame. It's glad to see him with, you know, very experienced players on the side of Lays.
I mean, don't forget about Brandon as well, like previously from No Namers as well.
He has played on Paper X way back then.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
a very, very long history back. We also have Divine, who come from a different FPS, came from Counter-Strike, so has a very rich experience in FPS in general. And when he transitioned into Valorant, I think he debuted with Lays in VCT. Quickly also rose to be one of the best flex players that we have seen in the scene. So right now we kind of have the perfect combination of the best Singaporean players in this tournament.
I mean, of course, and I feel Lays already sort of locked down their respective roles and are really quite dedicated to it as well, and slowly working their way to perfect it even further.
Yeah, I just want to see if this is going to kind of reflect what we have built up about these two teams. I think the fan favorites are probably going to go towards Lays. I mean, if you're from NYSG, I think Lays is the obvious choice. Not to take anything away from Made in Thailand, though, they also have something to prove, but Lays showing up in this match. Already there are a bit of differences from what we normally saw on that Fracture comp, right? They run the Raze Neon, but right now it seems like it's gonna be the Jet Reyna. They throw in the Fade Brimstone and Killjoy. It's a completely different composition from the most recent record we have.
And the best part about it is that the only time we see DZ ever playing the kills, right? When they were playing on the map of Pearl as well. So this, but then again, it is also on the very map of Pearl where they actually had one of their losses as well during the playoffs. So interesting fact, but I did mention yesterday as well how pivotal to have Killjoy on your lineup when you kind of play on the map of Fracture, especially since now the existence of Killjoy has been known to Myth as well. They will need to sort of prioritize full control of their sewers, especially once they get the, I guess you could say, the ultimate count tracking done as well. Once they realize that lockdown would be available or should be available soon, sewer control is going to be sort of a little bit of that priority to prevent that execution, or even in the first place, just try to deny any rotation that's going to be coming from underground.
Yeah, and yesterday we did see Myth take on Full Sense on Fracture. They also did run the Raze and Neon, and what we expected from Raze instead. But they also run the Cypher, right, on PTC. But Lays coming in with a completely different comp from the most recent one that we've seen. This makes it so much more interesting. Double Duelist identity is still right there, but how are they going to execute this one is going to prove to us just exactly how strong Lays could be up against a team like Made in Thailand.
Well, that is all for the pre-match chit-chat. We now have to throw it off to our casters. My doppelganger from down under, the one and only Hype God Mac, as well as the Pokedex of Valorant, the one and only Valodex Pilski.
Oh, have a look at these guns, huh? You call that a doppelganger? You gotta get biceps like this. Yeah, Mitch. Yeah, my brother, according to Twitch chat. You said you had something to say about this game, so please, quickly, fill me in before the pistol happens.
Look, they're talking about the last time they saw Lays play, which was like, you know, in Valorant. Last time I saw Lays play, 2019 Extremes Land Finals in Shanghai. Yep. It was only 2 out of 5 of them. I think it was Styron and Neff, it might have been. And all I'm saying is they got slapped 2-0 by a Thai team. So, look,
repeat itself.
Things that have nothing to do with this game, I've got a lot of them.
Let's see. Let's see if you're right. Look, I wouldn't mind seeing my boy Patricius picking up a dub here.
We love Patricius, but they put him on the Cypher. They've massacred my boy. Yeah. Where's Patricius on the duelist role?
I don't know. I don't have your answer, but we are going to see Made in Thailand start to make their way in through Underpass. Look to take some arcade control from the short side. And it looks like it's going to be a faster approach, of course. Neon just blazing in. Kadoom going to go kaboom in a second. Oh, okay, jumping right click with the classic. It's looking good, and there's Patricius claiming another onto Brandon. So looks like site control's there. 2-man advantage as Lays are going to have to set up for the retake.
Yeah, going to be a difficult one. They're going to try and send it through Canteen. Divine's already opened up the accounting nicely. Cage goes up for PTC, and he's been able to pick Neff, but they just can't deal with him. You still got the breach over on the arcade side, and Styron got a 1v3 to deal with here.
Oh, the tag on as well from the cam. Tries to hide, but there's Patricius looking delicious with a 4K to kick off the grand final. I mean, lower bracket final. That one.
Lower bracket final, yeah. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Sorry, I thought this was the third map of the Oceanic
Patricius is good, but he's not that good, especially when he's not AWPing. Or opping in this game.
Opping, of course.
Opping. Yeah, you're not allowed to say all.
Opping for what?
Opping for what? I don't know.
Oh.
What do you want from me? Yeah, whatever, Mac. Whatever, man.
Hey.
Look, I'm liking this comp from Myth on Fracture a lot more than what I'm seeing from the boys on Lays.
Yeah.
This seems like a janky kind of double duelist setup. And Myth are doing exactly what I love to see from SEA Valorant. And I remember trying to play against these kind of teams in scrims on Fracture over in Thailand. And this is super annoying. The way that they're clearing map control with the breach, with the neon, sending it on in. That's a really nicely timed seize from Styron, but still not good enough.
Yeah, slows him down for a moment and does buy some time for the rotates, but no time for me to talk because there's 5 kills and there's 5 alive for Made in Thailand. Perfect.
It's alright, Mac.
Perfect.
No one wants to listen anyway, mate.
Yeah, it's
no one.
It's whatever.
Look, do you reckon there's a bit of Malaysia-Singapore bias going on in the studio there?
In what way?
Well, they think Lays is going to win this series.
I don't think Lays is going to win this series.
I don't think Lays is going to win this series.
Well, then yes, there must be some kind of Malaysia-Singapore bias going on in the studio.
100%. But don't worry, because we are here to rep the boys from Thailand, and all of the Thai fans will 100% be watching the Thai stream and never hear any of this.
Yes.
So just more repeat things over from Counter-Strike. As look at this. And Myth pushing straight up in towards that B side. It's a quick execute. Patricius over on the other side of the map, keeping the rotations in check. He goes 1 for 1. Nice shot from Brandon onto Beta. Jesus, this is just classic SEA, isn't it?
Yeah, round's
over. The whole round is unfolding.
You try to break it down and then the round's bloody gone. Divine going to be spotted over towards Arcade here. He tries to take this fight with Kadoom, of course. If he can get that kill into Kadoom, he can overheal. But Styron looking to do it from the front there. He'll be traded out by Alone Fills, who makes his way into the tower. On 25 HP, he's got paint shells back on the menu. And Divine is going to make his way forward, clearing out sight, Phantom in hand. It is going to wrangle it for the whole half tick, maybe even the whole damn thing. No one Alone Fills is low. The swing, it's not going to come in. It will! Just barely in time. He's counted that down to a T. And that's going to be 3 for Made in Thailand in the final tick.
Beautiful. That's the bonus round 1 for them. Now they're on the full buy, anti-eco, great economy. PTC's got his neural theft. That really doesn't matter because that ult, I mean, it's a little better than it used to be. Don't think you're going to get much value out of it in a round like this. And look, all I have to say is lays up.
Turn out.
All set up over towards B here for Lays, for the Killjoy at least. Dizzy, we'll see if he's going to be able to make anything happen. Looks like they're not going to take that contact though, because the site with the stack, which is A, they've taken A main, and you can see Made in Thailand. They're going to bust out a drop here, and it looks like it might just work. Great timing on the flashes. Space created. A main almost retaken, and Styron going to be stuck in the corner, fully concussed. One opportunity's missed, and Kadoom is just tearing him a new one. 4v2 for the post plant, and oh, he's almost found Brandon through a bloody smoke.
It is so good to watch a player who understands how to play Neon. This is something we never get in Oceania. It really is just one of those Southeast Asia picks. You know, KRJP, you see it as well a little bit. And Lays haven't really gotten an opportunity to get themselves into the game just yet. He's so crisp with it. We love Patricius. I'm a big Patricius fan.
Patricius.
Look, that's 4 alive. Their money is excellent. Made in Thailand are making some magic happen right now. You go into this round with the Showstopper and the Orbital Strike. Those are going to be some great ults to get a set play rolling for yourself.
Also, with Patricius 7-1, he's got that Neural Theft online. They can get that, see where everyone is on the map, not once but twice now, with the Cypher updates coming through a little while ago.
Here's this aggression into tree and dish. So both of these places going to be contested. Sorry, it's just dish. Completely misread the map. We'd love to see it. I mean, you just can't. You can't fight map control against this comp. There's nothing you can do. You just get bullied.
Is scared, and he's running for his life. You heard that Showstopper. He's going all the way up towards Zippy. Gonna try
you try and push somewhere on bloody Fracture map. You get relay bolted. You get fault lined. You get bullied. You get slapped, and then you play retake.
What's worse than 1 concussion, Mitch? It's 2.
I know.
And that's exactly what you don't want to be.
I'll give you 2 concussions in a minute, mate.
Hey. You calm down. Alright, or we're going to have an issue. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, good. Well, look,
I'm ready
Kadoom,
to watch a save. That's what I'm ready to watch.
That's exactly what we're doing here. Kadoom, he's had enough. He's just continually going forward. And they know it is going to be the attempt at the save coming through here. Styron's position spotted. Neff going to be able to stand and deliver with the operator. But there's no time for the round to be found. That's ticked away way too far. But this is good financial damage from Lays. Just saving these weapons. Styron got a face here from Arcade. Goes wide, finds 3. And now has that Nightfall online. So, Made in Thailand, they haven't dropped around yet. But Lays, they've got 3 different ults to play around here in round 6.
Yeah, 100%. So, we'll see how they're going to use them. Myth have that Neon ult online, so they might want to go for like a little bit of a set play with the Brimming Stimmy and the Neon ult. I love those fast-paced plays you can mix in with this kind of comp. Pretty nice Killjoy setup over on this side of the map. Neff's on the line. Pushed off by the cam. Great work from PTC.
Of course, gets rid of that one. Oh, Kadoom is going to be found through the walls there. Neff playing a very dangerous game, but he'll win it. Congared going to be able to find Dizzy, but Neff still dominating Canteen control. Can't connect through the smoke there. Fishing for anything. Fishing blind. But 3v3, we are going to see Lays attempt to go for the retake here.
Yeah, in goes the Nightfall. They're going to send the Prowlers up in towards Tower where PTC is holding.
Can't hear a thing for the moment. Looks like it is going to be post-plant lineups coming through. Incendiary going to land there eventually. As that tap comes through, we'll see the molly land eventually. And it looks like as that orbital strike is still online, so it's going to be very, very difficult for Lays to win this one. There's another tap. There it is, faded out. So that's the ult invested, and Patricius, he's going to get all the info he needs. There was the orbital strike on the way, so he couldn't see him, but it didn't matter. He swung for the 4th. And Made in Thailand keep it clean on the attacking side with 6.
I just love when teams play this comp well.
Yeah.
When teams play this comp correctly, this is how you're supposed to play Valorant. Everyone's still pretending like, or at least back in the day, people used to just kind of like copy the same kind of Counter-Strike like ideologies, and even I kind of fall into the trap. But when you can bully people with like this kind of comp, and you can run at them with neon, you can set up the post plants, you can just inevitably delay the post plant for ages.
Yeah.
It's just so sick to watch. It's so hard to deal with. And so far, quite honestly, Lays has not really had an answer. They're back down on another half buy here, and in comes yet another B execute.
Yep, going to be smoked off, but Brandon, he's got a stinger, he's got a dream, and he's got a whole bunch of members in front of him. Able to find one before the trade comes through. Dizzy from Heaven aren't able to do a damn thing. And now you see a 4v3, and Lays, it's going to be a rough one to try and go for the retake here. Smoke over towards Arcade, but Patricius, he is not scared of anything at the moment. But it's Alone Fills and Kadoom to close out the round. 7-0, made in Thailand. Look, they're taking some financial damage, but in the long run, 7 on the attacking side already. That's a great way to kick off the series here.
Yeah, lockdown for Dizzy's ready. We got another player called Dizzy playing Killjoy today. You love to see it.
It's just the Sentinel name, you know?
I guess it's like, you've got an Aussie Dizzy and a Singapore Dizzy, and then you've got a Aussie Mac and a Malaysia AJ.
Yeah.
Almost the same thing. You guys know what I'm saying. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but it makes a little sense.
There was also an NA Dizzy too, who was very good at another game, played a little bit of Val. But,
well,
yeah.
Look at this.
Dizzy's
He's going to be an A-set play. Dizzy's done well to set up his nanos. You've already got the reactive utility. It doesn't matter, Mac. We don't have time to explain that right now.
No, we certainly don't, because Kaboom is coming straight on through. Dizzy able to stand for one, but Alone Fills is not too far away and makes the trade happen. Styron falling. Made in Thailand. Again, going to be able to bring it to the man advantage. Rolling Thunder as well to zone them away from sight if they were there. But it is going to be Lays looking to retake from drop.
Don't know if Beta's going to be able to get off the site here so that he can use his molly. Here is the reactive flashpoints ready for Conga Red as they discuss how they want to break down this post plant.
Well, Neff going to be making his way to the top of the site. It's going to be extremely difficult for Beta in this position, but it's the last position he could be in. And now Neff's got a whole bunch of time to play with, so he'll be tapping, baiting out the fault line, but he'll be connected upon, and it should be Patricius. No, he's whiffed it. But still an opportunity. Neff going to be able to go forward 15 in the clip as he treads that one out. Tag coming through, and an 8th secured. Made in Thailand. Just not putting a foot wrong here.
Yeah, they're playing such a great game of Fracture right now. It's quite honestly beautiful to watch.
Yeah.
They've got a better comp and they're playing it better. And, you can't complain about that. PTC, 12-2. Honestly, the duelists haven't really had a whole lot of impact here over on the side of Lays. You can tell what they want to do on this attacking side. They want to set Dizzy up on one side and they want to have Styron support the duelists to be able to take some map control.
Yeah.
Or even maybe the duelists taking map control self-sufficiently. Neff taking the line over here. Oh, line comes in, but the off angle is beautiful. Even dodges the showstopper, but unfortunately goes down.
Yeah, huge effort.
Still a man advantage there for Lays, though.
Going to be putting Lays in the best position they've been in so far with this man advantage. Orbital Strike online. No more lockdown because there's no more Dizzy standing there at A and Styron. He's going to fall with Patricius on the zip line going up to heaven. This is looking a little awkward now. Cam over for Patricius just to clear things out. Orbital Strike there will get some value. And Divine as well finding Alone Fills over in transition. But now there is going to be that Cam deep towards A main with Patricius to play off, but he's looking for this first pick first. You can see both members over towards Sand, going to try to make their way forward, tapping Patricius. It's looking real good for him, and he's going to go forward in the cage as well. Brandon not going to be ready for the wrap around behind him. Will be gifted the half tick, but it's the clutch coming through. 3 kills in the 1v2, and Patricius saving the perfect game for Made in Thailand.
He's just so good.
He really is.
He's playing an excellent game on the Cypher here.
Mitch, when you got disappointed seeing him on the Cypher, you made it seem like he was going to do nothing this game. But look, see the scoreboard? Look at it, huh? Take stock, huh? Take notes.
PTC is so good he can play anything. He was, I remember, what stage was it? There was a stage of SEA VCT where Patricia's was the top stat player, and he played like 8 or 9 different agents. I don't know if it was 8 or 9. It was like 6 or 7.
It was probably the center stage because he was dancing all over them, wasn't he?
What was that?
It was probably the center stage because he was dancing all over them. Anyway, the joke sucks when I have to say it twice. Divine, he's going to be looking to hold down drop here. Made in Thailand. They're coming through. Empress online, but again, they're just going to be the fast lane in the way. Dizzy, top site this time, still unable to fire back. Divine, not even able to stop that plant from going down. Beta stands. Beta delivers. Oh, and it's an express delivery at that.
PTC, 1-for-1. Styron picks up the rifle, but he's getting quad peaked by Made in Thailand. 10-0. This is how you play Fracture. Take notes, boys. Honestly. This is just beautiful team play. Beautiful site executes. Beautiful post plants. I want to kiss every single member of Made in Thailand because they're just playing so good right now.
You might get
You're going to take attack timeout.
Make sure you get consent, Mitch.
I will.
Yep.
I'll ask for permission. They'll all say no. And I'll just be the awkward guy kind of standing there going, you guys are so good.
And you'll be like, you sure you don't want to kiss?
Are you sure?
You sure?
What about a little cuddle,
See,
huh?
look at this form. Mwah. And then they just think you're weird. And look, that's fine. That's fine at the end of the day. As long as you have no shame, Mitch, just be like me. Have no shame, you'll be fine.
Yep. 100%.
I'm sure AJ doesn't have shame either. Just shout out AJ. But look, 10-0. Made in Thailand, putting Lays on a skewer at the moment, and they're just pressuring them down the whole damn way. You can see, look, 10-0 now. They've opted to take this tactical timeout to try to get their heads back on. But I don't know if that's going to fix it. 10 already on the attacking side. I feel like map number 1 is done here for the series.
Yeah, pretty much. Don't know if there's really a whole lot you can do when you take a timeout to try and salvage 2 rounds of a half. You may as well take it, though. I mean, you get a timeout per half.
Sure.
But it might have been a little bit more valuable a little bit earlier on.
Well, Kadoom, look at this. He's dropping that concussion bolt. Fast lane, bloody everything you need. He's trying to fake it this time. Made in Thailand, not actually committing. But look at this huge rotation that they've drawn. Lays, they are sending 4 members over towards the B site.
Yeah, they're happy to do that because they know they've got Dizzy's locked down to retake A if they need to.
Well, Neff knives in hand. The offline, it's good. He gets the reset. Continues on forward. Can't quite find the second. It's going to be a lone fills to trade. But Brandon standing and stopping the pincer in from B main. And he's going to be able to do some more work over towards Heaven now, but it is going to be opposite Brimmy on Beta to make it happen. And now we're down to the 2v3. Made in Thailand. Man disadvantage. Can they bring it back from here? I don't know. Orbital Strike online and Beta hasn't had to do a whole lot this game so far. But in the 1v3, let's see if he can make some magic.
I mean, he can get on A for free here if he wants to. He's got a Molly. He's got an Orbital Strike. Very doable. There's still nanos over here, but neither one of them are placed in the corner, which will not stop him from getting the corner plant that he's going to go for.
It'll all boil down to pretty much if they want to try to invest the lockdown and where they're going to drop it. Because you can see Beta, this is the kind of player that you know he's got some sneaky bloody lineups.
Yeah, but usually the lineups for the back corner, and he planted it a little bit more forward. And he's going to play a little bit more aggressive on the line, which I don't mind in a 1-on-3. Oh, they've checked him. That is such a nice prowler there from Styron.
Corners perfectly. Swing from door. The coordination on the retake was perfection. And Lay's going to be cracking that egg. Looking to cook up a little bit of a fried one. Maybe some scrambled eggs. Either way, they're on the board. 1 to 10.
Easy.
How do you have your eggs, Mitch?
round before the switch.
I just had scrambled eggs this morning.
Okay. I had scrambled eggs for lunch.
Nice.
Nice.
We're twins now.
Okay. Well, you look more like an egg than I do. Although
with that haircut, I don't think so, bro.
I was going to shave the whole thing, but look, don't get to look like an egg right now. Made in Thailand. The perfect game.
Let's go. Chuck PTC on the operator. I can relive the CS glory days.
Yes. Love a good Sentinel playing with that op, especially when it's not your boy Chamber.
Yeah, we don't like the Chamber. I'm not happy. I'm not sad that he's gone.
We just
Quite
love
honestly.
moving into the next stage of Valorant. Next stage of the meta. Well, A main going to be fully cleared out by the boom bot, and you can see Lays starting to hedge their bets, sending the fade back towards A. And we'll see if Dizzy's going to be able to do much here. He is stuck in the corner and will hold for one. Divine going to be able to find the double. And Made in Thailand. Their tirade is coming to an end, it seems. And now Patricius 1v5 angle. He's got that neural theft online. Going to be able to get some extra info, drops the cage and baits the door opening. But there is still going to be the spike down towards A main. He's spotted, won't find another, and it's 10-2 at the half. 8-round lead for Made in Thailand. And if they take this pistol, Mitch, he might be all over Ed Rover with Fracture.
They got 2 rounds though, Lays.
Okay.
I'm not sure if it's going to be enough, but it is going to help them start to build some confidence, and maybe they can start to think one day they could be as good as PTC. But I don't know if that's true.
I reckon they've got confidence.
I've seen PTC play for a number of years now, and I'm convinced that there might not be another player that's as good as PTC. What do you think, Mac?
I think, Mitch, you're actually forgetting about my boy, Johnny Bloody Olsen.
Oh, we love Johnny Olsen.
And Johnny Bloody Olsen took down Made in Thailand yesterday. So, I think, there is at least one player better than PTC. But look, that's a conversation for another day. It is going to be aggression straight through B main. Made in Thailand just running at him, stopping anything from happening. It's going to be the full crunch onto the attacker spawn. And Lays can't do a damn thing about it. It's a flawless round, and Made in Thailand, they're looking to move on the map 2 ASAP.
Oh, boy. I just love watching Valorant played the way it was intended. That's what I love. And that's exactly what Made in Thailand are doing right now. To be clear, Project A is about precise gunplay and not killing people with abilities, except when you stun them on every angle, they're fully blind, they can't shoot back at you, you're sliding at them at a million miles an hour and you're instantly dying. And if your friends even wanted to help you, there was a smoke thrown from the other side of the map.
Mitch, look, if Lays knew what they were doing, they would have just jumped on the zip lines, all right? Stop making excuses for them. Now, look, Kadoom going to be trying to take this 1v5 angle over towards A main, as Lays are all grouped up here. And hoping that this flash is going to be enough. Okay, Concussion Bolt comes around the corner, and so does Kadoom. He's right in behind him. Has to go to the Frenzy, but it's not going to be enough for the moment. Conga Red alone feels both going to chime in and save the day at A. And take it to a 10-round lead, 12-2 right now. Lays looking for answers that they're not going to find here in the second half.
They got at least this gun round though, Mac. And
They're
going anti-bonus. So if they can get this one done, then they will have 3 rounds.
Mitch, can I just say, you've been extremely optimistic for the SEA region, but you never do that for OS. What's going on, huh? Talk to me.
It's almost like I like casting one region better than the other.
I think we have some Oceanic friends still in chat, so you have been exposed, friend. But look, we are going to see Made in Thailand stacking the A site with 3, and Styrant is just waiting for this swing forward. Conga Red just waiting to take this contact. I think allowing Neon to take it, and okay, won't be able to get the flash out in time, so Kadoom has now got to try to play here all on his own, and he's not going to be able to do that. Here, Patricius rather, able to find one more, so maybe an opportunity for Made in Thailand here, but the trade's favouring Lays. And now they've found A. Trapwire dealt with. PTC still living, still coming in from CT, and he's beat the rotations of the attackers too, so we'll see if Beta's going to set him up with a flashpoint here.
PTC's going to do the classic SEA swing. Just dry pushing through a smoke. You love to see it. Beta out on the line now as well.
Oh, beautifully played by Lays to lock in a 3rd. Beat them on the bonus, and Made in Thailand can't close it out with an 11-round lead. They're going to have to try to hit back for 10, but they got guns this time. So let's see if they can do it in the 16th round.
See what the setup's going to be here for Myth. They got Alone Fields up here on Dish. He can probably kind of boombot for info on the line. Looks like the Neon and the Breach going to be playing in tandem to control A main. And PTC over here on the other side of the map, taking maybe a little bit of a look at Arcade. Maybe he'll go take some pictures. I don't know what he does in his free time.
I'm glad. Because that would be weird if you knew that. Now, Kadoom, he's getting real aggressive, looking to play off of the Razor's contact instead. But it looks like Lays, they're just going to avoid this danger for now and go to B instead.
But this is what I love. You can see Myth, they're having a think about going and grabbing some info, maybe going for a little bit of a flank. In the meanwhile, Beta going to be tested on Arcade side. That's a great cloudburst to push him off the line. PTC is going to get isolated in tower here.
Ooh, good timing on the incendiary. Beta. Stop on that swing for
my camera is
the moment. We are going to see PTC still living up in tower. Beta going to be able to take this contact, but Divine has slid his way into CT.
30 seconds left.
Just playing at the back of Gen now, and the CT's trying to figure out what's going on. They'll swing and trade. Bringing it to that 4v4, but they can't find anyone else. So now it's going to be the rotation all the way back, but Alone Feels never saw that spike, so he never rotated. And he's anchored the site very well indeed. Finds two with the lineup. Neff's there to trade. But that time...
remaining. Defenders win.
Feeling proud.
Over the top of Lays here on map number 1 of this lower bracket final.
That was not a close game of Valorant, and Made in Thailand just absolutely dominating with, you know, the kind of comp that you love to see played on Fracture. They played the Neon so well. They played the Rays, utilizing duelists that have abilities that do things.
Yes.
Because shooting people is overrated. Not relying on, you know, individual performances,
So
relying
true.
on teamwork and kissing the homies.
Well, teamwork makes the dream work, but, you know, sometimes so does a couple of duelists. So does Patricia's just standing and clutching out a bunch of rounds, keeping the economy in hand and look, keeping the dreams alive of everyone. All of the Thailanders watching this, but look, at the moment, it's feeling like that was a mistake in the veto from Lays. Hopefully moving on to their map pick, there is an opportunity for them to hit back in map 2. But I don't know if that's going to happen, Mitch. I feel like what I'm seeing from Made in Thailand is looking real good. They want revenge in the grand final. So I feel like they're just bringing their A game today.
100%. And look, the comp for Lays, it was very much going to be live or die by the success of the double duelists that they're running. You know, when you're running Reina Jet, you need those players to find impact. On a map like Fracture, you know, on starting out, you know, on the attacking side, or sorry, starting out on the defensive side, they needed to be like pushing Arcade or pushing down Dish and finding impact, finding kills, or at least finding info to inform the rotations. And it felt like they, at least in the opening portion of the half, never had a chance to do that. These executes were so quick and so tight and well drilled from Made in Thailand that the round was often already over before you really found that opportunity to find impact in the early to mid round from the duelists.
Yeah, it really felt like that, right? And even towards the end, look, just Alone Feels just making reads like this, having so much faith in his teammates to hold down the other site all on his own and just set up for the retake a little bit later. You can see that in terms of their structure, they just look worlds better at the moment than what we're seeing, of course, from the other team. And Made in Thailand, they are just, yeah, a world apart right now. So going into map number 2, which I believe is Haven, that's going to be an interesting one. I feel like Made in Thailand, if they bring the firepower that we just saw, then I'm a little bit worried for all of the Malaysian and all of the Singaporean fans right now, because I believe Thailand might just have the dub. But look, I'm going to let the desk break this one down, see what the bias analysts have to say about this, and that's coming up just after the break.
see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. You see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. Now you should know though, I'm after moto. I gotta get it. I might be solo. Oh, out with FOMO. You know I'm with it. But if I'm dolo, I'm still gon' want those. A real one. Because it's YOLO. Because it's YOLO. You live once. How about that paper, we all shine. 7 days a week, it's no debate that we all grind. You see them haters be on mine. Talking about your boy like he the greatest of all time. If you flown it, then you should know that I want it. I be on it, I be ballin' all through the night till the morning. Want some money, you should see me move. I see it, dog. Cause I go hard in everything I do. Not be a child. Chin checking competition, checking on my position. And no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. Yes. If you ain't hear me, then stop and listen. Cause no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. See the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. You see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. Your team's only strong as your leader is. That's why my team just know I'll never leave it this. Pockets get fatter and fatter. In fact, I need it this. I'm getting money, it don't matter what the season is. And your girl love it, cause she know I be stunting. She see just how I does it. She know I ain't frontin', I got the streets buzzing. And you ain't got nothing, you gotta at least come in. With the need to be something, man, listen. Ambitions a part of my plan, mission. Transition, cash rich and getting some more additions. That's why they tryna get me and come in my neck. Just know my team is with me and come to protect. Checking competition, checking on my position. And no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. If you ain't hear me, then stop and listen. Cause no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. See the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. You see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it.
Burn the doors, turn off the lights. Where I'm headed, hell might be better. Bar the doors, turn off the lights. Where I'm headed, hell might be better. Scum, dirt under my shoes.
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Singh leads to one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, it worked out. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No shot is that actually, but here's the 4K already coming down. First ace this game is the question, no. As Cliff will be sealing his deal.
The mythical maid in Thailand just steamrolled over Lays. Now, on a usual basis, I would be on the side of my brothers from across the causeway, Singapore. But the problem here is, the fundamental problem here is, zebra ears aren't that long. So therefore, I can't support them. But anyway, my name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and this is the Clash of Nations. We are in the lower bracket finals at the moment for Southeast Asia before we set up the grand finals. But instead of me doing the talking about this matchup, let's welcome back our analysts. Hey, biased analysts, what you guys got to say for yourselves?
We surrender!
We surrender.
Surrender!
Pure.
Waving the white flag. Waving the white flag of surrender.
Made in Thailand, mate.
Yo.
All of us look like a fool.
No.
Speak for yourselves. Not all of us.
You know,
just,
okay.
Just us.
Okay, let's be honest. Okay, let's be honest here, right? Okay, I'm not blaming on the lack of exposure here, right? Because I mean, we did highlight that in APAC or Southeast Asia that it's basically a treasure trove of talents, right? Just unfortunately, just not enough opportunity for these guys to really go for a head-to-head, right? We only get what we got, but I'm not blaming on the lack of exposure, guys. Yeah? But I am saying one thing that is a fact: the little brother of Thailand ain't so little here. Pretty big on the Malaysia side, let's be honest.
I feel my heart shattered bit by bit, but it really, there's very less I could say about it, right? It was just made in Thailand. Running it down, just running Lays down. But I do agree with what we've seen and what we've heard on broadcast, right? Something that Lays didn't really get to do or didn't really do on their own initiative was kind of taking space with the double duelist on the defensive side, and this is where we kind of see the impact of that Neon really show up from the side of Kadum.
The thing about the double duelist as well is that the idea was there, right? The kind of setting. It was the kind of composition where it's not only being used on Fracture, but they have also used this kind of composition on other maps as well. That was the idea. That was the goal they were trying to envision and push forward for that victory. However, the only difference was made in Thailand. Not only did they have the speed, really fast plays and execution, but the accuracy as well, but most importantly, the coordination. Can you imagine how much games to pull off that kind of execution in such succession as well?
All of the entries on the attacking side for Made in Thailand have been flawless, right? Sure, they lost the last 2 rounds in the first half. Not that it mattered. It all came down to kind of your 1v1, 1v2 scenarios, but overall, all these entry onto the site were just explosive, and these are the kind of entries that we've been looking for, at least from other regions in the first few days. And yesterday, when MITH went up against Full Sense, we saw how Full Sense really dealt with it. Something that Lays were not able to demonstrate. And we also kind of touched on a bit last time. Lays' composition was completely different from what we saw this time.
Of course.
Last time was a couple of months ago. This drastic change didn't really work out the way that we wanted it to, and I definitely did not expect the gap to be this huge. MVP though, Patricia's. I mean, I'm joining the club. I rarely get swayed, by public pressure, but after watching this game, it's PTC all the way.
Man, PTC really stood out the most. Of course, the one who did the most flashy plays, of course, is by his other 2 duelists, of course, and entry frags here. But PTC, really getting the necessary amount of intel from his necessary utilities, but getting those pick-off is absolutely insane. Calm, collected, unfazed in most of these rounds. Even for the retakes and the defense, he doesn't mind taking his long-range duels as well.
This was the same guy. Yesterday, played Cypher against Full Sense on Fracture and got completely dumpstered. And we were talking about 2 different teams. I know, it's not a good example to make, but it really shows how much the difference is, right? Kind of the distinct gap between what MITH and Lays have right now. And it just warms my heart, At this point, I don't care who wins. It just warms my heart to see good Cypher players.
I mean, you are the Cypher main.
After this, no, I'm a Cypher amateur. I don't know how to play Cypher. PTC knows, and I'm not even close to it.
I mean, he did manage, I guess you could say, sort of set the bar for all the Cypher players.
The bar is way too high, man. I'm not a tall guy. I'm short. I'm the shortest guy in the studio. I can't reach that bar, but I'll try.
It's not about the height, man.
No, it's about the height. Like I have short arms. Look at this. It barely goes past the edge of the screen. I have short hands.
I mean, yeah, but then again, like I said, it's all about the heart, and I'm pretty sure PDC doesn't mind dropping down a little bit of some tips and tricks on how he plays that Cypher towards you as well.
There's a lot to be learned from this. I mean, Map 1 over in a flash just as fast as Leon gets onto the site. We are living in the fast lane.
It's so fast. There was even some rounds I couldn't even tell how he got the kill. Because it's just from his character's body positioning as well when he slid into the side.
I mean, that's all for our analysis. I hope we can shake off the bias casting thing, because now we are biased towards PTC and Made in Thailand. But yeah, I'm still excited for
we're excited for both games. We're excited for all the teams here.
Yeah, well, they have switched sides, but now I will support the long Zebra Year squad. Let's see if or not Lays can make a comeback. I hope it is. If not, it's gonna be a very, very short day. After a quick short break, we'll see if the Zebras stand a chance.
notorious. Fired up, you know, I'm ready to let this blow. I am notorious. I'm gonna do my thing. As the chips go down, you see me coming. I'm gonna do my thing. When the hits rain down, you better stop running. I'm the one to beat. 'Cause I'm unstoppable. You won't catch me in defeat. 'Cause I'm unstoppable. Notorious. Notorious. Fired up, let's go. I'm ready to lose control. I am notorious. Fired up, let's go. I want the world to know I am notorious. I'm gonna do my thing. As the chips go down, you see me coming. I'm gonna do my thing. When the hits rain down, you better stop running. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. This game is
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. One, two. No bit shots of that actually, but here's the 4K already carries the first ace this game. Is the question no? As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to what seems to be like an impossible comeback here at the Clash of Nations. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, but I do believe that the long, amazing Zebra years might still stand a chance. But what do I know? I'm just a host, so I'm going to throw it over to our special guests of the day, Mac and AJ.
Good day, mates!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, agents of up. I did my best.
Wait,
but
AJ.
what do I know? I'm just a host. I'm going to throw it to my
Why?
special guest right here, Mac. What do you think?
Mate, let me tell you something, mate. I need to clarify one thing. We're definitely not doppelgangers. Check out his guns for instant, AJ. All you got are sticks, man. And by the way, my supplements is meant for the big guns, not like yours.
All I eat is roti canai. I don't know what you're talking about. But
Hey, roti canai.
gold.
We
That
talk
is
about
gold.
bread.
we talk about bread.
There's some kind of bread you got there.
A lot of bread. That's the longest 30 seconds of my entire life. But just for the record, Lennon did not give me. My analyst has been setting me up for the entire week. Did not give. I had 3 minutes to prep to be an 8. To be. Do you see this right now, guys? There's nothing that
I mean,
looks similar.
come on, AJ. Look at this
close.
glorious stars that I have.
I mean,
man.
I
It's
showed mine
absolutely
yesterday.
glistering.
I mean, we were wondering what had happened when we throw Mac and AJ in the same room.
It's the dynamic duo.
I feel like we just
now we know.
I feel like we just ruined their chances of being in the same room. Good job,
Gee,
Leonard.
thanks, guys.
Very good job.
I mean, let's be honest. Like, I'm trying to connect you guys through land and sea here.
That fell
This
flat.
is the best I can do here.
That fell flat, just like your predictions.
No, I look like collateral damage at this point.
Hey man, we're in this together,
Homie,
man.
then, homie, I can't do this alone.
I got your back, man. I'll carry you through oceans and lands. We might even get to visit Mac and Pilsky while we're at it at the same time.
We still have some series to go through. Well, this could be a quick one if game 2 goes sideways. I'm starting to get a bit worried.
I mean, definitely for sure. It's with the result that we're seeing and the experience that actually we see Lace firsthand witness themselves and experience as well the damage that has been inflicted upon them. I wouldn't be surprised if they trying to resolve for themselves this kind of situation.
I took a lot of damage from that as well. But going on to Haven,
we both did, you know.
We both did.
It hit us so hard. Pretty much our train of thought pretty much got derailed and crashed and
it's fine. There's Haven coming up. I believe that there's always a chance until the team hits 13.
I don't know why,
Haven,
but when we're going to the map of Haven, I feel like we're slowly going towards disaster.
No. You lost trust. I still have trust.
No, I'm saying I still have trust, but we're going to a map where, like I said, it's the OG map still.
It is, and it's something that I think maybe, not maybe. I think Lace can show us something that's a bit more consistent on a map like Haven. I think it is a map because it's been around for so long.
Of course,
Lace has a couple of variations on Haven itself. The only thing about this team is that aside from Clash of Nations, their record dates, their recent records dates back to VCT tour. So there is a big kind of hiatus in between. We just finished map number 1 where Lace got absolutely steamrolled by Made in Thailand, 13-3. Haven is going to be the next map pick by Lace, and this is where I think Lace needs to step up a bit, right? We've seen how MITH really rocked the Neon pick, and it is a pick that you might see sometimes on Haven, though very rare. But then Raze could also kind of be that option. So if there's anything to be learned in game number 1 is that Lace, you gotta anticipate those hyper aggression from Made in Thailand.
And it's gonna be even more harder as well because we're talking about not just 2 bomb sites, now it's just 3, right? And it's just losing even one core member in one of those long picks or those dry picks as well, you tend to end up in a situation where casually if you have 2 bomb sites, you lose one member, it's fine. You can sort of split out your remaining member 2 to 2. However, you have 3, things gets hard. That's where certain sentinels comes to play here. Killjoy, Chamber, and we did talk about certain composition, especially coming from the side here for Lace. And let's be honest, with Chamber out of the pool, Killjoy sort of slowly came back into prominence here, especially with the lockdown HP. So same goes for Sova. However, after we've seen that kind of aggression coming out from Myth as well, I feel the breach started to look pretty great for them, as it is sort of great to slow things down, especially with the fault lines.
And this is an agent that you see very common on a map like Haven, and we also saw an iteration of the double sentinels, right, from GOM, where they did run both Killjoy and Chamber together. They had I believe the Omen in the mix as well. It is a pool of agents that Lace is very familiar with. They do play around with the Omen, Astra, Killjoy, Chamber. We'll see if they will go with the Omen again on Haven, but Breach is definitely the main agent that Lace normally goes towards when we look at a map like Haven. And indeed, they will lock in that Breach. Killjoy seems to be the choice, and Brandon on the Astra.
Oh, man. And the thing is this, right? We did talk about a little bit about the Open as well, and there's not really much controls. I mean, yes, Astra is still an option here, but I feel Astra doesn't really have the flexibility currently, especially with the patch a few patches back that sort of give a little bit more additional cooldowns as well, longer duration as well on top of that, and Oma just have that nice speed and great utilities and smoke abilities to sort of run alongside with the bullies here in terms of execution. I do love the idea of bringing Sky instead of bringing in the Sova, because of the fact that Sky, you get to clear out a lot of those corners a lot more better. I mean, similar case with Sova. I think we still have this endless debate between both of these necessary initiatives here, but the Seekers should be able to play just fine.
It's either kind of the Fate or the Sky, but I do like Sky for Made in Thailand because, I mean, if you are ready to, if you don't have sunglasses and you're ready to go blind in the first few rounds, then be my guest, because Made in Thailand have a lot of flashes, a lot of utilities to get themselves onto a site. And remember, before Fate was a thing, Sky was kind of the trailblazer to lead you onto a site. And with all these setup, Made in Thailand, they are ready to go hard and fast, just like they did on Fracture.
And but of course, in the end, looks like Lace decided to switch out from their default composition of controllers to bring in the Astra instead of their usual go-to Omen.
Well, we saw the shock on the face of Mac when he realized what he actually sounds like. But let's see if or not that exact same shock can be delivered to all of our faces as Lays attempts a comeback. Mac and Pilski, over to you.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, no worries. Great attempt there. I feel like there's a little bit to be worked on. I'm not gonna crack another attempt at another accent because that could go down horrendously. But look, we got a second map for this lower bracket final. Look, YOLO, you did a good job. I'll give you a 7 out of 10. Room for work, but did all right. What about you, Mitch?
Yeah, I'd give him. I don't know if I can give him anything, to be honest.
Well, just don't. Let's move on to the game. Let's talk about Haven. Let's talk about these agent comps. Are you favouring one of these sides in terms of how the agent composition works?
I think they're a little bit different. I think you're seeing a change up from Lays from what they were playing before. They were running the Sky before. I think they were running like a mirror comp of what you're seeing from Myth previously. Now they're mixing in the Sova instead of the Sky, and they're going for Astra instead of Omen. Here's his contact in towards A lobby. Fault line comes through, but it's good trades for Myth.
Okay, Konga going to be able to find that one and fall all the way back towards A. Gets the info he needs. Still with the Trailblazer, still with the Guiding Light, and he's going to invest the Trailblazer back forward. But I don't know if he's going to see too much there. Divine takes down Patricius, so that's going to be the breach out of the fray. And now Konga Red, he's going to fall as well. So Lays, they've got a great opportunity to make their way into sight. Alone feels forced back. He's going to just make his way past the turret, going forward, not even worried about it. He might just fall to the turret. Somehow with the frenzy, he's going to be able to pick up another, but he's taken so much damage that it's easy for Divine to finish. Finding 3, and Lays take their first pistol.
I misread the agent comps. They are running the same comp outside of just changing to the Astra.
Yeah.
I think that I've seen some of those games in SEA from
And
the
Sky.
Indo and the Thai teams on Fracture before, and I wasn't super surprised to see like the result on that map.
Yeah.
I think now that we're on a map like Haven and we're going towards a map like Ascent, I expect Lays to play a lot better. You know, it's not going to be this same kind of up-tempo style where Myth are just running these really quick strats that are very, very hard to deal with. You know, I think that things might slow down a little bit, and that's where I think, Jesus, Kadoom.
Yeah, he's...
Konga with the flash as well. Gee, this could fall
It
apart.
certainly could, but it's going to be Konga falling first. Kadoom on the short side. He's got that one pick, so maybe there's an opportunity for him to tailwind away. Okay, Neff going to say no to that option. And now we got Lays with the man advantage too. But look, some damage already done. And you got a Lone Fills close range with a shorty. Waiting for the bust out, the A-long choke. Is Neff going to be ready for it? Well, he's not going to be able to get the reload off. Or maybe he will. Dark cover allows him to make his way to safety for a moment.
shot.
It's a second, but the shorty can't do it. And Divine saving the pistol and then the second round as well.
I thought they were going to lose to shorties. Oh, they almost very nearly did, Mac. One player surviving. That is excellent economic damage done by Myth there. Unreal. Kadoom just hitting some insane shots with the Marshall.
Yep.
And if he's going to keep playing like that on the Jet, then, you know, don't worry about it. PTC can play anything. It's all good. I just miss seeing my boy on the operator. That's all.
Yeah, I'm loving the flex. I'm also loving the Sky pick. Always love to see how Sky operates, especially in a region like SEA as well. Guiding Light just going to be used to gain that info in lobby. They know people are there now as well, but that's not going to stop Kadoom. He will, however, fall away. Doesn't want to get too antsy with it with the Cloud Burst. Only holding him at short. Takes a huge amount of damage to deal with that Owl drone and keeps going back for more. Aftershock as well, acting like a bit of a flash, bit of a vision breaker there. And it's allowed Kadoom to find another as well. PTC swinging in. And the A-site defense looking much better now they have rifles.
Yeah, forget about it. I thought this game might be closer, but when I see Myth just dry peeking into sewer, doing so much damage on their eco round and instantly resetting the economy, like, how can you back Lays in this matchup? Myth are just playing with so much confidence. Kadoom just peaked sewers 6 times in a row and got away with it on 80 HP. And then Konga just dry peeked long.
Yep.
And they just won all the duels. It's like, what? They're not even getting shot back at.
Yeah, well, look, like Husky said, it's not over till there's 13 rounds on the one team's side of the board. But we are going to see Kadoom again, just going to be fighting for the lobby control, and he's making it look bloody easy. entries. Conga Red going to be jumping in the fray as well, making sure it's not all Kadoom doing the work here. Divine and Styron, what have they got for us here? Lays, it's a 2v5. Lockdowns online. There's a world. There's a world.
They're getting bullied, man.
Yep.
They're getting bullied. Back to, like you said, Divine and Styron. They want to try and take some guns out of the hands of the defense, but Myth are on one right now. They're about to probably have a pretty clean anti-eco, and that's going to be very, very strong economy on the defensive side from there.
Well, Conga able to swing off this contact. Gonna use the Guiding Light to get the info they were looking for, and they know someone's lurking on B ramp now with Divine. Getting hit by that Guiding Light. In comes the swing. He's living, but not for long. Styron, his position now known as well, as he's looking to get this spike planted at A. He's got the recon bolt to play around, but it's an open plant attempt. Wins it against Conga Red. And now, if he gets this plant down, that's 2 away from getting himself that Hunter's Fury online, and it's all down to the timing. He wins that take. He wins that fight. And 20 seconds to play around, but it's going to be PTC coming in from short to save a second for Made in Thailand. But that was a well-played round, a well-played attempt from Lays.
Yeah, great shots from Styron. He takes a handful of guns away from Myth. That's going to be expensive for them to replace. You can see the effects of that on their economy now. Blade Storm online for Kadoom. He's been multi-fragging up a Storm. And you have the Seekers for Conga. One off the lockdown for Alone Fields, so you could see some pretty nice retake attempts from either one of these teams. But with the lockdown ready on Divine and Neff and Styron very close to their ultimates, they're going to go contest A lobby and try to get a bit of an A-side exit going on.
Ooh. Guiding Light.
You should run.
Trying to set Kadoom up here, but we are going to see the lockdown finally invested. Lays looking for this A-side control. But with how deep they've put it over towards A long, that's not going to filter out too much of the site. And that allows Made in Thailand to just stack it from heaven, from hell, coming in from lowers as well. And Brandon, as soon as no one's been detained, he's just going to push his way forward. And that's going to be Divine taking the entry. But Conga Red, he's living. He's dropped the Seekers as well, just being an absolute nuisance, getting all the info in the world. Paranoia forcing Divine back into sewers. And in the 2-on-2, Lays haven't committed yet.
They're just cutting sound. They know that the defense has the whole map to worry about. They're going and clearing the flank, but the turret's still up there, so they're quite happy to just allow the defense to start to get paranoid about the B or the C site, maybe allow the rotations to reset a little bit more naturally. Turret taken back from Divine. But Myth are just not rotating.
Happy to play retake, I guess. Patricius gonna get his noggin taken off here, and Beta gonna make his way forward on the tap. He swings. Divine at the ready, pretty damn sharp here on the KJ. And we're gonna see Lays maintain the lead 3-2.
Yeah. All of those kills from Styron now have massive impact because you see the effects of that on the economy of Myth. Kadoom down to 3k, Alone Fields down to 3k. They've got to kind of even up their economy, so you're going to see the Blade Storm come out and, you know, a couple of rifles purchased up. It's the kind of round you can't take for granted as Lays. But you can already start to see they're playing a much better game here. The individuals are starting to build up some confidence and get involved in a game, whereas last game they were just kind of getting bullied by the utility. Fault line in combination with the Hunter's Fury there to go and take that long control. Styron doesn't hit a whole lot of anything there, but again, this re-aggression in towards long A works for Conga.
Yeah, Made in Thailand just not phased at all with all that util, all the numbers coming for him. And Neff's just going to flashpoint his way forward. Alone Fills can't quite dodge it, tried to play anti, but it's not going to be enough. And Patricius making it happen from suicide to sight again. And there you go, 2v3 now, Lays on the back foot.
Yeah, great Paranoia come through there just to save PTC and allow him to multi-frag. Now getting the rotation back through spawn from both PTC and Kadoom. Walking hand in hand over towards C-Link so that they can have a little bit of control here.
Divine. Ready for that one. And Patricia's playing it slow. Has that Rolling Thunder to buy some time if he wants. And now you can see the fault line as well, separating the troops. But the Blade Storm not going to be able to connect now from Kadoom. Back to the 2v2 we go, and Patricius has to play his life, has to buy the time for this rotation back. But look, Lays, 30 on the clock, deciding to go back all the way to A. Look at where Beta is. He's standing here, he's spotted it. And now they know there's a flank coming through as well. Let's see if Patricius can stop this plant from happening. He's got that aftershock online. He's dropped it. 2 flashpoints to play with. And time. It's very much against Lays at the moment. Coming up from heaven. The open plant is not going to backfire for Steyr, and he's made his way to safety, but spotted through the wall there. Patricius, a flash forward. Beta looking to go in with it, and that's going to be the round for Made in Thailand.
Open plant almost got it done there for Lays, but couldn't quite close the XVX. They had their opportunities. Things got a little bit messy. They were able to pick Kadum over on that C side of the map, and that's where I was starting to back them, but couldn't quite convert. And now they're pretty broke here. Bladestorm's available for Dizzy, so maybe they'll consider buying up into this one. Does seem like they're going to, similar to what you saw from Myth last round, invest down to a certain point, you know, 1,500, 1,800 on most of the players so that they can buy into the next. But they're still going to give this round a crack. Cosmic and the Rolling Thunder is going to give them a puncher's chance at taking this one away. Alone Fields has that lockdown for some of these retake scenarios.
Cross to the short side along, and Kadum now. Ooh, lucky to get out alive. Dizzy still has 2 knives at the ready. Hunting for an opening. There is, of course, going to be that ult to play around. Tailwind going to fall away. Trailblazer forward. Made in Thailand. Fighting fire with fire, and the re-aggression down short makes it a 3-man advantage for Made in Thailand. This is not looking good. Lays, they're trying to trade, but Conga Red's going to flash on the contact. That's going to be potentially the round here, and now it is Conga Red doing it for 2.
That's just insane. Just the teamwork and the cohesion they have to bully sewers like that. PTC takes contact, instant guiding light. Even if Conga Red didn't clean up both of those players, you saw the paranoia come in from the B side from Beta, just to blind the other player for a little bit longer. And that half buy gets kind of slapped away pretty easily.
It's like
Myth,
the
who build up a fair bit of cash.
The protocols that we're seeing here from, you know, not only Made in Thailand, but also Lays, but mostly Made in Thailand. It's just insane. They always know where to be and what to do off the back of, like, any given action.
Blinded.
Yeah, for sure. SEA region, very, very strong. The Rolling Thunder. Pressure on Kadum now.
Shorty in hand. He has not dashed to safety just yet, and he's still living. He's still doing damage. Kadum, another. Insane. Insane that that's allowed. And now with this lockdown, we're going to see...
It's going to reroute.
Forced away.
Look where Divine is.
All the way on C. That's the answer. Wrapping around the back of sight. If he can get this pick onto Alone, then there's a big chance that Lays can stack themselves on a 4th round. Turret in the way. Alone feels happy just to play the retake. Use that turret to zone. Now with the Nebula in the way, we're going to get that alarm bot down. Divine setting up for the post plants. Let's see if Lays can lock it down. Brandon. Oh, peeking off that contact. Looking good. But they had no idea where that one came from. Alone feels looking towards understairs of the window and Gary. Now Conga Red decides to come up C long. And from this position has a lot that he's got to clear. And that spike, it's still got a couple nano swarms on it. He's not going to cheer him. He will actually. They don't pop it in time. Now Conga Red able to try to play this one aggressively. Can't spot the second man. Worried it's going to be the wrap in from CT. But the time, it's against him. 1 bullet is all he needs, but Styron knocks him on the noggin. And that is going to be 4-4 as we get deep here in the first half.
Yeah, good work there from Lays, but it's quite a costly round, right? They invest a fair few ults in that one. It cost them all but 1 gun, so you're seeing the reinvestment down to a couple of light armors, a couple of players at like that 3k mark. Got to skip a couple of pieces of utility, no doubt. One off the Hunter's Fury, one off the lockdown here. And you're looking at Made in Thailand. They've reinvested and they've still got cash in the back pocket for the rest of the half here. So if Lays drop this gun round, it's going to be quite difficult for them to recover from. They're going to stop trying to force a lobby here. They're going to start working this mid control now. PTC isolated and picked off. That's a great entry.
Certainly was. Neff doing work, and he's going to slide his way into A-Ling. The A-site defense a little bit worried about what's going on here. Dizzy as well going to be able to strike. Brandon deals with the Gary member, and now they realize that it's going to be quite easy from here. Made in Thailand, 1v5 angle. and I don't rate Conga Red here. He's going to go down. It's a flawless round,
massive.
and Lays have stabilized their economy and taken the lead back.
Yeah, if they dropped that gun round, they would have been probably in for a 4 to 8 half. But now they've actually put themselves in a position where they can reset Myth's economy and they can be on the front foot heading into their defensive side of Haven. And both of these teams in the last couple of months are looking pretty good on Haven. I don't think that in the last 2 months that Lays have even dropped a map of Haven, and at least in this tournament they've won both of them, and in a fair few of the qualifiers for this tournament. They did quite well on the map, beating a bunch of teams 13-2, but that was in the chamber meta. Myth, this is a map that they play a lot of, and they've got a pretty good win rate on it too, so hard to tell who is going to come out on top, but worth mentioning that Lays have set themselves up for a really nice attacking side off winning that round, and now Myth, they're going to take attack timeout. Let's see what they come up with, because they are now in the position where the other team has a superior economy. They are 1 round away from getting reset, and if they can't put the pieces together in this round, it's going to be quite hard for them to recover.
Well, back to live. Looks like we are going to see Made in Thailand shift towards the middle of the map here. No one really too worried about the A side. And they are going to try to place all rifles right in the middle and look to make an aggressive play happen. Lays, if they lose this mid control, if they lose that garage control, then it could be a fast flank to see. But I guess we shall see what's going on here. Beta throws himself a one-way, gets the info off the peak. And we aren't going to see that mid aggression instantly. It'll come a little later. But it looks like we are going to see Made in Thailand attempt the retake with a 5v5.
Yeah, they just give up that whole site. Paranoia ready to go here from Beta. Flank from Conga, but he's actually going to join up with the rest of the team in Garage.
Okay. Trailblazing forward, clearing out the close angles. No 50-50 to worry about here. That's dealt with over towards long side. Aftershock as well to slow down this retake. But it's a very open plant as well. They're trying to deal with the nanos, and Brandon coming in from Gary has a line towards that plant position too, and they know that no one's on it. Now we've got the lockdown as well, forcing them away. Lays playing this round to a T, and it's all down to Kadoom, who hasn't been detained, but he is going to be scanned in a moment if he even gets a chance to breathe. Flawless round coming through again from Lays. That's 2 in a row now.
Yeah, this is much more like it from Lays. You know, they just did not show up to that game of Fracture. I didn't like their draft at all. I didn't like the fact that it made it through the map pool. Myth really kind of outclassed them on it, but when we go to a bit more of a middle ground map where both teams have had some degree of success, you can see that Lays is definitely a good enough team to play up against Myth. And they've put themselves in the position now where they could really go for 8 this half and have a strong run on Haven, try to push us through to a 3rd. Rolling Thunder available for PTC. You've got the Cosmic here for Lays, and again, they're just going to kick off this Seaside exit straight away.
Aggression all over the damn place. Rolling Thunder going to be able to buy a lot of space, and Beta dodges that first tick of the Hunter's Fury, second one and third attempt, connect rather, on a PTC. Now we're down to the 4v4. Looking like Made in Thailand have made the right read. They've done the right moves to keep themselves in the round. But we'll see if Lays can take A.
It's a Cosmic across the A site there. Not something that they'd be able to do if they didn't have the Cosmic, because all of the stars were used in that Seaside exit. There's the plant from Neff. They've thrown a nano on it, and they're actually going to play on site here.
Okay, dangerous game potentially. Brandon waiting for the drop from up top as well. Just having Breach down low. We'll see if the setup's going to work. But in comes that Guardian Light, getting the info that someone was on the line, and now it's that slow approach, that Recon Bolt just scanning, just pulsing. They're waiting that one out as well. And they're wasting a lot of time making their way in here. Graffiti position, Graffiti retake. It's no good so far. Conga has to do it himself, but he can't. And it's Lays with 4 rounds in a row. 7-4. Starting to fire up on the second map.
In the half.
Absolutely. Playing a much better game. Neff coming online on this Breach. 11-6 for him. And, look, Made in Thailand. Trying to put together whatever they can in this buy. Got to go down to a Bulldog and a Spectre, as well as light armor on the majority of the team. Seekers might help them out in some of these retake scenarios. Yeah. Most of the ult's not online for Lays. If Neff multi-frags this round, maybe he can get his Rolling Thunder. And again, it looks like a Seaside exit.
Well, We'll see if it's going to work. We'll see if there's thunder or a blunder. But at the moment, it's Beta just falling straight out of sight. Just drawing all that attention. Shadow stepping away to safety. And it looks like...
the bomb's way out of position.
Konga, he's managed to get this pick in transition from window. That's going to be the man advantage for the retake. Seekers as well, just drawing out all that attention. They know no one's over towards long, but they are just going to group up here.
Neff got the orb, and now he's got Rolling Thunder, so they're going to go fight for defense spawn here.
Oh, okay. All the way down it comes. Divine, he'll fall. Konga standing, delivering. Flashpoint forward. Neff, there's 3 on the menu, and he's going to take most of them. 2 found. PTC living. Aftershock won't buy the time they need, and it's all down to Styron here, who's waiting to fight PTC at the back of garage, so the defuse is going to come the whole way through before Styron gets an opportunity to make his way back to site, and that's 5. Fourth made in Thailand for the half. 7-5. Okay, anyone's game right now, Mitch?
Yeah, for sure. Much better game from Lays. They're really throwing their hat in the ring to try to push it through to a third and maybe even try to get their way into the grand final if they keep playing like this.
Yeah.
Myth are not going down without a fight, though. Going to kick things off on their attacking side. And their attack on this map has been pretty good lately. I'm particularly looking at a game in the Africa tournament where they had a 10-2 attacking side against Boom, who are a really, really good Indonesian team.
We love Africa, don't we?
You know what, Mac? I love Africa. I absolutely, I don't know if there is just a better company in existence.
That's so toxic. But look, Alone Phil's...
maybe
you
ESL.
Can
ESL's
love
definitely up there.
You can love multiple, Mitch. Now look, Lays, 2-round lead now. And looking to take this pistol to try and set themselves up for the second map, take us all the way to 3 here in the lower bracket final for the SEA region here in the ESL Clash of Nations. Of course, it is going to be the push up long, made in Thailand, strength in numbers approach, and they're going to make their way around the corner, but the fault line buys some time, and Patricius is going to make it a 4v4 affair. Nebula on the choke, so they're just going to go back, heal up, and try to hit something else.
Yeah, Brandon circle jumping C-long that whole time, knows that there hasn't really been any pressure on the map. You've got Divine all the way down bottom mid. 2-man aggression in towards long here. Laser trying to find out what's happening, and they might be in for a rude awakening if they keep pushing the issue here.
The standoff. 40 on the clock. Flank coming through as well from Lays. You can see Divine very much ready to take that contact. Shock dart. Ooh, won't quite connect, but in comes the fault line, in comes the guiding light, in comes everything they need, except Styron stands. He'll deliver 2 out of nowhere. Neff going to be able to find yet another, and it's all down to Alone Phils, who looks the wrong direction. Flank comes through, and Divine strikes true. 8 on the board now for Lays. 3-round lead.
Neff is just playing insane on the breach right now. Like, that counter fault line on towards A long absolutely won them the round just then.
Yeah.
You know, you had the guiding light pop out of the Nebula from Myth, and the immediate counter fault line makes all the difference. It saves Styron. It allows him to multi-frag, and Neff even swings for one of his own. Brandon and Divine doing great info gathering. You know, the circle jump on C long the whole round. Brandon knows no one's pressured that part of the map. Divine walks down middle. Good stuff from Lays. Now the eco from Myth. They're going to go for a bit of a C split.
Fake flash all the way in. Kadoom going to be able to make his way with this fault line all the way in towards CT, but Divine looking good with the Spectre in hand, and Brandon as well, just waiting to pick his fight wisely. Trailblazer going to lock him up so he can't shoot back, and it's a shorty to the face. He'll cop, but now down in the 2v3, there's still a chance for Made in Thailand, but it's not going to work this time. Patricius can't get it working with the shorty. And 3 survive for Lays as they stack on 9, take it to a 4-round lead, and look to run away with the game.
One off the Hunter's Fury here for Styron. Divine, 2 off lockdown, so it is just a bonus here. Couple of Vandals purchased up for Lays though, so they kind of want to fight for this bonus. They kind of want to give it a bit of a crack. PTC closest to his ultimate, getting 3 away from the Rolling Thunder. It looks like, again, it's going to be C pressure off the bat here for Myth. I don't get the sense that they're trying to commit here. They're just exactly this, trying to farm PTC his Rolling Thunder. They do start walking up C long here.
Brandon Dangerous game. He's going to lose it. And Lays with the man disadvantage. Not looking like it's going to be a very clean bonus round, which is kind of the mixed bag, right? Fault line hit. Trying to set up for the retake. And in comes that Hunter's Fury. Oh, connections real good. Finds 2 and takes down a lone Phil. So big chunk of change, big chunk of damage. And now, when Made in Thailand looks so good this round, they've had to slow things down. And Dizzy, he's going to try to make his way forward again. Kadoom's going to fight a third for the round. And it's down to Styron again, who's been so solid for long, amazing zebra ears. But let's see if he can win the 1v3.
Scanning ahead.
Gonna dart. That's gonna get taken out. So he's heard the position of Kadoom. Fault line locks him in. Such beautiful play from Made in Thailand. A 4K for Kadoom. PTC now 1 off of his Rolling Thunder, and they deal with what should have been a bonus, but didn't really end up being a bonus. Styron had just enough to get Vandal light armor. I'm not sure if he's gonna have to skip some util. Neff down to the Bulldog. Dizzy on the Operator. So the buy is decent. But, and you're looking at the lockdown, which could have some pretty big impact here for Lays. But if they drop this round, that's going to be Myth really starting to even up this game and put some pressure on the attacking side of Haven. And again, they just seem like they want to hammer this C side of the map.
Let's see if they can keep that hammering going. After making a bit of noise here, Lays not doing anything to find this info towards C Long. The value in their lives. Got that deep, dark cover over towards Gary here. And Kadoom is just contacting all the way through. Punishes Brandon for the dry peek. That's going to be an angle favoring Kadoom every day of the week. And, oh, it's looking like an open plant as well. So Made in Thailand, well, okay, they're going to be slowed down by the Nano. They couldn't quite find it there.
Let's keep an eye on how they use this Rolling Thunder. Trailblazer in towards Garage. There is the lockdown. I was kind of half expecting Myth to try and Rolling Thunder and fight for Garage, but they are going to play the long game because they've got the numbers here.
Guiding light their way forward. Slowing things down on the retake. No one detained. Kadoom still fighting at the back of sight, and he's completely torn that retake in 2. The Garage members, they're going to be slightly successful, but in the 2v4, it gets that much more difficult. One-way smoke on the spike as well. So tapping that is just danger territory. And there goes Beta taking down Styron. Divine running for his life, running for another opportunity. But Made in Thailand, they're here to play with a 7th on the board.
Yeah, if they keep 4 alive here, they're really quite heavily trying to hunt this op, trying to find where Divine is at. Beta not running all the way up into heaven. So Myth, they win themselves another round. 4 players surviving for them is going to build up their economy quite substantially. They've broken Laser's money. Divine invested the lockdown in that last round. It's a bit of a nightmare situation here for Lays because they are now broke. It's going to take them a while to build their economy back up. And even after they do so, that's where Myth is going to have most likely a strong economy of their own and going to be starting to really push the scoreline quite close at that point.
Contact. Made in Thailand. It's taking it slow, but they might be walking into the Gary stack. The Gary setup, but the Trailblazer should spot everything. The Konga going to be investing that one. Oh, he hasn't spotted the player in the corner, but it doesn't matter. Kadoom is there. Take his name, take his life. Divine pushing in through the Nebula. Going to be caught with the aggressive play. And it should just be easy pickings from here for Made in Thailand.
Brandon clears out Garage. Neff aggresses into Cubby. They've got a pretty nice setup if a B-side play did come in, but it seems like Made in Thailand are more interested in going towards A. There's Neff down mid clearing the turret. But Made in Thailand, they're just playing this one by the numbers, you know? Not doing anything too crazy. They're going to pick up the pace into A, but there's already 3 players here for Lays.
Okay. Recon bar over the top. And oh, we're going to see Konga at least hit another. So Lays, they're giving it a good crack. Dizzy,
30 seconds
he's
left.
Still that op to play with. So he doesn't really want to invest this on the retake. You can see them starting to line some util up. You got players looking over towards heaven, so Neff could be in trouble. Can he get past Beta here? As soon as Beta takes contact, you're going to see Patricia swing or at least use that util from short, but Beta wins his fight anyway. And now on the 2v4, you wouldn't expect Styron to be going for anything other than damage, but he's just jiggling to catch a timing over towards the CT con area, and with the guiding light, his jig's up, he's going to be hit. So Made in Thailand taking it real slow, real methodical. And Dizzy as well, looking like he's created enough space to save this op as well. So Myth 4 alive at the end of the round, 8-9 the scoreline, and they're about to tie things up here on Haven.
Yeah, but they've had such clean rounds the last couple of rounds that their money is going to be crazy now on the attacking side. Like, you can even see it there. Kadoom could have even min-max thrown in the Blade Storm, but with his players maxing out on, with his teammates maxing out on cash, it's going to drop him a gun. So this game going to be quite hard for Lays. They get another buy round here on defense. They've been saving this operator, you know, for bloody yonks at this point, but hasn't really had any impact just yet. And again, Made in Thailand just want to, they're obsessed with the C side. They absolutely love it.
Well, Kadoom, let's see how much love he can make here. Looks like there's going to be not too much, mate. Divine stopping him before he makes it towards the back of sight, just dancing in through all the nebulas, all the walls, just cutting the sight in half now. And Made in Thailand slowing things down. Lays, let's see what they're going to be able to do. Dropping another star on the choke, but not going to be able to use that one. Brandon's taken out. Neff still fighting from the back of sight. The flash points, they're good to buy some space and more time to keep Lays in the game, to keep this man advantage strong. In comes the spike now. Alone feels, oh, he's going to fight for Made in Thailand to win maybe another Styron 1v2. It's a little easier this time. Lockdown, it's there to be used if necessary. And Konga is going to go aggressive with 1 HP of all bloody things. Make it 9. And it's going to be 9 on the board for both sides as well. We're all tied up here, but Made in Thailand, they are finding that momentum.
Yeah, if you can't hold C and win the round when you have your breach in position, flash pointing in to set up your teammates, you've got Divine with his whole Killjoy set up on the site, and you've got all of your stars, or a bunch of your stars down on C, throwing down one ways, making Mid's life hard, and you still can't take the round, then I'm not sure you can hold C. Quite honestly, it's getting to that point. Neff going to try and hero Vandal here, going down to 650, but that's going to be expensive for him. He might not have access to full utility next gun round if he's spending his cash like that.
Yeah.
Starts it off well, though. PTC goes down. Dizzy gets traded over on that A side of the map, though, trying to go for a bit of a push.
On 4v4, and Neff is knocking at the door of Made in Thailand, getting real aggressive straight down the guts there. And now with the man advantage, it's looking like Lays could be on for another round, but it hasn't stopped Made in Thailand from stringing these ones together. Lockdown going to be invested in. Brandon moving forward. Or Seekers rather, not the lockdown. And Brandon, he's managed to find one on the Kadoom, so things are going to get that much more difficult. Lockdown still available for Made in Thailand here. But again, we'll see if Konga can make this happen. He's going to go and try to cut off rotations instead and smash their way towards B. A little bit of util used at mid. I don't think Lays have heard that one, but they aren't too far away from B, so should be able to set up for the retake.
Yeah, I think I like this play from Konga. Walking through B, they're in a 2-on-4. He needs to try to make some kind of a play. Unfortunately, Brandon punished him for that, but I feel like that was one of the only ways Myth could have put the pieces back together. Siren from Heaven. Just playing around the fact that there could be an A-site plant here, but you can already start to see the rotation shifting for Lays.
Alarm bot goes down. Alone Phil's trying to plant underneath Heaven here, and with the fault line, they're pushing. They're making it work from above. Styron, assassin-like, just peering out at Heaven, jumping down on him. And that's going to be Lays, the first to the double digits. 10-9 now. Haven, it's been a pretty long game. A much closer affair than what we saw on Fracture, which is always great to see. But are Lays going to trip at the final hurdle, or can they make it happen here?
I think winning that round gives them a much better chance, right?
Yeah.
Because they only had the one hero rifle. They picked up a handful of rifles on the way out, and you could see the effects of that on their economy. After losing 4 in a row, they've got 3, and they just win that one, and they've got like 3k plus on a lot of their players. So They've got cash to continue fighting for this half as we get very close to the end of this game right now. Lockdown goes down.
Again.
For Myth, out comes the Hunter's Fury in response.
It's going to be coming over towards Long. They're trying to find it with the Hunter's Fury. There it is. It's destroyed. And now, Lays are going to be able to fight from sight. Neff is still here, still stopping this one from happening. And there's going to be a Cosmic in the way. So even with all this util coming through, Patricius, he makes this one happen. Dizzy only going to be able to go for one. And that's a one-man advantage, rather, as Lays now, man down, have to lick their wounds, have to try to put this one back together. They've already managed to slide one in through lobby. But is the timing going to be enough? Brandon has to draw some attention here, coming in from CT. And if he goes up to heaven, he can maybe get past Beta here, who's won the fight with Divine. Now the flank, not a factor. 1v3. It's a big ask. It's looking like a made in Thailand round. Flash there. Forces Brandon back, and he's vulnerable for the moment as well. So everything pointing towards Myth right now for them to take another. And I think he spotted Conga trying to go for the peek from behind default. And now they're just going to coordinate, exit, look to keep the money strong, and show some respect to Brandon, who's saving back towards CT. But Mitch, this game could not be closer right now, 10 apiece.
Absolutely. Myth hit back though. Nice little A site hit. Even with the counter ults, the counter utility coming in for Lays, they can't quite get it done. Beautiful timeout timing from Myth, has to be said. Although it does work both ways, this is a super important round for Myth because Lays, after dropping that round, they save over a couple of guns. They are going to start to run out of cash after winning that half buy where Neff was going Vandal light armor and making plays for them. This essentially, this round at in round 21 at 10 apiece does represent a reset, does represent a massive swing round and potentially the end of the series if Myth can convert it. However, taking a timeout here does give a chance for Lays to kind of evaluate this situation and have a chat about what they want to be doing. There's a fair bit to consider for Myth. You've seen the fact that they've kind of conditioned Lays to worry about that C site. There's constantly been a lot of stars from the Astra and the Killjoy setup being invested over there. So you need to have a pretty big consideration here. If I was Myth, I'd seriously be considering a B hit here, because looking at this comp from Lays, with how much the Killjoy is investing the setup over towards that C side of the map, with how much you've been conditioning Lays to worry about that, I would love to see a quick one into B here, because you know that there's really just not going to be that much of a setup there. And again, you see Divine setting up on that C side of the map. It's only Neff over here playing towards B.
Yeah. Let's see if your wishes are going to be answered, Mitch. It's not super quick, but they might just catch him out in the open. As soon as the turret took contact, they had the setup at Neff. He's gotten away with his life for the moment. Very lucky to do so.
And without like that breach utility is basically the only thing. I cannot believe that Neff's getting away with this.
Yeah.
Like that, just he is playing. There's really not like a whole lot behind it. It's just him playing dry in middle by himself, basically alphaing the entirety of Myth. He's applying enough pressure and being big and scary enough to the point where they really can't deal with it. And even on 10 HP, he's going to continue pushing for info in the mid round here.
Oh, that's
Neff is making so much of a difference.
It's going to be so much info if he can hear everything happening over towards the lobby. But it is going to be the contact from Made in Thailand. They're staying sneaky, staying silent, and looking just to go dry once again. It's going to be Cloudburst forward that they're trying to make work. Kadoom couldn't quite see through the Cloudburst there. And now Dizzy, he's run out into the open, expecting the smokes to stay a bit longer. But it's worked. It's drawn the attention for Styron to strike from behind, and Lays take that lead right back, 11-10.
Yeah, Myth, I feel that they had the right read. Yeah, and if you looked at all the utility and how much that Lays are investing in that C side of the map, then you feel like the macro is correct, but Neff is literally just alpha mailing them. He's taking duels as the breach without really using any utility.
Yeah.
Dry peeking into window, winning a duel, aggressing down mid on 10 HP, gets all of the information for his team to react appropriately. Neff is just winning Lays this game right now.
Well, faster approach now. Guiding light straight down the sewer, and Kadoom's not too far away behind it. Okay, another to long. Gonna blind up Dizzy, who holds his line. And just to play anti, put the Al drone forward, gives them the info they're looking for. Tag comes through. And Conga 2 makes his way to sewer. Still, they're just holding down the setup, holding down the aggression, and waiting for this smoke to fade. They're playing inside it. We'll see if Made in Thailand are ready, but oh, the Rolling Thunder, it's hit 3. And Lays, they might get unpunished here. Okay, Styron's falling. Kadoom looking for more. That's going to be the second found and the third as well. Punishment comes through, and so too might just a round for Made in Thailand.
Yeah, Brandon and Divine about as separated as he could be. PTC hard holding on the flank without that Killjoy being alive anymore. Knows that he has to lock that down. Brandon coming in from Heaven's side. I don't think it's happening for Lazeback.
Oh, Caster's Curse. It exists. Brandon looking to come from Heaven. And let's see if the 2v4 becomes a reality. Immaculate crossfire coming through, and I think Brandon's been spotted too. Just waiting for the short play to make their way forward. Brandon connects, so does Divine. 1v2 angle, Kadoom. Can he do it to save the day, Brandon? He's got to fall to the boxes, but he's running low on time, and Kadoom knows it. It's going to be the dash forward, pushing, jumping, trying to bait him off the spike, but there it is. The clutch comes through for Made in Thailand. And Lays, they keep it extremely expensive. Have a look at the economy. Conga, he's got a little bit of bank worked up, so things should be okay for them.
Yeah, Mid's economy is super strong. It's more so Laze's economy that I'm worried about right at the end of this game, but they've got a bit of cash as well. You love the mid-round adjustment. You know, Myth, they wanted to go for that sewer control into an A execute, but when they saw how much that Laze was dedicated towards that A side of the map, PTC pulling that Rolling Thunder really made the difference. They almost threw away a 2v4, but let's not talk about that. They're going to, again, go towards the lobby control. Siren gathering information on that server, pulling the rotations away for Neff, for Dizzy. Look at this breach timing on the fault line here, or I think it is the fault line. Big setup for Siren and Dizzy on the aggression here.
Oh, Conga. Is he ready for what's around the corner? Surely he knows what could be here, and he's going to be on a solo mission. Trailblazer, not going to be used just yet. Here it is, the info that they're looking for. The stun comes through. He's dodged it, but he hasn't found the kill. And it's cost him a pretty penny. Styron still connects, even with the concussion in play. And now it's going to be the C-site copping a hit. It's Brandon to hold, though. And he's bought enough time, bought a 2-man advantage, make it a third as well. Divine cutting him off at the pass, and that's going to be 12 now secured for Laze. A flawless round again. We've seen a few of them coming out from the long, amazing zebra ears. But they might be able to pick up Haven here and take us all the way to a third map.
Yeah, they're playing an excellent game, has to be said. Reading Myth really well, not playing afraid, making sure that they're staying active in the mid-round and finding the information that they need to be able to rotate accordingly. And that's exactly what you have to do on Haven. You know, we saw earlier in the OS Grand Final, the boys on Bobo were way too stagnant on their defense. When things were quiet in the mid-round, they were never looking for map control, they were never looking for info, and that's what Lays are doing so well right now. They're gathering info, they're making mid-round pushes, and again, they're pushing all the way down C long in this critical round.
They've got everything set up for the retake if it is going to be this B-site hit. Alarm bot dealt with, so now Made in Thailand know exactly what could be coming for them. Kadoom with the opening, and he's got that refresh on the Blade Storm too. Divine ready on the back of site. He's having so much influence here in the second half. And he's not going to be able to stop the cross to A-Link just yet. Spike makes its way there. And Patricius connects as well. But Dizzy, they're still hunting to try and figure out where Beta is. He doesn't have a From the Shadows available, but he is going to be able to snag a perfect timing coming in on the flank of Lays if he wishes. But how's this going to crumble? He's opted to go towards B instead.
Yeah, this should be a Myth round every day of the week. It's an open plant. For defense spawn. They've got full control over there. There's no smokes left on Lays.
Ooh, Patricia's peeking, trying to get that info, and that's going to be the barrel spotted. The lone Bills tries to do it with the stinger, and now it's a 1v4 angle. Dizzy's kicked things off with the first kill, but with this open plant, where the hell's he going to go? Aftershock on the spike, just zoning him out. And he's going to be whittled away by time, by util, by everything, including the Blade Storm to close things out. Kadoom gets another, and we're going into OT for map number 2.
Overtime.
Yeah, been praising the boys on Lays for such good reads. Unfortunately, that round I felt like Divine, I'm not sure if he was 6 out of 7 and got the one kill that gave him access to his lockdown or whether he had it from the start of the round, but I really wanted him to be able to get off site there and play for the long game. If he had the lockdown in the mid to late round, that could have made a big, big difference.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he dies in round 24 without being able to use it. So we head into overtime. This game started to deliver. Fracture was a stomp, and we've headed onto a much more middle ground map, and we're starting to see just why Lays has made it so deep in this bracket. A very, very strong team. Much more, I would say, a case of Lays being the team where we're allowing the individuals to make plays. We're playing off of each other and a bit more basic utility and basic chemistry, and we're happy to let people make plays, whereas Myth is more of a unit.
Yeah.
Here's this quick B-side exit from Lays, but they're going to cancel off the back of triggering that alarm bot and start working back towards Garage now.
Still some nanos set up over towards C long. One's going to go down inside that dark cover. But with the Gary control, Lays, they're just going to slow things down.
Yeah, alarm bot thrown in Gary window there. They're waiting for a reaction out of Myth, and Myth does have a very reactive team.
Look at A.
You look at the fact that there's the Omen and the Sky and the Breach. These are the kind of characters that you're expecting to pop into Garage in the mid-round to go looking for information and make those pop flash plays. But look at this.
Yeah.
Lurk all the way up onto the A site. You're getting the reroute from Lays. Neff is again just making such huge plays with this Breach. You know, he's not playing Breach like a Breach. He's walking around, he's taking map control, and he's getting full information for his team on both defense and offense.
And from this point as well, he can buy time for the team to get in. He's got the flashes
Yeah.
at the ready. Surely another
That's
fault
the
line
thing.
up
If
now.
you get onto the site for free with a Breach and have a full kit, that retake is impossible for the team that has to attempt it.
Oh, yeah. No ults online. That could change in a heartbeat, but it's 5v5 for the retake. No team wanted to put a foot wrong. Kadoomi's gone forward with the guiding light, but it's not worked out. Kadoom, Konga, both falling, and Neff looking to have some more impact from the corner, swinging scene. That they've got PTC pulling Util out, and Alone Fills is in a 1v5 angle. It's a big dream, a big ask, and it's way too much of a task for that to happen. It's Lays finding 13. And they now just need to do it on the defense to make it happen in OT.
Dude, Neff is playing so insane.
Oh, yeah.
Like, he just walks onto A dry as Breach and gets the full information and allows Lays to react and rotate. If they committed in towards C, in towards that Astra and the Killjoy setups, it would have been way, way harder. The rotations were good for Myth. You know, they already had personnel over there. They were already playing retake A.
Quick peeks now.
So allowing them to have that contingency plan in the mid to late round is such a massive, massive boon to Lays, who now move on to the defense here. Myth again working this mid control. Trailblazer into Garage in combination with the dark cover. Trying to push any defending players. They spot Brandon, try to dodge the Trailblazer and head into Garage on the timing, but that's unfortunately not going to be an option anymore. Neff repositioning over here. This might be a Garage retake in the mid-round.
Oh, flashpoint at the ready. Brandon goes in with the Fading Nebula, and he's going to be able to find one on the Conga, looking to fight with the high-low setup, and Neff finds two. Doing so much work this series for Lays, and maybe just saving their tournament lives, but I've spoken too soon. Myth hit back with two, and now they're just a man down. Make it two. That's the game. Lays take 14 here on OT number 1. And we're going to see a 3-mapper here in the lower bracket final between Lays and Myth.
Yeah, round of applause there for Neff in particular. I mean, the whole team played pretty decently if you look at the statistics and the ACS, things like that. But in terms of impact plays, in terms of who was able to actually make the difference in that map, both pushing on defense and offense, finding all the information as the Breach and even setting up his teammates for success, I think Neff on the Breach just literally won them that game of Haven. Like, he was just insane.
Took a couple of risks at times, but every time he did, he at least got the 1 kill or at least a lot of map control.
I don't know how he walks around with nuts that huge. Like, I don't know.
Well, with very wide legs, Mitch. That's how you do it. But look, Lays, they're going to be very happy with going all the way to a 3rd. We've got a Scent coming through, but look, before we get there, Haven, it's one of these maps that's been around a long time, and you still see new things from time to time, and the fact that we're seeing, you know, crazy shorty rounds come through, like, if they did, you know, if Myth managed to pull that shorty round off, we might not be here at the moment. So Lays getting very lucky, getting very happy with a couple of those clutches going their way this game, which saved them for just long enough to at least secure OT. Made in Thailand, they were on that comeback train. They were making it happen, but the momentum shifted away when they over-rotated in that first round of OT, and then Lays just hit him with the punish.
I felt like Myth were, if you compare them to the Fracture game, where they had just full faith and full confidence in their executes, in their setups, they were sending it in.
Yeah.
As that game got closer on Haven, and as you headed into the later portions of the halves, it felt like Myth were very slow. They were very much hesitating with a lot of their decision making. They weren't committing into sites with full confidence. And that's where those hesitations and some of those mid to late round decisions that they were making as a team were actually the timings that Lays were able to exploit, right? Those were the timings where Neff was just walking down mid-try and taking control. Those were the timings where Lays was able to actually find some information, find a read, and outplay them in the mid to late round a little bit.
Well, we got an OT here in the lower bracket final, and we've got a full best of 3. Not going to be a fast day at the office for Made in Thailand, but we'll see if the veto is going to matter, because going to Ascent for that third and final map means things could get extremely difficult for either team. Myth, they played insane in that first game. If they have a huge game plan going into Ascent, then we could see Lays in trouble, but that was still a very impressive map. They still need more individuals to lift, though. You're looking at the likes of Dizzy, who's not doing too well today. You're looking at Brandon, who's had an okay one. Divine popping off, Styron doing what he needs to, but then you have to call out Neff and say he saved that game. But can he do it for one more? Ladies and gents, we've got to go to a break, but right after this, the desk will be back to break it all down for you guys.
hoes, I'll accept you. Let me fill you in, give you a clue. Maybe help you fix your attitude. I'm the star of this show. Got glasses of Merlot. It's all free where I go. Now you know, cause they all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass, but that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad? Get used to it. Get used to it. Get used to it. You should really get used to it. Don't hate on me. No, that's so ugly. You could emulate, maybe wipe that smug look off your face. But either way, I'm here to stay. They all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass, but that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad?
If you got it, lock it. Heart in your pocket. But I still don't feel your love.
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Singh leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage too already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No bit shots is that actually, but here's the 4K already coming down. First ace this game is the question, no. As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the Clash of Nations, a official off-season VCT event brought to you by ESL. Now, before we move on to the analysts, I just want to say I called that comeback right out before we started the show earlier on, and this is exactly what we got. Now, no biasness there. We all know that the Singaporean side has got great talent to offer. I'm Malaysian, so there's no reason for me to be on their side. I mean, in many ways, Malaysia is better than Singapore. We've got better food. There's no way in hell they beat us at that. But they've got those IQ plays. Made in Thailand, on the other hand, they've got the great mechanical skills. But I have no idea how that close match was not snatched away by the Thai boys. But we have two guys who will be able to break down exactly why that was. YOLO and Husky, take it away.
I tell you how, the power of faith and belief and the power. Welcome to the Church of Neff. That guy on the breach, absolute hero. I think Lace really stepped up to the occasion on that map number 2. Started out strong for a mate in Thailand, and it got us worried that maybe we will see the repeat of Fracture. But I think Lace really made those adjustments, right? Slow down in the mid rounds, and they were able to challenge Myth and punish them for all these moves that they were trying to make.
The thing is this, right? I love that you actually brought out Neff and really caught. Big shout out to Neff for a fantastic job. I think it's not only just Neff, I think just the fact that on the agent that he actually selected, how the importance or pivotal on Breach, having the agent Breach on such of a map of favor. It's great for the defense, it's great for the offense. Look at the defending side when they want to push towards that A side. It's so difficult because you will know for sure you're going to be bypassing fault lines, aftershock, flashpoint. Even if you want to try to go to the other side, especially when we have Lace on the defending side, it's all long angles and really long areas which you need to cover. And even if you want to use the utilities to bypass, look at the amount of utilities they actually have to commit just to clear out that A-long, just to get to position to get to the site.
Yeah.
There's a lot of utility expended, which would have been most ideal if that was the site itself. However, they were not able, I guess you could say in a way, Myth was not able to utilize all of that speed and agility in this round of Haven. But of course, MVP is going to be your man Neff with a total KDA of 25, 15, and 6. Although yes, the ACS is, of course, is not as high compared to the duelists here, but like they are like previous duelists from other games, he does shine in a different field here, and he does a fantastic job with it.
Yeah, and I think it really came down to the mid round where Lace just had a bit more composure and control. Even on the attacking side, we saw how early on they were getting kind of shut down by main Thailand, all this aggressive A main push by Kadum as usual on the jet, and you have Congret kind of by his side, all these double stack that was stopping Lace in the very beginning. But Lace kind of got together, composed himself, and started to find ways to really punish Myth, started to play together as a team, and all these mid-round decisions were absolutely perfect, right? We saw Lace not only stopping Myth's aggression, but also able to tell themselves that if gather intel early on, which is one of the most important part of that map on Haven, and use that intel to make those rotations. There were a couple of rounds where Lace was able to make it to that very late stage of a round, plant the spike, and kind of clutch it up for themselves.
I mean, think about the amount of map control that he had from the very first half as it is right. Nev or either one of his teammates constantly pushing forward, literally although yes, some would say overextending and might be sort of risking in some of the situations, but that didn't really stop them too much. Brandon, Nev in particular, always had that mid control in that first half.
Yeah.
And always sometimes he does step a little bit more further forward to get the necessary objective frags nonetheless. But of course, this is going to be a match results plus 10 all across the board for your dear friend Nev, of course.
Yeah, and I think overall, it's quite obvious that Dizzy is not having a great game number 2, but Divine really stepped up. I think I do like this version of Lace a bit more. You put Divine on a Sentinel, on a controller. That feels more like a role that he is more comfortable in. So, like, he's in his skin, he's more himself. Dizzy, let him stick on a duelist. That's what he's kind of known for. So this version of Lace is definitely a bit more complete, a bit more of the Lace that we know from the VCT era, the Lace that was able to bring the fight to the top teams and even give themselves a good finish. And they've shown us that they can stand up to Made in Thailand on Haven, but when we go to Ascent, I think you kind of have to look back at Fracture and how Made in Thailand crushed Lace on that map, and take that as a reference to how Made in Thailand might play on Ascent, kind of play off of that.
Well, that's going to be the even more interesting fact, right? Because once we get to the map of Ascent, you don't really have too much long angles to deal with, a lot more shorter ones, a lot more close quarter here. I think this actually might play a little bit more favorable in the hands of Myth, who does like very swift execution and speed to really get to those necessary positioning and angles here compared to the map of Haven. But this is going to be a pretty great third game nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely.
You are at your most vulnerable the moment you take the lead, and we saw that being the case for Myth as Lace made quite a phenomenal comeback. The match was close, which is the main reason why the Singaporeans really need to watch out. They need to try their best because we know exactly what the Thai players are made of, but all of that only after a quick short break.
wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Under the city lights, thoughts in your head. So clouded waves of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, can't believe it, yeah, believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no.
Execute a stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage too already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No the shots is that actually, but here's the 4K already coming down first. Is this game? Is the question no. As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the Clash of Nations. This is an official VCT off-season event brought to you by ESL. Now, we've seen the fight from both teams, Myth as well as Lace. They've given us their best, and now we are all equal. One final matchup in this best of three. The winner moves on to the grand finals. Who's that gonna be? We need to bring back YOLO Lee as well as Husky to tell us exactly what we can see.
My heart is telling me that Lace probably will move into the finals, but I think Myth is the strongest team right now. And I'm being really fair. When we move into the set,
I mean, after I took a dig at them that we've got better food, you know, the only thing that I can do is send them my good vibes.
I mean, you just set us up and you're making us walk the talk. You're giving us a tough time.
I like green curry and all, but, you know, Malaysian food, bro.
Now I'm forced to agree, but yes.
Basically, he just sent us to walk the plank at this point, right? Just stand at the very edge and we had to either disagree or agree, but either way, whatever we say, we still end up going to be swimming with the fishes here. Let's be honest.
I think so. So last time Made in Thailand played on Ascent, it was actually in the upper bracket. They faced up against Oblivion Force, and they obliterated Oblivion Force 13-2 on Ascent. And I think these two teams share a very similar composition when we play on that map, and I wonder if we will see that mirror matchup.
No, honestly, you see, that's the thing. You see, I have a theory, okay? I know we haven't bring up the Aegis draft just yet, but I have a theory, okay? Because without the existence of Chamber, we have seen a little bit of switch up between the Sentinels and Initiative, particularly between two core players here, especially on the side for Lays, them being both Nev and Divine. And now after we witness such a gameplay or Astra gameplay from Brandon himself, we might even see a quick switch up from Brandon as well. Instead of him playing the Omen on the Ascent, he might just go back to the Astra. However, my theories dictate Nev might just decide to stick with the Cypher instead of his usual KO, while Divine takes the KO instead of the Killjoy, if they just want to try to spice things up.
I think that really that could be a possibility, but this is the map recap, the series recap so far. In map number 1, it really felt like Lace had no chance to begin with, 13-3. But map number 2, Lace did strike back a close match on Haven. We went into overtime, but we closed it out 14-12 in favor of Lace, and now we ended out on the El Clasico Mexican showdown right out in the open map of Ascent. Well, not really out in the open, but the classic map of Ascent. And I think that when we look at Divine and Neff, these two individuals as players, and we look at the map of Ascent and what they normally would want to kind of gravitate towards, I do feel like maybe based off of game number 2, you will want Divine back on that Sentinel role. But I do agree, right? Neff, he does play the Cypher, though we don't really see much Cypher on the Ascent nowadays, right? The Killjoy was kind of the more preferred agent, so perhaps we'll see him on the KO instead.
Which is like I said, it's just in theory, right? Because if not, we're going back to the default lineup, which would normally be Jet, KJ, Sova, KO, alongside with Omen. But after, like I said, after we saw Brandon with the Astra, we might even see a switch up for him as well. But then again, we're talking about Myth. Now that's enough a little bit about Lay's lineup for the agent competition. What about Myth? We've seen the aggressiveness. They love that fast-paced style. Even coming from Mac and Mitch, they said it as well. A little bit of a slower pace on the map of here, which is somewhat understandable since we're talking about longer angles and longer lanes, right? But Ascent, a lot more closer, a lot more shorter. Great for flashy and fast execution. I wouldn't be surprised if we see both Rays and even the Faye combination alongside with their lineup for this.
It sounds like a long shot for now because the last time, I believe, not a few games that MITH played, they have been running the same exact composition for Ascent. They run
unchanged.
Unchanged. So the Chamber, Jet, Omen, KO, and Sova. And it's safe to say that the Chamber probably will be swapped out for a Killjoy. But aside from that, we are very much looking at a potential mirror matchup, barring the Omen, right? Could be an Astra on the side for Brandon on Lays. But besides that, I think we're probably gonna see everything else stay the same.
I mean, it could possibly stay the same, pretty default at the same time, or maybe something like what the Oceania teams did for us during the grand final, suddenly bringing in back the Chamber. Let me remind you again, in the entire players for the Oceania region, Chamber was not even picked once. Never once. Only in that grand final they picked one time, and they succeeded with it.
But I think it's fair to say that because it was on the map of Haven, right? You have a bigger space, so you run the double Sentinels, and I think on Ascent I do not believe we have seen double Sentinels before. That actually dates back to more than a year ago when Paper Rex was running the Zero Duelist comp. But aside from that, no team has ran double Sentinels. If they were, probably not much, and it was not really popularized.
I mean, technically, we did have a double Sentinel, especially for the Southeast Asia, but it wasn't really the Chamber and the Killjoy. You know, it was usually Killjoy and the Battle Sage here, especially that was being picked up by Forsaken himself.
Yeah, and that was, again, right, more than a year ago. Yeah, I don't think we will ever see that.
Early this year, but yeah, it's been a relatively long time.
It's been a long journey. I mean, that was one of those competitions where you really scratch your head and you start questioning. But we're talking about we're talking about Paper Rex. That one is right up there.
They have always been trying to be innovative
in the echelon of Valorant. And I think for this, I think Lace probably would stick with their guns. Even I believe back in the local leagues, they do play a lot of that Ascent map, and this has been the composition that they have gone with, and not much changes has occurred since then.
And the thing is, right, like after, now that I think about it, like you bring up the usual, I guess you could say the default drafting for the map of Ascent, I also got a little bit of thinking, right? So even if they did bring the Rays and the Fate, yes, it does sort of like allow it to be as aggressive as possible, but that would also mean they're leaving the option for the fact that to deny that Killjoy's lockdown, which normally Sova would normally play the role. Remember, Killjoy's lockdown in the patch right now is not only beefier, not even 2 shotgun darts can take it down anymore. You literally need the Hunter's Fury to really get it out. And let's just say, if they do pick the Rays and Fate, someone needs to get the control towards that Flower Garden for sure. If not, that lockdown is going to be pretty casual.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen a couple of examples where teams just run without a Sova to deal with a Killjoy, and sure, you can't destroy the lockdown, but no, there have been solutions to it. We'll just see what the teams come out with. There's been a lot of theory crafting from our side, but I want to see what the teams decide to go with. And I think for Lays, probably just like what we mentioned, they go with the very default composition that they've been playing with, barring the Omen. They're probably going to go with the Astral, which was what Brandon was able to put up a pretty decent performance on Haven. If we just ignore the KD, right? I think was able to set up for his team pretty well. And we also say that we might just see that mirror matchup. The KO is 100% going to go over to MITH. That's what they've been running the entire time. I think the stage has already been set.
Oh, man. Mirror matchup, of course, is definitely fun to watch. Double initiators as well might be even the map for choice. How about Neff? I mean, definitely it's got to be. Since if KJ is up for the pool, which is definitely
probably going back to the KO, right? That's kind of what we were saying. Like if Neff runs the Cypher, then sure, Divine KO, we can see that happening. But because of the current meta, say what has been popularized, I think Neff would just stick with the KO and have Divine go on the Killjoy. He has been phenomenal on Haven. And you need someone to kind of open up the map and get those plays going. If you want a hero, and Neff was the hero on Haven, you might as well put him back on what he's comfortable with. We get that mirror matchup on Ascent.
I mean, you know the saying as well, right? You don't fix what it ain't. If it ain't broken, you don't fix it. Oh my god, I almost messed that line.
You don't fix what it ain't broke.
I almost fumbled that one.
I'll make you feel better. It doesn't sound as bad as my opening of fly like a bee, sting like a butterfly. That one was way worse. But we get this mirror matchup to close out Ascent. I am super excited to see.
Same as I.
This is the perfect test to see the team gap. Who is the better team at running this comp?
Well, before we throw it back to our casters, I just want to say Husky's not blatantly biased. He's just subtly biased. He's dressed like a zebra today. Just keep that in your minds. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, before I do throw it to Mac and Pilski, boys, I want your predictions before you kick this next match off. Have a good cast.
Thailand.
You like Thailand?
Thailand. AJ asked for it. There's the prediction. We're going Thailand. What about you, Mitch? How you feeling?
I'll go to Thailand with you. Thailand's pretty nice.
Yeah, you've been
Although,
there. You don't want to go back. Not with me.
Yeah, why not? Let's go.
That's so kind. That's so nice.
I haven't been to Singapore yet. I've been to Malaysia.
Okay.
Decided not to go a little bit further afield. Interestingly, this is the first time that we've seen Myth and an official change up their comp since the chamber changes came in. They even kept the chamber comp post-nerf for one game in this tournament. That's the only time they played Ascent. And a little bit of a change up just in terms of the controller for Lays, but they're much more in their comfort zone with this comp at least. They're going to be taking their time. They're waiting for a little bit of aggression towards B main, maybe waiting for that KO knife. But you can see that it's being held very well by Konga.
Okay, let's see if they're going to be able to make their way in.
So good. Look at that KO knife. Just hits all four of them. He held that on purpose. And that's really slowed down this push.
Lays going to get chipped that through the... A little bit of smoke in the way as well. And Konga just connecting for two already. Lane push not going to be working there for Divine either. And Lincoln, you'll miss it. 3 for Konga, 1 for Beta, and 1 for Myth. Taking that defensive pistol.
Yeah, Konga just wins them that whole round there, just holding the KO knife, waiting. You could see that Lays were waiting for the KO knife. They didn't want to go in towards B main and kick off their execute just yet. As soon as Neff throws his KO knife on the B main wall and the Nebulas come in from Brandon, Konga rips his own. That stops Styron from being able to dart. That stops Neff from being able to flash them out of that B main area. And just basically brings the whole execute to a halt. Stops Dizzy from dashing in. And that allows the rotations to come in from Myth. And then even after that, Konga gets 3 on the Ghost. So massive impact play to get Myth that pistol.
Okay. DC will be able to dodge that recon dart, try to make his way forward, go in with the dart of their own. And now they're going to try to fight for sight. All 5 Lays members just grouped up towards A main. Just letting these smokes have their moment. Slow things down. Just let that clock tick away.
Target's destroyed.
Turret comes back online. Lays just jumping around in A main. They get out of dodge. This is all being heard by Myth though. Turret gets taken out by PTC, and Lays have a feeling that if they committed towards that A site, it's not going to go so well for them. This is probably the strong part of the map with how much pressure they put on, and indeed they'd be correct about that, so I don't mind the approach. Straight back through Attacker's Swarm, back towards that B side of the map, and over on B, it's just a retake. It's just Beta here by himself, shouldering the line. Nice
30
timing on the
seconds
Nebula,
left.
though.
It's going to send Lays away as well. So making the noise and then just rotating in towards mid. You can see they're going to put some pressure towards Tree as well. We'll see if they're going to be able to make anything happen here. Market control is there. Conga in the way. Play towards the backer side as well to stop the plant from going down. Conga gets one, but there's still some time to plant here. Are they going to be able to clear out the backer side? Not yet. Beta, can he swing? No, and there's an opportunity to plant, but that's going to be the spike on the ground. Kadoom doing more than enough, and they're going to take them down before the timer too. So it's second on the board already for Made in Thailand, and Lays just struggling to find an answer, but they're going to find some guns going into the third.
Wow, Kadoom just going to rip out the operator, picks up the Spectre to drop it back over to Conquer Red, and decides that this bonus, it is time for the operator to start to get involved and get in the mix. He's going to be taking that over towards middle, and probably looking for a pick in towards tiles here, backed up by Alone. PTC setting up on this B side of the map. Looks like Lays want to go for a bit of a slower default, so this operator purchase might be worth its weight in gold here for Kadoom.
Okay. Well, that's the op striking. And Styron not going to have a chance to fight here. But Lays, that's probably the worst way you could kick off your gun round.
Flash up and over the top. They're going to start pressuring towards Cat, but look at this re-aggression. You see the movement from Kadoom over towards the off angle on that Cat line. So if Lays head over there, they're probably going to get picked for a second time this round.
Here comes that contact. Knife. Going to detect some presence. Neff, however, even though he's suppressed, he's still going to hold his ground. Got to set Dizzy up onto the line here with that jet. But Kadoom already striking with the op. He's looking to do it again. Fragment going down at the 38-second mark. Just buying some extra time too. Here comes the U-tilt to deal with anyone up towards those stairs. It's going to be Kadoom going forward with the shorty. Close range gets one. And he's going to try to slow things down even further. Brandon couldn't get work done. Beta on site with the Sheriff gets another. Neff from Heaven makes it work and gets control of site for long enough to plant. But we are going to see the Owl drone coming across the top. Neff, he's dodged it. He's dealt with it. PTC connecting. And now it's all down to Divine. It's 1v2 to wrangle, but PTC looking too good from Heaven. Patricious, delicious, and that's a third for Made in Thailand.
They win the bonus. Great investment from Kadoom on that operator. That should be saved over by his teammates as they make their way through Tree. I'm sure they would have picked that one up. And indeed, Kadoom gets dropped the op. So that's massive, massive impact there. He had a whole bunch of cash, invested it in that op, able to retain it going further into the half, and that wins them the bonus, forcing Lays back on the save.
Placing swarm grenade.
What are we going to see here? Looks like Lays. They're just splitting for the start of the round. Patricia's getting all that Killjoy util ready towards the A site, and that allows people to cheat towards B, just in case Lays go for a faster play, but they are very worried about trying to figure out where Kadoom's posted.
Yeah, this is where once we head into the gun rounds, we need to be seeing some good flash coverage and Styron getting a bit more involved on the Soba. Nice shoulder peek from Neff. Baits out the shot. Going to get them a little bit closer towards Catwalk now.
Mid control. His lasers for the taking. Starting to stampede their way towards A. And they still have a little bit of A main control as well. With Blind here. Okay, Knife going to connect upon him. And allow them to know that he's there, but now it's going to be the split through Tree. Dizzy, is he going to be able to find himself another? The Sheriff looking good. But the line, it's there for Conga. Him and Patricia's just dominating the A site. Only having one casualty, but picking up a fourth round.
Yeah, and that anti-eco spray down gives Conga access to his null command now. It's going to be a great retake tool. One off the Cosmic, one off the Null Command for Lays. So might see a bit of orb control from them in this round. They're going to start to trend towards that B side of the map in freeze time. And you're already seeing the setup from PTC. It's moved it off the A side already. Kadoom's over here as well. Alone on the Sova. So this is going to be pressure through B main. Lays have rerouted though. They've gone towards this mid control instead. Instant shock dart from Alone. Gonna drop the dart towards the backside of B main, and that doesn't scan anyone, so Myth pretty confident that this is not going to be a play towards the B side of the map. Mid control now taken for Lays. Starting to trend towards Catwalk and Pizza right now. Kadoom repositioning top mid, looking for a pick here.
Well, Kadoom, he's hunting for a slice, and he found himself a timing, but not the shot. Neff peeks the operator, peeks Kadoom, who's been doing work for Myth so far, but no longer. And Lays, that's going to be the opening they're looking for.
Drone through B main. Doesn't spot anything at all. That's a bit of a false sense of security because you're already starting to see the movement in from Lays. Taking B main control. Going for this mid to B. PTC needs to hold strong with his setup here.
Oh, okay, smoking the way. That's going to be enough cover for Patricius to find two and get Made in Thailand back in the driver's seat. Alone feels quickly dropping that recon bolt as well before the push comes all the way through. And the flank two looking to make its way in towards B main. Alone feels just posted over towards the stairs. But look at Lays. They're so worried about the back of sight that they've forgotten about the middle. And Alone feels he is playing ring around the rosy with him. Conga comes in to trade. And Myth still locking it down on the defense.
Yeah, even in the 4-on-5, just PTC and Alone feels over on that B site. Just played so perfectly. Not even really making much usage of the Killjoy setup, all things considered. It's just some good positioning inside the Nebula and on the site. And Myth getting themselves another round, going up 5-0. Economy's looking rock solid. Lays scraping the bottom of the bank accounts. They are very close to a lot of big impact ults, and really they could just get this done with the Null Command and a Cosmic across the A site, but they've got to get through Kadoom first.
Not fast enough this time. Suppressed away, so won't be able to drop a tailwind. However, it is just going to be this hugely quick approach from Lays, who make their way forward. Conga thought he could stand, thought he could fight, and now the flash underneath at least gives them info. Beta has a tiny gap there in the Cosmic and is going to be able to pick up another. So with the spike going down now, Lays just looking to get into some post plants, dropping that lockdown in the middle of the site and looking to force the aggression out from Myth, who, look, they're just going to bend their knee. They're going to let it happen, but they're not going to be able to deal with it in time. Oh, they will, just barely. And now we're going to see Brandon able to find another. So the trade's favoring Lays right now here in the post plant. And another chance for Myth as they re-aggress here at Heaven. Make their way forward.
Don't have time.
Yeah, they've left it that little bit too late. And they realize it, so they're going to lick those wounds and send it back.
Yeah, so that's exactly what you wanted to be seeing in a round like that. Lays, Brandon taking one more with him, trying to stop them, saving that operator, but Alone's going to get his hands back on it. But like I said, Cosmic across the backside of the A site, Null Command coming out, you just dash into the site in combination with the KO flash. You know, sometimes you have these combinations of ults that the round basically plays itself, and, you know, Lays, that's exactly what they went for. The mid to late round was pretty good for them, even though the lockdown got dealt with. It cost Myth so much time and players that the round was done anyway. Is the reinvestment from Myth, though. They've got the lockdown and the Cosmic of their own ready to go.
Get out of my way.
Well, Kadoom, he's just spotting those toes. Can't connect upon him. And Dizzy, he's living. He's still got the Blade Storm cranking. 3 knives remain. And, whoa, not ready for Kadoom to go for that re-peek towards the bottom of mid there. And what is Brandon going to be able to do to try and find some revenge? There is going to be that star at the ready to dismiss on Nebula his way into market. But Alone feels stuck on that short side. Just trying to play at a close range towards the corner.
Right here.
Playing off the alarm bot. The rest of Lays starting to trend towards that A main position. Beta spotting that out. You've got the KO over there. Probably
right
still
here.
with Fragment for Conga, so it's going to be quite hard to get a mid to A going. I think that Lays are just going to contact in towards A main and leave Brandon on the lurk here.
Oh, there's that contact. Let's see if it triggers a rotation and allows Brandon to activate. But for the moment, Lays, they're going to be able to find that entry. So Beta goes down. Brandon dealt with by alone. Meanwhile,
30 seconds
over towards
left.
A, you got Conga ready over towards the opposite side of Switch here, who is going to be forced out by the Nano. Kadoom as well, dealing with the alarm bot on site, and suppression encompassing everyone towards heaven there. So things are going to get a little bit difficult on the retake. But Myth, they've got the numbers, so let's see if they can trade it out here. Oh, Hunter's Fury ripped towards heaven. That's going to be a solid connection. One picked onto a lone fills, but no more than that. Kadoom's low now, and in the 2v3, 2v2 rather, Conga's going to be able to find himself a trade. Killjoy's there. It won't quite connect, but it's forced them back to wine. And Lays now relying on Styron to make this happen. Jumping, revealing his position. Half tick comes through. Conga waiting, but it's a safe plant, and there's no chance for Styron to clutch this one out. That's going to be 6 secured for Myth.
Yeah, a bit of miscommunication must have been there about where the plant was. They planted back Jenny and unfortunately couldn't defend that from Wine, so sometimes in a pressure game like this in the mid to late round, those are the kind of small details and the small communication issues that can plague you and unfortunately cost you some of these rounds. Came down pretty close though. It was an expensive one for Myth. As soon as the Hunter's Fury was ripped from Styron there, you saw PTC immediately invest a lockdown at Tree, and that well and truly won Myth the round. Laser buying up here though and going for this one. Nebula on towards Catwalk. Consume on mid in combination with the Dart. Once again gets Lays a fair bit of mid control here. And you can see Myth quite happy to just play towards the extremities. They don't want anything to do with this mid control outside of maybe in a couple of these rounds, as you've seen Conga looking for a pick. But after pressure on middle and limiting the info from mid, you're going to see Lays start to make their way back towards this B side of the map.
Myth just have full faith in that alarm bot positioning. Oh, the L drone allows them to find so much info. The tag too, but many members spotted for Lays, who are just going to go for the full commit. Fragment splits them up a little bit. Dizzy not going to be able to survive and get that switch down. Well, he has hit the switch, so Market now no longer an option for the defenders to play from, but it's not going to matter because Alone Fools just stands and delivers 3 right to their door.
That was such a clutch drone. Perfect timing there. Just you saw the immediate panic for Lays because the whole round was leading up to that point, right? They went for the mid control. They applied that pressure. They ran a bit of a default to limit the information of the defense. And they wanted to hit that sharp timing in through B main to get the execute rolling. But as soon as the drone spotted that first or second player going in towards B main, you unfortunately were kind of in this situation where Myth knew exactly what was happening. The rotation was already on their way, and Lays had to speed up the execute way more than they wanted to. And that's where they ran into the Nano, they ran into the Nebula, they ran into Kadoom pushing through the utility and taking fights with them, and they just couldn't deal with it.
A quick timeout coming through here. Lays deciding what they need to do. The attacking side on Ascent can be pretty difficult at the best of times. And in this mirror match, you can see that, look, defensively, Myth are doing a really good job right now, but we'll see if they have the same issues going into that second half, because job's not done yet. Of course, after this match, after this bloody slog, this long one that we've had all through Haven, all the way into the third, the team that wins still has to play the grand final, and that's going to be just as difficult as this one. Set up for a mid take.
Just a little bit of an investment from Lays this round. We have a couple of these weaponries though.
Oops.
Dry peeking into Kadoom. Wouldn't recommend it, Mac.
Nah. Not on the good day. Not on the bad day either. Just stay away from the op if possible. However, Lays, they gave that life and they've taken mid. But where to from here? That's the real question. Kadoom looking to deal with any push coming in from that mid position. No one keeping eyes deep through market, but they are playing from stairs, playing from lane. I'm not going to deal with a pump in from B main. But you can see Lays, they're happy just to stand there, happy just to wait around. And Kadoom The re-aggression on the tight line. He's gifted one for free. Cloudburst allows the cross into market. But Kadoom ain't done. And he wants a little more. He's got a friend too, just around the corner there. Neff taking his way forward, but Styron beats him with the peak. And now we're going to see an attempt at a flank in A.
Yeah, Lone trying to hold down the line, drops the spike, so there is very much no more wondering about what the approach is for Lays. PTC does get spotted out by the KO knife. He's going to hide in behind the Cosmic.
Well navigated to find two there. Patricius holding down at Hell and keeps the economy stable for Myth with 3 alive at the end. But look at that. The Stonks, they're going crazy in the credit department.
Oh, for sure. Like, Myth just has full control of this half. They've got so much cash. They're playing the half a lot better as well. Like, you can see they're very confident in their approach. They're very confident in their setups, and they're working perfectly. The way that they're gathering information in the mid-round there as well is perfect.
Okay, Kadoom. Got an aggro with it again. Not going to be able to connect to the cloud burst, and the flashpoint as well is just going to force him off. So tries to, shoot fish in a barrel. Hits him with a fadeaway, won't connect. And Lays, they've got this market control again, but this time they've got weapons. They've brought those to the party. And they've got more to play with. They've still got Myth to get past.
Left Neff here. Hasn't been spotted by the drone. As both the Jet and the Astra retreating back in towards middle. This was always the plan for Lays. They'd left those 2 players back behind the backside of A main, so they always wanted to rush up middle, apply pressure to market to push and pull the rotations, and then go for a mid to A split.
Fragment at the ready. Thrown towards main. Conga fights for short instead, and Brandon was in his astral form, so he's not going to be able to do much initially, but he comes in for the late trade and will dominate tree control. But with 30 on the clock, they're going to rotate the whole way back to B. Killjoy still hanging around because they can't see anything on A. So we are going to see Myth maybe rotate in time, but Neff has dealt with that, which means all those nanos are useless. There's going to be nothing to stop this rotation except Alone, who stands, who tries to deliver, but it's nothing found as Lays double their rounds. Divine coming in for a couple of quick ones at the end. An 8-2. Now the scoreline.
Yeah, really nice round from Lays, the way that they set that up. Just pressuring market so heavily early on in the round that pulled the rotations away from that A side of the map. Basically forced the KO to be fighting 2 angles at once. He tries to isolate one with the fragment and fight the other angle, but he gets traded out, and that means that there's just that one player on A. The rotations are pulled off of B, and right since the start of the round, they set up Neff for that lurk. With that information, he's able to walk onto B. He kills PTC, the anchoring player, and then the other defenders kind of try to fight middle as well as push up catwalk, and Brandon catches one on the lurk, and then the others are kind of traded out top mid, so it's a pretty nice strat, all things considered, from Lays. But they're going to need more where that came from. They've just had such a slow start to this half. They've only got 2 rounds. They probably need the other 2 as well. If this is a 9-3 half, in the form that Myth's in and the way that their attacking sides have been looking, I'm not sure if that's going to be enough. I think this round, again, this is the kind of round that probably plays itself. Similar to what they got accomplished on that A side of the map before. I'd just love to see a set play with the null command and the cosmic. Get a side execute going for yourself and keep things relatively simple.
Turret out.
There's nothing simple about this, Mitch. All right? Except me. Right now. I'm simple.
Really? You're the best player that's ever played Counter-Strike. Simple.
I
From
meant
the
more
Ukraine.
like simple in a different vein. But look, we'll go with that. You can stroke my ego if you want, but we are going to see the null command come online. It looks like Dizzy's going to try to enter from the stairs. Beta connecting. Things get that little bit more difficult. The CT crossfire between Beta and Patricius was looking good until it's not. However, Patricius, he's standing. And Neff, Brandon, going to be able to activate just at the right time. Conga has an opportunity here. He's brought it to this 1v1 and has space to make the retake happen. But Neff gets that plant down, and you know he's been clutching up a storm for Lays all day.
For sure, he has been so impactful. He won them the last map. Needs to put together a 1v1. He knows that Conga's half HP. Conga faking the death cam, making Neff a little bit worried.
Ooh. Nah, he hasn't spotted him. Still clearing all the closer parts of sight here. Timing favors Neff. He's spotted the shoulder. And now he knows that Neff's at the back of sight as well. He's got to be here somewhere. Conga swinging. But Crosshair positioned perfectly for Neff. And that's going to be 3 found for the first half for Lays. If they can find 4 here, they're looking pretty good in the second.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't even invest the Cosmic in that round. Just got it done with the null command executing towards B. Now they have the lockdown available as well as the Cosmic, but the null command, the lockdown, and the Hunter's Fury probably a little bit better in terms of the ult economy for Myth. That null command retake can be really hard to deal with, and the fact that they have a Hunter's Fury online means that they can win that lockdown trade-off if it comes down to it.
Yeah. Well, Recon Dart going to be broken real early on here.
Yeah, Alone's already got the Hunter's Fury, so this is getting cancelled straight away.
Yeah, so no worries there. Played this game before, and
that was
got it eventually.
That was very smart from Lays, has to be said. Like, all they do is take B main control, dump the lockdown, and use the Cosmic, and that forces out both a Hunter's Fury and a lockdown. So basically, they're trading 2 ults for 2 ults, applying a lot of pressure and pulling the rotations, and now they can actually just go for this A execute. Love it.
See if Beta's going to be able to hold here. Recon Dart not going to pull out his position, but he is going to be concussed for now. Not spotted yet, still living, and gets his vision back in time, but Dizzy, he's going to be taking that one away quick, smart as well. Alone fills a couple of shock darts to try to get some damage out here, but it is going to be the man advantage for Lays in this post lane.
Shock dart damage. 4 on 5. They're going to rip the null command and give it a crack. There's the Hunter's Fury out of Styron again. That is such a huge lineup. Look at all the damage.
Ridiculous scenes here. And Conga could be res, but you can see Lays don't want that happening today. Neff stands. Neff closes out another. And Lays keep it clean with a flawless round at the end of the half to give them a fighting chance in the second.
Yeah, what a recovery. They were down 7-1. They scraped 4 together on that attacking side. It took a while to get the cogs turning, but they do it. Now moving over on towards the defense here for Lays. I'm keen to see what Made in Thailand have for us, though. They've been great on these attacking sides all series long. They're playing a little bit of a different comp than what they were running with before. Looks like they're going to go and pressure B main and take some control over there and then slow things down in the mid round, most likely.
Yeah. Well, Styron, going to get that shock dart off just in time before the knife hits him with the suppression. But he's going to stand here with the Ghost and try to take contact for Divine.
Kadoom, deep in B main, looking for a pick, looking to apply more pressure. Styron, unfortunately, not putting the bounce on that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just miss a button, you know?
Look at Kadoom and Conga. They're just trying to hold them inside the B site right now.
Ooh, Neff gets the info. But has the balls to drop the fragment, or hold it, rather.
Kadoom's just walking into boat. That's crazy.
No fear. No fear at all.
He should have fear, though. He's just basically fed them first pick.
Things are getting difficult. Oh, Aldrone not going to quite spot that one out, but you can see Alone Phil's got a little frantic with it there. 3v4, 40 on the clock, and Patricius is starting to lurk his way in through tree. Is he going to be ready for the swing in from CT? Doesn't matter, he's found one onto Dizzy, and expecting the flank as well. Flicks around, and he saved potentially the round here. Patricius takes out Neff, and there is the opportunity that Made in Thailand were looking for. Patricius sneaks his way in towards main. And now Styron has 3 players to get past. He knows Patricia's position. But the other 2, close and ready to try and swing off of the contact of whoever that is at Hell. And Styron just waiting to be fed anything, any kind of info. It's going to be the recon bolt right in front of him. They know he's still here at Heaven. Just playing with their food at this point. Myth looking to lock it down. There's that swing through. Styron, he's given an opportunity here But Conga draws the attention for Alone to hit him in the back. And that is a 9th secured and a big pistol to win for Myth.
PTC just coming up huge again in the Sentinel role. 15 and 7 for this game. Big impact on the pistol there. Putting Myth over the top and giving them their 2nd pistol win. That's going to be pretty hard to beat for these blokes on Lays, but they showed a lot of tenacity on Haven, and they showed a lot of ability to come back and make plays and take risks. So after this eco round, they're going to have to show a fair bit more of that, starting from the first gun, because they're likely going to be down 10-4 here pretty quickly.
Oh, great recon just to clear out all close angles, and we're going to see Kadoom just shutting the door straight on any plans for retake here in Market. And Myth gifted the B side of the map. Lays, they're happy just to try to get exits here, look to cause some financial damage and maybe get themselves an upgrade, but there is going to be that turret in the way, defending behind B main. So Lays just holding from mid of all places.
Yeah, coming in for that flank. PTC's holding on to his alarm bot. This could be a pretty big mistake. Because now the flank's going to come in and Myth, they might get held inside the site here and lose a lot of guns.
Well, we'll see in a moment. Styron trying to stop this exit from happening. Patricius worried about B main, as he should be, but there's that Nebula allowing the cross into CT. But there's Neff waiting around the corner, who's going to get some damage done. Alone feels waiting to make his move, and he's going to make his way into B main, but he wants to get more kills, so he's going straight back to CT, trying to deal with Neff 2. They will, but they've lost 3 guns in the process, so Lay's going to be pretty happy with the outcome.
Yeah, for sure, they got a fair bit of damage done. I don't think Alone found a Spectre or anything on the way out there either, so it's going to be an expensive round for Myth. And looks like they are kind of buying up into this bonus. At least PTC is going to force a Vandal here, so he's playing with confidence right now. He's one off his lockdown. Looks like the point of call is going to be towards this B side of the map, but here's the first gun round for Lays. With how far behind they are, this needs to go well for them.
Standing ahead.
Ooh, okay, faster approach. Kadoom going to be dealt with at the first point of the round. 10 seconds in and he's gone. And Alone feels he's looking to get some kind of vengeance here. They are going to be tagged up by the knife, tagged up by everything, so they have to stand, they have to fight. But I don't think it's going to happen for them here. Lays looking good. It's going to be 1-for-1 trades, but favoring Lays, and now it's Conga with a Sheriff and 3 HP tucked away in at Logs. He's not going to be able to escape the pain from Lays, who find a 5th here on the defense and kick off their half.
Yeah, usually I feel like the execution is super tight and on point from Myth, but that looked very sloppy. Really would have liked to see a flash from Conga to help with the updraft dash into the B site there, just to be able to throw off the defenders. Because he basically just updraft dashed into 2 players and got instantly destroyed. And I think that's kind of been the case a couple of times here. Kadoom is just getting sent into his death on this attacking side. Well, whether it's him making the decision or whether it's the, you know, how they play is another question.
Loving that knife. It's dealt with the market member, which means that Killjoy Util's off for a couple of seconds or so. And Conga going to try to dodge the owl drone, which I believe he has. Moved towards mid, just tucking away in that little nook. And Kadoom again on a solo mission.
He's just waiting. Styron is just waiting for this B play to come in. He just wants to rip the Hunter's Fury from Tree. But we know that that B execute is not coming in just yet. Definitely keep an eye on Styron if it is going to be a B play, and that's exactly what Myth are going for here.
Everything's slowing down.
Styron's just been licking a wall for 45 seconds.
He really has. Full faith in the tree and main control that we do see coming through from Lays. And in comes that Hunter's Fury. They've heard something. They will connect. Beautiful. And there goes Conga. He's out of the round.
That's why you lick walls, kids.
30 seconds left.
Okay.
Oh, you can't do PTC like that.
Oh, well, he's still got the judge. He's not going to be the jury or the executioner for more than that 1 kill, but it's going to be Beta, who's just better, smacking his way into A, bring it to the 2v2. But Dizzy, can he find some influence here? He's got a full kitty util to make it happen, but now the Cosmic is just going to slow things down that little longer. Divine isolated the tree, and Dizzy, oh, he's a little bit worried about going through, so letting Divine take contact first.
Yeah, doesn't want to break the door just yet. There you go. He's going to apply pressure on Tree Room, give Smith something else to worry about.
Oh, Clappers forward. It allows Dizzy straight back onto side. He isolates the first onto Better. And now we see Alone, who can't do much. Divine coming through, fighting in numbers. And that's going to be Lays with a successful retake, putting 6 on the board and handing that one across to Divine to get 1 point closer to the lockdown. Doing it by a team ace as well. You can't ask for too much more. Lays looking really good already here in the second.
Yeah, these last couple of rounds have kind of been clenches, but just barely scraping them across the line. You can see Lays continuing to be that tenacious team that just won't die. Now here's a chance for them to build up their economy. And I think that Myth are, once again, starting to fall into that trap of the attacking side of being a little bit too slow and kind of the same tempo all the time, walking around the map. It's something that does get readable. You know, if a team is always just hitting it, 45 seconds over and over and over again, you tend to defend that a little bit better, especially once you go this deep into a series.
Well, it's not going to be 45 seconds this time. The round might be 45 seconds, but Kadoom straight in behind him deals with that one and tries to bodyguard Conga for the moment. Because now we are going to see Alone getting that crazy shot on the Brandon. Dizzy falls as well. Patricius chiming in. And in just a moment, you're going to see no attempt at the res, not allowed. Kadoom just doggy guarding it, dominating the tree position. And it's down to Divine in the 1v3. He's got a Cloudburst in the way. He's got members in front of him, but he's not going to get too far here from short. And that's 11 secured for Myth. So, 2 more rounds, and they're booking their ticket back to the granny.
That's exactly what I wanted to see on a gun round, Even with just the Sheriffs and the half-buy, the change of pace is so welcome from Myth, and it completely catches Lays off guard. And in a round where they're on the half-buy and where Lays barely just put together a 2v2, they are poor, and as such, their money is absolutely all over the place. Now you're getting the Blade Storm pulled by Dizzy. And if this round doesn't go well for them, then that's going to be the end of the series. Myth know they're within touching distance here. They've got the lockdown ready to go. They've got the Hunter's Fury. There's not a whole lot of counterplay here for Lays. And that's exactly why you're going to see it drop.
Lays going to be forced to back away. At least they're taking some map control in other aspects of the map. But for now, it is going to be B site dominated by Myth. They're getting ready, locking in logs, locking in sight, and just throwing everything to delay this retake. But the spike's only just being planted now, so maybe a couple of seconds lost there. But we are going to see Hunter's Fury online for the post plant. We've also got the Cosmic, which is going to be ripped to cut off the back of sight now. And we'll see if Lays are going to be able to make this happen on the retake. Looks like it's going to be an attempt with 3 coming in through lane. Patricius, he's here. He's blinded, but he's still going to be able to fight for 1, not the second. The spray down, no good. Conga, he'll fall 2, and Lays, the final opportunity. Looks like they've taken it, and they've taken it damn well. Styron to close. And the defuse coming through to keep Lays in the game, 11-7.
Yeah, that was so massive. The Cosmic across the backside of sight allows Brandon to grab well on default, and then Styron darts, and the grab well throws off Myth enough to where that dart actually gets a massive scan on in as they're coming in on the retake. And sometimes that's a really good approach, especially in these 5v5 retakes. When you're coming into like one of these small sites on the 5v5 and you combo different kinds of util, like a flash and a dart or a gravwell and a dart, it can kind of be like sensory overload for the people defending the retake, and that's where you can kind of scale out lane or get out stairs or something like that.
Yeah.
My voice is starting to die, and
too,
kind of overwhelm them. Kind of overwhelm them a little bit,
Yeah, it's at this point now where, look, I feel like Lays have shown us enough that they can make this series happen. But as you mentioned, it's their last opportunity. They have to rise. They have to try to stabilize this economy somehow, which is going to be so difficult because Made in Thailand are just so good at getting close to these rounds, at putting that pressure on the economy. And once they work up a little bit of round loss bonus, eventually they're going to tip into a round. Eventually they're going to combo these ults for a 12th round at least to lock in OT. And they've still got time to maybe lock in another round on top of that, which means it could be map time, it could be series time, and it could be goodbye to Lays. But look, we got a few more seconds to get through here before we jump on into round 19. Mitch, what's happening?
I'd love to see another quick set play, with the null command. You've already seen Kadum updrafting, dashing into the B site. So with the knives, that kind of play gets even better. They're not going to go for that though. Kadum setting it up cat, but look at this. Neff ready with the flash over the top of the middle on the timing here.
Oh, and it might work, but it won't. Kadum, he's just running at him. Infinite accuracy while moving with these knives. He's got 3 bloody resets, 3 kills, and a full A site to play with. You see that spike over towards B, but they are just going to go strength in numbers, rotating the whole way through. But we'll see if there's going to be this maneuver made towards top mid. They seem to be aware. Konga ready for the swing, and he'll wait for it too. Patricius delivers, Patricius strikes, and Kadum, he wants a 4th. He ain't done just yet. This could be the 12th round secured. It will be. Great use of the Blade Storm here. There was nothing Lays could do, even though they had that counter set up at the ready.
Yeah, it was just a case of timing, right? But that was never even meant to be the plan for Myth. They were set up on the other side of the map. I think what they were trying to go for there is Alone was darting top tree to set up Kadum. Beta was trying to make it look like they were taking cat control and A splitting off the back of that, and then they were going to try to work back towards the B side of the map. But when your jet hits a timing like that, you just go, oh, okay, you're just going to kill the entire enemy team. Well, I guess I'll take it.
Right here. Revealing area.
Recon dart. Hearing out the arch position here at mid. Aggression looks like it might be coming through from Lays
here we go.
And we are just going to see the null command rip, the attention drawn towards Market and Myth. They are targeting this B site this time. Kadum can't hit through that cloudburst in the way. Patricius, though, he's going to be able to provide some overwatch as well as a little bit of extra util, and now we'll get the res off as well. That's going to be the ball game. Flawless round for Myth in the final one. We only went 20 deep for map 3, but it's a 2-1 series, and Myth are going for revenge in the grand final in the next game, Mitch.
Yeah, it's going to be that revenge arc, right? Full sense, kind of put them down in the upper bracket. Commiserations to Lays, though. I mean, I guess they're kind of happy to make it this deep. This will mean that they are in the money. They're going to win themselves a juicy little bit of prize money. And quite honestly, given how the game went against Stream Raiders last time around, I'm sure they're quite happy that they didn't have to play that series again. But look, they've done well for themselves. I think that game of Haven was really just a case of, Lays playing an excellent game, the individuals really stepping up. But I have to give it to Myth, not only on Fracture, but I would have to say, for the most part here on Ascent, even though it was closely contested, Myth showed us that they were a more cohesive unit. They were a better team. They had much more ability to execute set plays and ability to kind of play off of each other. And it's very clear to me that Myth is a team that puts in a lot of practice, whereas Lays felt like a little bit of a looser unit. The individuals, very, very strong on that team. Can't take anything away from them. They got deep in this tournament for a reason, but at the end of the day, the team with better teamwork, I felt, and better dry run strats won.
Well, when you have a team that not only has very sharp individuals, but also that great coordination and great use of those bloody ultimates as well, all coming together at the right time, it's going to be extremely hard for any team like Lays to get past them. And that's why Myth, you know them, you love them, and that's why they're going to be in the grand final, looking for revenge against Full Send. But this is going to be a long day for them already. You know, Lays has pushed them a few times here. Lays have made it extremely difficult on the second and third map of the series. But Myth, look, I wish them all the best. I feel like that grand final is going to be an absolute banger, Mitch.
Yeah, I think they got a little bit of time to like chill out. I think they're going to play the Korea-Japan final first. Give these Myth boys a little bit of time to kind of relax and unwind before they prepare themselves for a rematch against Full Sense. And I'm sure you're going to be tuning into that later, Mac, because that's going to be the PTC versus John Olsen show, and I know you're pumped up and excited about that one.
Johnny Bloody Olsen, huh? Johnny Bloody Olsen up against my boy Patricius, who was looking so delicious, especially in that first map. Oh, his fracture game, beautiful. I want to see Myth somehow get allowed to play Fracture in that grand final. I don't know if that's going to happen. And look, that grand final, as you mentioned, it's coming up a little bit later. We're not going to be casting it, but we will be there watching on the sidelines. It's going to be an absolute banger. But that is our run done for the ESL Clash of Nations here. And I wish all the best to the remaining teams in the 2 more grand finals we have today. We've already had so much action, but we're going to be going back to the desk to break down this series. We'll see you later.
comes with a price. Bar the doors, turn off the lights. Where I'm headed, hell might be better. Saviors all around, grab the bottle, load of cigs. Yeah, pick out that sounds, hide it up, it's the master plan. If I'm no one, no one, no one. If I'm nothing, nothing. What does that make you? Lost cause, bodies laid numb. Destruction follows everywhere that you run. Lost cause, bodies laid numb. Destruction happens, but the blame is on one. Everything comes with a price. voices on my mind. They look so pretty when they're scared. Caught slipping, they're so unaware. I just kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Killing all the noise in my mind. Happy and hot, revenge, it looks nice. Kill the enemy, kill the lies, kill the bad in me, it's a lie. Ripping red flags, we
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, with that. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No bit shots is that actually, but here's the 4K already. Can we still first ace this game? Is the question, no. And Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the Clash of Nations. This is an official VCT off-season event brought to you by ESL. We just saw an absolute demolition. Unfortunately, just when we thought Lace could make a strong comeback, we saw Made in Thailand make it all the way into the grand finals. Let's bring on our analyst, the one and only Husky and YOLO Lee, to break down exactly what happened. And YOLO seems to have had such a shocker that his nose has started bleeding.
Yeah, it's a rough one. I mean, sometimes, you know, when you love a team so much and then they start losing, it's like when Portugal lost the World Cup.
Oh man, that is such an unfortunate one too.
Pretty sure a lot of people had bleeding noses because of that.
Well, let's be honest, right? Because like that game got pretty heated up. It got really sick. It was the last game, lower bracket final. Anyone could have taken it to go towards the grand finals. Of course, Myth played their hardest, but same goes for Lace. So seriously, kudos to Lace for making it all the way. Give such an excellent game as you guys were representing Singapore. But now, let's get back to the matter of hand and let's analyze what happened at the very last game of Ascent.
And I think, you know, Ascent and Haven, both map 2 and 3, almost did the same thing, right? We saw how Myth were they were off to a great start. Lace were trying to catch up from, you know, halfway through the first half onwards. And on Ascent, they did that, right? They recovered towards the tail end of the first half. We got an 8-4 half, and going into the second half, they had a decent start, but Myth, again, more cohesive. It felt like they were just more in sync. A lot of the plays that you saw were very decisive, and there were not really any loopholes for Lace to punish.
Of course.
And of course, you had that moment where Kadum just decided to just run it down with his Blaze Storm and I don't murder everyone from Lace. I don't know how that happened, but that was kind of the nail in the coffin. We got to take a look at the MVP though, from the side of Myth Made in Thailand. The day is not over yet, but Precision is not done as well. PTC, the Sentinel player, the anchor, the savior of Lace.
Oh man, and the thing is, he has all the cards in his hand, doesn't he? Right? And the thing is, he knows exactly what the team requires. And the beauty about PTC as well is that his position in the team is somewhat like a pillar of support, right? His team just look towards him for sort of inspiration and a little bit of a guidance as well, and he does deliver. That's the most important thing. He really delivers it for each of those every round. When you think the round is pretty much on, like, let's just say a little bit on Lay's advantage, PTC just decided to step up and just turn things around.
If you want to highlight real, PTC has plenty of that, right? A lot of these rounds on Ascent, it was PTC, his side holes along the B side, his lurks in the pistol run that we saw in the second half.
It's crazy, man.
And you know, there's a bit of timing involved, but man, PTC sharp as ever. Completely different from what we saw yesterday. I think today, Made in Thailand is more than ready to take on Full Sense and maybe send us to another banger of a full best of 3. And hopefully, you know, like the casters say, we get to see Fracture. I think it's going to be a highly contested map, and it really comes down to whether Full Sense wants to let Made in Thailand get it. We're gonna have that in a bit, but overall, I think Made in Thailand, if they are on such a good momentum, if the train is already going, I think they will be on full speed when we head on to the grand finals in a bit. These are the stats from the last map. Set 13-7 was the score, and you can just marvel at the numbers from the side of Made in Thailand. It's absolutely glorious.
I mean, marvel at the fact that how consistent all those kill score is. It's like, it wasn't really like someone outperforming the other. Everyone was ensuring that they actually had their angles covered and answered for, regardless whether they were on the defensive side or the attacking side. But of course, since they had such a phenomenal performance on the defending side, I can't even explain such a hole that they have for themselves. And let's be honest, it's a pretty difficult push into one of those sides as well, because you do need, especially on the map of Ascent, when you're pushing as the attacking side, you do need certain conditions to be cleared out to have such a swift entry into the side here. And let's be honest, these guys, both Lace and even Myth, is already sort of, I guess you could say, resolved for the fact that they actually might lose someone in the crossfire. However, Myth was just a little bit more quicker on their toes here. Look at PTC, for example. I think we saw that one scene or one clip where he actually entered for Flower Garden, right? He's a killjoy. Let me remind everyone again. Killjoy, not a jet, not a race. This guy is running all up the ramps, getting all those three hits in that one round after taking that control.
And I think Lace today, slow day for Dizzy overall, is not able to contribute much in terms of those first contact. But it also was a result of Made in Thailand able to completely shut down the movements of Lace. Again, you look at that first half, Made in Thailand, 5 rounds in a row. They lost round number 6, but they came back 3 in a row after that. And sure, Lace able to recompose themselves, but if you are letting your opponents get away with such a huge lead, the recovery is going to be a tall mountain to climb.
It's
regardless.
a difficult one too as well.
Yeah, Lace did it once on Haven, couldn't do it on Ascent, but nothing against them. I think Made in Thailand just a bit more solid today. It's a lot more practice that they were able to get in. And this roster, the best part is that a lot of them, were kind of the fresh names, but when you have leadership from people like PTC and Congregate, that's all Myth needs to give them that extra boost.
Which I think is really fantastic to see both PTC and Congregate back together again. I think like the last time we actually see them work together was literally about 2 to 3 years ago when they were with Attack All Around here. So great to see them back. You can definitely tell the cohesion is absolutely fantastic. A lot, not just between the two, but even among the new members as well, which I think there is great potential. But we'll just have to see whether that potential is enough to overcome their great opponent Full Sense in the grand finals.
Yeah.
Well, let's take a look at the brackets and see the journey of the two teams that have made it into the grand finals. First off, of course, we've got Full Sense that beat the literal sense out of everybody they met throughout the whole playoffs. 2-0 victories all the way, not a single map taken away from Full Sense. Made in Thailand has pretty much close of a perfect run as well, except for the time they did come across Full Sense, who beat them down 2-0. So there's a high probability that the grand finals for Southeast Asia is going to come to a real quick end in the next series. But there's also another probability that Made in Thailand is just made for comebacks and they beat the crap out of Full Sense. But we will have to wait for that series to see if or not that is going to be possible. I mean, they made quick work out of Lace, but if even Lace could fight just a little bit back, Husky, I'm thinking that Full Sense might be able to get an easy one here.
Yeah. I can now just let me make my predictions for the finals, right? I am very confident in my finals prediction.
Tell me.
Thailand.
Oh yeah,
I feel
Thailand,
like it's a long stretch when you say that Made in Thailand might beat the crap out of Full Sense. I mean,
for once in your career as a caster, as an analyst, you're going to get a prediction right.
Of course. I was made in Malaysia, not as good.
Made in Malaysia, indeed.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Can't go wrong. All Thailand, all the way for sure.
Can't go wrong if they're the same thing, I gotta get something right once in my life.
Yeah, you most definitely can't, mess that up. But of course, we're gonna take a quick short break. When we come back, it's gonna be the setup for the grand finals of Southeast Asia. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Under the city lights, thoughts in your head. So clouded waves of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Fighting my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Under the city lights, thoughts in your head. So clouded waves of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Fighting my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Fighting my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
You know that I got it, yeah. You know that I got it, yeah. All this game up in my pocket, better turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach ya. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even coach ya. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop me. You know that I got it. I want it all. Fight to the finish. And don't make you fall. Go back to beginning. You never seen this. Game is the meanest. You watch on your phone now. Can't wait till they stream this. And they watch it over and over. Over and over. Reporters can approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. I did it for the culture. You know that I yeah, you know that I got it. Yeah. Reporters can't approach ya. Your teammates wanna roast ya. Did it for the culture.
Bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes, Lord. I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Being Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all facts. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.
See the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you, watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. You see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you, watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. Now you should know though. I'm after moto. I gotta get it. I might be solo. Oh, out with FOMO. You know I'm with it. But if I'm dolo, I'm still gon' want those. A real one. Because it's YOLO. Because it's YOLO. You live once. I about that paper, we all shine. 7 days a week, it's no debate that we all grind. You see them haters be on mine, talking about your boy like he the greatest of all time. And if you flown it, then you should know that I want it. I be on it, I be ballin' all through the night till the morning. Want some money, you should see me move. I see it, dog, cause I go hard in everything I do. Not be a child. Chin checking competition, checking on my position. And no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. Yes. If you ain't hear me, then stop and listen. Cause no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. See the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. You see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. Your team's only strong as your leader is. That's why my team just know I'll never leave it this. Pockets get fatter and fatter. In fact, I need it this. I'm getting money, it don't matter what the season is. And your girl love it, cause she know I be stunting. She see just how I does it. She know I ain't frontin', I got the streets buzzing. Hey, you ain't got nothing, you gotta at least come in. With the need to be something, man, listen. Ambitions a part of my plan, mission. Transition, cash rich and getting some more additions. That's why they tryna get me and come in my neck. Just know my team is with me and come to protect. Checking competition, checking on my position. And no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. If you ain't hear me, then stop and listen. Cause no one mind is missing when we talking about my commission. See the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it. You see the baddest women in the room. I got it. That money stacking to the ceiling, fool. I got it. And people watching you watch how I move. I got it. You got it. I got it. You got it. I got it.
Are the doors? Turn off the lights. Where I'm headed, hell might be better. Bar the doors. Turn off the lights. Where I'm headed, hell might be better. Scum, dirt under my shoes. I look like winning, even lie. It was never true. If I'm no one, no one, no one. If I'm nothing, nothing. What does that make you? Lost cause, bodies lay numb. Destruction follows everywhere that you run. Lost cause, bodies lay.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, agents of all ages, welcome to the Clash of Nations. This is an official off-season VCT event brought to you by ESL. My name's AJ. I'm your host for the day. We've also got our awesome analyst Yolo Lee as well as Husky in the studio who'll be joining us in a little bit. Now we are moving on to Japan, Korea. Apologies for making the mistake and thinking it was Southeast Asia earlier on. I'm excited to see exactly who's going to be the champion of C. But Japan and Korea, they've shown us that they've got the quality, they've got the strats, they've got those IQ plays. And now it's going to come down to OQ as well as a team called Always Inchin. I want to know exactly what our analysts think about these two teams, so let's bring them on.
Very exciting one because we had this very funny comedic conspiracy theory going on between Overquality and OQ Academy, but it was proven that Always Incheon was I wouldn't say by a mile, but to a certain degree a much better team compared to Overquality.
It was quite a surprising one.
I agree. I think, with the affiliation between OQ and OQA, you would think that it would be a bit closer, but Always Incheon, they got their revenge, and right now it's against OQ Academy, which is a team that they have not fought before. So this is going to be a clean slate. There's no grudges, no revenge, no rivalry, just pure Valorant.
It's really a first for everything here, especially for the side all the way in China. I mean, of course, there are vods for them to play along with and maybe do a little bit of tiny research before they get into the grand stage of things. But of course, not sure whether they're having a little bit of a, I guess you could say, happy feet here or a nervous feet here, because like what Husky actually exclaimed, this is their first matchup throughout this entire playoffs.
Oh yeah.
And what a way for an introduction to each other at the grand finals itself.
Let's see exactly what all of the hustle as well as hard work is for, because they're not just fighting for pride here, they're fighting for a little bit of moolah. A total of $18,000 was available for all of the regions combined. Each individual region gets $6,000 to play for. So the lion's share of $3,000. That's exactly what these two teams are going at it against each other for. And the first place takes that away. Second spot gets $1,500, half of what the champion gets. So a lot is on the line here. I am quite curious to know if or not, Husky, you think Always Incheon has got a chance against their opponents here today.
I think definitely a chance, but it will be so much more closer, right? They have proven that they can they can adapt, because they lost to Overquality and then they ended up smashing Overquality yesterday. So if what we saw from OQA when they took down Overquality was kind of the benchmark, I think Always Incheon are definitely in for a fight.
Fair enough. Yolo, I'll come back to your opinion in a little bit. Let's take a quick look at the brackets and see exactly how OQ Academy and Always Incheon managed to get here, because when we started this off, there were only 4 teams from Japan and Korea within the playoffs. And OQ Academy, they met Scars. It went the distance to a 3-game, but they still managed to get the victory. Later on, they did meet the one and only Overquality, who they beat down 2-0. Overquality dropped down into the lower bracket final, and OQ Academy made it into the grand finals. Always Incheon, on the other hand, they got beaten down. So this was a very early destruction by Overquality themselves. They got knocked down into the lower brackets, where they got that 2-0 perfect victory over Scars, and then managed to get the perfect revenge against Overquality to make it right back into the grand finals to meet their brothers OQ Academy. This could not be more perfect of a fairy tale run for Always Incheon if they manage to even beat down OQ Academy to get the championship for themselves, Yolo.
And the thing is this as well, like if you look from their past history as well, although yes, OQ Academy was able to get all the way to the grand finals, but let's be honest, it was not really smooth, I guess you could say completely smooth sailing for these guys. So always 2-1s, maybe sometimes we even went to have a couple of OTs as well. And a couple of maps that they actually had quite difficulty on as well are 3, one of the, I guess you could say, previous Holy Trinity, which was Icebox, Ascent, and Haven. Of course, Haven, they didn't lose out on Haven, but that was the game that they played that went into overtime. And Icebox, Ascent, they played it twice on each map here, and both also had, I guess you say 50-50, 1 win, 1 losses, but still a hard game nonetheless. So maybe with this little intel for themselves, maybe this is something that Always Incheon could try to thrive upon their, I wouldn't say failings or whatever, but maybe this could be an opening, a weakness, a chink in the armor that they can try to exploit for themselves.
A slap in the face, a defeat really early in the playoffs wakes you up, and perhaps that was the wake-up call that they needed to show up strong in the grand finals. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's the setup for match number 1.
catch a feeling. Since the last time I've been waiting just to see you again. Again. Music playing, the party's in full swing. I watch your mouth move, baby, but I'm not listening. Since the last time I've been waiting just to see you again. Again. And I'm not gonna let you down. Cause we're all effervescent now. I'm not gonna let you down. Cause we're all effervescent
Ride up, let's go. I want the world to know I am notorious. Ride up, you know I'm ready to let this blow. I am notorious.
Pretty execute. A stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No bit shots in that actually, but here's the 4K already coming down first. Is this game is the question? No. As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the Clash of Nations, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is an off-season VCT event brought to you by ESL. And it is finally game time for Japan Korea. This is the grand finals. So without further ado, let me throw you back over to our analyst Husky and Yolo Lee to break down the upcoming action.
It's been an amazing journey for Korea and Japan, but I think this is probably the most topsy-turvy playoffs that we had, because a lot of these teams, they didn't finish their run with a clean slate. They didn't get to the grand finals with a clean slate as well. Over Quality Academy, in fact, in their very first series against Scars, they went but with a 2-1 score. Always Incheon also had a 2-1 score against Over Quality when they first met, but that resulted in a loss for them. So it really meant that we're looking at a rock, paper, scissors situation. But I think it will be interesting nonetheless. There are some some things I want to talk about regarding the map veto. The most important point being that we will not see Pro. That is for sure.
I mean, we did see them play a Pro once for themselves. And don't really think it's, of course, their map of choice. However, for their side, we haven't even seen them play on the maps like Fracture or even Bind.
Oh, yeah.
Nonetheless as well. So there's a lot of few gimmicks. If especially right now all the way Incheon really want to pull that trick out of the hat, because they do love the Bind. They have played on the Bind. They have played on Fractures. They are very familiarized with all these kinds of maps as it is. And let's be honest, they had quite the trial when they're coming up from the lower bracket as well. So this, of course, is going to be our head-to-head OQ Academy versus always Incheon here. And let's be honest, if we do see a map of Bind here, how do you think the match is actually going to turn out here, Husky?
I think always Incheon are pretty comfortable at this point. They played 2 games of Bind. Both of them were up against Over Quality, and both of those maps ended up 13-11 in favors of always Incheon. The road to the grand finals was definitely a tough one. They had to beat Over Quality 13-11 on both maps. We gotta start with OQ Academy when Nazibo, Kosa, Hate, Zika, and Wix. 5 flex players, but do not be fooled by them, because we do have a lot to say when we talk about players like Zeka and Nazibo, these 2 playmakers for the team that really enable the squad to function as a unit. But on the side of always Incheon, Ash, Chloe, Skuna, Blooming, and Pookie, and I'm all in on the Blooming hype train. I'm a Blooming fan club leader. I'm a fanatic, okay? I'm a Blooming guy.
man, and I don't blame you for that. So for what he has been showing and showcasing us throughout for the past few games now on the broadcast, I wouldn't be surprised if there's even more blooming fans alongside with you. But for me, I gotta stick with our boy Claw and Skarner. Let's be honest, these two guys, right? Your dedicated initiator and even sentinel and controllers as well, always know how to play off among each other as well in terms of utility execution. They really do enable their teammates to get to the side, specifically Ash as well, as who is their dedicated duelist. Do remember, between both sides, there really isn't, I guess you could say, no difference in terms of ideas and concept. There's really no like someone being like I guess you could say innovative or not. Maybe in terms of utility timings, maybe there is some innovation from there, but the idea coming from both sides, especially in the Korean-Japanese region, they just like to stick with the idea with a single duelist, sometimes double initiator, or even a double sentinel, depend on the map. But we will never see a double duelist except on one map in particular. But that one is also like on a rare chance, and that map, such map is actually known as Fracture.
Yeah. Looking forward to see what Always Incheon has to bring to the table though, because we, despite we grouped them all together, just being a very well-oiled machine.
Of course.
There are names that I think is worth giving credit to.
Definitely.
We talk a lot about blooming. I think Cloy in particular as the initiator, as his very signature KO, has been one of the clutch masters for the side of Always Incheon. You can always rely on him to kind of get those plays going, and this is why Always Incheon, when they are put in a tight spot, you always see either Cloy or blooming kind of bring the team back together, and it's a very good sight to see, because this is a roster that knows how to adapt when they are put in a very bad situation. That's how they overcame overquality in the lower bracket finals to make it here to the grand finals.
But then again, the map of Ascent, you couldn't ask for a more closer matchup as well, as both teams was pretty precision on the map of Ascent as it is. But anyway, these are your members on the side here. Always Incheon. You have Ash as their dedicated duelist, their double initiator Cloy and Skarner. Your dedicated controller is Blooming, the man himself, but sometimes he also dabble a little bit of that sentinel role. And here I have your Pokey, who also not only is currently, yes, his current role is the sentinel, but depending on the map, like we discussed, they are of course open to the idea to always change up their agent selection or role to meet what is necessary and required to win out that way.
But what has not changed is definitely, I think, the role of Cloy and Ash. These two have been kind of the constant factor of the team. Ash on that duelist, sharp as always. Interesting fact about Always Incheon is they do run the chamber on certain maps like Haven and Mai. They are very comfortable with running the chamber. When we look at Haven in particular for this team, they actually only run the chamber instead of the double sentinel setup that we saw from Lace earlier on. We also gotta look at over Quality Academy, because this is a OQ Academy, excuse me, because this is a team that kind of has that story of surpassing their masters and kind of becoming the best of the best in the region to close out the year. They proven to us that they can take down over quality, and right now we see if they can put up a fight against Always Incheon. Nazeebo, Kosa, Hate, Zeka, and Wix. All of these players have really demonstrated not only good adaptability, but overall just very great composure. Their mid-round control so far has been the cleanest we've seen in this Japan-Korea region.
I mean, that's for sure. And it's so phenomenal how well organized and how well studied they are, and very quite methodical as well with their utilities execution. But I love the idea you actually bring up the chamber, right, for the side of Always Incheon. But it's not just them as well. Even over OQ Academy, they refuse to let go of the chamber for certain maps like Icebox, for example, as well. And I'm going to be flat out honest, I think we discussed this for quite a bit as well. Chamber, the patch, I guess you could say the nerf or the killing, the butcher or the butcher of the chamber here for that patch came at a very precarious time, a very recent time. So not many teams were willing to let that go so easily. But of course, this is your map selection here coming from the side. Always Incheon gonna be first picking and locking in that Haven for themselves here. And OQ Academy will lock in the Ascent for the second. And our decider is going back to Icebox. I guess you could say this is the classic Holy Trinity for the Korean Japan region.
Yeah, I do love the map veto. This is kind of what we expected from the very beginning.
Definitely.
And we talk about Pearl definitely not going to make it it through because always Incheon have seen what OQ Academy could do on that map. They completely devastated over quality on Pearl. OQ Academy, on the other hand, banning that Breeze is just a map that we haven't really seen much anyways. So having Haven as that first pick, going the ways of always Incheon, I think it's a good thing.
It is.
They have played on Haven before, and the last time they played it was against over quality. They lost 13 to 15, but the fact that they can push it to overtime means that there is a chance for them to take down OQ Academy. I think this is a very balanced map pool. We go to Ascent for game number 2, and we close it out on Icebox, which is kind of the best decider that we can have for these two teams.
And I think it's this as well. Icebox is actually one of the. If we're just talking about weak links, as what I mentioned earlier as well, Icebox will be the weaker link for the side here for OQ Academy as well. But that is somewhat of the decider. We've seen some solid holes coming from OQ Academy on both Ascent and Haven. And literally, let's be honest here. Always Incheon has played over a total of 6 maps throughout this entire play. 6 maps. Whereas on the side here for OQ Academy, they have been firm in their decision making and always try, I guess you could say, even during the map selection, they try to fill down the decision to try to pick the maps which they are more favorite to play on, or at least more well versed to contest against their opposing team, which is only 4 maps, them being Ascent, Haven, Icebox, and Pearl. And if you ask me, who is probably the most well practiced on each of these maps, I think it might just be OQ Academy here.
Yeah, well, both OQ Academy and Always Incheon, they do run the same composition on Haven. They both teams love the chamber. Last when OQ Academy played Haven against Scars, they won 13-10, and we just talked about how Always Incheon lost 13-15 against Overquality. But overall, I'm expecting a mirror composition for both teams: the Chamber, Omen, Raze, Breach, and a Fate, which was something that we didn't see from the SEA region, right? We very different methodology coming on in this map. But again, it's always Incheon's map pick. I believe OQ Academy will be on the defensive side for the first half, and I'm looking at always Incheon to kind of get the attacking side going, go for the minimum 8-4 half. It's very crucial for them to get the ball rolling, especially when they have Ash and Cloy to kind of set up those plays.
I mean, don't forget, at the same time, they do need to take into account, not only would they break the chamber, there also is the existence of the Race and Fate combination, which is also sort of very favorably picked up by OQ Academy as well here. But of course, interesting enough, we are talking about the map of Haven here, with both Raze and Fate here. Don't get me wrong, you have great initiation to the side. Fate plays off quite pretty well alongside with the Raze. Don't even get me started on the combination between both Breach and the Chamber as well here. But my concern does fall into the lines of both just the Raze in general here. I do prefer the classic Jet here, as she has been a little bit, I guess you could say, quite the staple here for the map of Haven. But you know, I'm not the player, I'm just the analysis here. But what do you think about this one?
Well, I think in Korea, in the region of Korea, the Fate, Raze, and Breach has been a very popular thing. We saw that a lot from teams like DRX.
Yes.
I think when we look at, again, back to Valorant Champions, Lao also ran it, right, from South America, from Latin. So I think this is a combo that, even though you don't really see too much in regions like SCA or OCE, it is a very effective one because it really stops those early aggression, and he has good control of that mid round. We gotta take a look at the agent select though. I think this is, if all things go well, we will see that mirror matchup for sure, and they're already popping out on the screen. The teams are hovering over the agents, and it should be identical unless OQ Academy decides to throw us for a loop. We're seeing all those duelists being hovered, though I doubt that they will run that Phoenix nor Yoru.
Oh, man, but then again, we did see Yoru being picked up on OQ Academy, but then again, it was not really on the map on Haven though. But I do actually like to point out how accurate you are on the Race as well. Like, besides, and don't forget the fact that she, just like to add on upon it, her boom bot really great for clearing those corners, really great to clear out, to give the necessary intel in such a way. And let's be honest, her ultimate, you get the necessary frag, and if their frag ability is just as solid as we have been seeing so far throughout the entire upper bracket streak for OQ Academy, or even for Always Incheon by the hands of Ash, Showstopper is a pretty powerful execution skill, and if you can get it up before the round number 4 here, let's be honest, you probably have one of the highest power spike in terms of damage in the entire round itself here.
Yeah, we are getting that mirror matchup, that is for sure. Raze, Breach, Fate, Omen, Chamber. There's not much team has just that still runs the chamber on Haven. We saw a kind of an outlier from Lays from SCA, but for always Incheon and OQ Academy, it was exactly what they played last time. The difference being that OQ Academy won their Haven map and always Incheon barely came close, but not close enough. It's gonna be a good mirror matchup, I think. When you have always Incheon on the attacking side, just watch out for Raze and Ploy. These two have been very, very consistent as a duo. We don't see much double up from them, but when they go for the execute, these two names always pop out on the kill feed, and most of the time it's for a good reason. So OQ Academy gonna try to stop them on that first map.
Thank you so much for the breakdown, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, that only means it's time for the match to start. And on to our amazing casters, the one and only Lemonade, as well as the super awesome Dax.
Aw, you guys are super awesome and amazing. And here we are, guys. Finally, gargantuan matchup awaiting us as we are moving into the grand finals of Japan Korea. My name is Dax here with the Lemonade, and looking good, El. We still have so many matches to go for, though.
Hey, you look dapper yourself. I see a little VALORANT T logo you're rocking today. Dapper as ever.
It's
already up.
Literally, the shirt is defined by this one logo, and that's it. There you go. It's a plain black shirt. You put Valorant on it, and we call it a day. But this is going to be our starting point. We move into Haven, best of 3 action in the grand finals. And it's OQ Academy and always Incheon meeting each other in the bracket for the very first time. But you saw something a while ago while we were talking about the agent selection here, El. Mirror matchup. So by this point, it's really just who can execute better, isn't it?
Yep, definitely. It seems as though we are already starting off on the bat with some garage action coming through. Oh, look at that. We have skirmishes coming off. Ash is gonna find Zika. Wick's gonna take down Ash and Glory at the same time. Spike is dropped though. It looks as though the control for the map and the contest is gonna be a really big problem. It's hard to come through. Oh, bring around Rosie.
Last player standing.
What? Wicks? He became the choo-choo train there. He was the leading car. And at the very end, OQ Academy is able to take the round. Well played there to start things off on the defense. OQ Academy, as far as I remember, they haven't dropped a single Haven map all throughout this tournament. And on that seaside defense, holding that backside, a very pivotal location. If you can still play close, you can just get away with antics like that. This is a good start here for OQ Academy. And truth be told here, I've been looking at the rosters, looking at the games so far. And for me, OQ Academy has to be the favorite moving forward.
Oh, definitely. I mean, they just qualified off of the upper bracket alone, had yesterday to recuperate, just take the time off. Whereas for always Incheon, they've been nailing and clawing their way back up. Starting off with the map that they pick, but on the attacker side, doesn't seem to be working out. For at least OQ Academy, they understand the tactics that always Incheon have been playing. But then again, we called them the adaptation kings. They know how to overcome that pistol round. It's just the first round. They can come back from it.
Yeah, there's still so much to go for. And while we have that time, I kind of want to talk about the map pool real quick. I have seen it from our amazing panel. We have Haven to start things off. We're moving into Scent. And finally, Icebox. And this is kind of my personal take on this. For OQ Academy to win this championship, it has to be a 2-0. Because if we go to Icebox, I'm very hesitant to call them, I'd say, stable on that kind of map. A few fundamental errors here and there compared to what we've seen on Haven on Ascent. This is where OQ Academy is a bit cleaner in their gameplay. So if they really want to put away always Incheon early, it has to be a victory in the first 2 maps. Spike's gonna get planted. Never mind. Kosa denies it. Always Incheon trying to make that A execute work. But of course, the gun advantage is too clear here for OQ Academy.
Yep, that is your hot take. My hot take is that if always Incheon can at least get this first round in attackers and pull over some points and close the Haven map, then we can see the map come through. But then again, it's not going to happen for now. It's 2-0. OQ Academy runs away with 2 points. Always Incheon just inching slightly behind.
Yeah, and I'm thinking about it. Which map is more likely for always Incheon to get? Is it going to be Haven? Is it going to be on Ascent? Because we still remember they lost out against Overquality on both these maps on separate occasions. But at the same time, it's still, of course, I'd say a practice map for them. We've seen how solid their game plan is. Blooming, especially an absolute MVP anchor on the defense. When Ash or Pookie gets really hot, they just take over the game. So there's still a number of facets and a number of players we can watch out for here for always Incheon. But OQ Academy, honestly, the veteran team in this competition, despite the name. Zeka looking to lead the charge. Spectre in hand, wants to contact towards A lobby. Always Incheon though, playing safe with a few defaults. And look at Pookie's position even. He's on top of the boxes right now. At least looking to punish anyone who crosses the smoke.
Smokes will be dissipated in just a bit. They are holding it off, waiting for the timer to come through. And like you mentioned earlier, this is always Incheon's pick. They did lose out, but I guess they're just much more confident on it since they went 13-6 with Scars earlier. OQ Academy already relatively tagged, so if this is the round, it's gonna be always Incheon to try to make it work. Prowl's gonna come through, Ash is gonna find the Zebo with the Phantom jumping in, making it a splash. Aftershot's gonna deter just a little bit. I don't think it's gonna do much because of the ticks. Pookie is gonna find 2, and that's going to be 1 man left on OQ Academy. Spike plants down.
Yeah, good start there from
Spike
always
planted.
Incheon, especially that garage take. You mentioned it. Aftershock comes, but it's a little too late, and you can shrug off probably a first or even a second burst, given the fact that you're still pretty topped up anyway. Spike now planted, timer ticking, and well, for OQ Academy, it's all about Zeka just trying to find a frag or two. It's been interesting. We've seen Zeka and Kosa change around on the roles. Both players absolutely acclimated on playing the duelist, but they do run the chamber still. And isn't that the weird thing here comparing to the SEA side, El? We still run the chamber in Japan, Korea. They still want to stick with that Sentinel.
I guess it's just playing to your strengths and what you know. And it seems as though there's a similar truth on both sides because chambers still being run on both sides. It's not as if one team is just hard holding onto the chamber meta, but they actually hold onto it together. So it's pretty interesting to see how they work around it. And it's so different when you compare to the other sides. Like Oceania, they completely omitted the chamber entirely. And here on WoW, we still have him.
You know, like when we look at SEA from SEA rather from yesterday, right? No real chambers being played as much on that best of 3, but still have Japan Korea to go through before the SEA finals at the end of the day. And you guys are tuning on in, you're gonna get some of the best Asian action you can get here in the Clash of Nations. Guns now out for OQ Academy. Ready with the rifles. It'll be the same case, of course, for always Incheon, as it was a relatively clean round in the last one. Boomboto scouting for Garage. Kosa might be in a spot of trouble. Is he even in range with the rendezvous? Finds the pixel there, so this deeper angle towards the corner lets him retreat towards the B site if ever. And I guess that's the reasoning why we still see the chamber. The fine-tuning, the small nooks and crannies that you can still get away with the rendezvous.
And on the side, always Incheon, I think they sense the danger that's just lurking off in Garage. They're playing so up close in that sense. Wix earlier with the scan didn't get anybody through, but right now with that flashpoint, he's gonna be alerted. Gets the jump peek, gets some information, intel. The rest of his teammates are trying to come in for a rotate. Prowler's just gonna push them back a little bit, deter them from their advances. But the fault line is gonna run over Wix as long as multiple utilities. Zika's gonna find 2. Make that a third Chloe. Skuna's gonna get the refrag, but there's just one more left, and that's gonna be the planter holding on to it. He has to make something work, but all the utilities, they're gone. He's gonna hold off, waiting for the push to come through from OQ Academy.
Waiting for timing, but Paranoia is perfect, and Kosa's even better. OQ Academy, that was just so well played by them. That smoke, I believe, absolutely MVP, courtesy from Nazeebo. He threw it towards short, and that just covered the whole sightline for Zeka to push towards Graffiti. A bit strange that always Incheon didn't have a player watching out for that angle in the first place, even knowing that fact that it did get smoked off, and just because of that, the advantage went to OQ Academy so early on. Nice try though from Sakuna at the very end. Made it a 1v2. But it's just not enough right now here for always Incheon. And this is the point where you can see the fine-tuning of OQ Academy is where their strengths really lie. Let's not forget, veteran experience from VCT Korea, especially second place under Maro Gaming as that core. And especially some of their newer additions, Kosa and Hate. Really a free agent from Academy teams and from Damwon Gaming before, respectively, here on this breach. There's so much renown right now for OQ Academy. Happy to keep control of the window too.
Kosa and Hate are the players to highlight this game. They already got 2 picks on always Incheon. Gonna get the tag onto Blooming as well. Not much he can do. Oh, almost gets it off though, but Hate, just with the higher HP value pool, it's gonna take him down with just a few bullets. The Zebo is gonna find one more member. And again, always Incheon, they are back fair one. Skuruna always being alive, always with the bomb, but no clear way to make entry onto site.
And that's exactly the point. There's no way in. Always lead to dead ends right now for Always Incheon, and OQ Academy happy to contest that garage so heavily. You don't see the chamber play off like that too often. Kosa doing a great job at it. Hate, if he's gonna be playing in the middle of the map, can easily influence either the short side of A or the garage doors itself. So far so good here for OQ Academy. I guess the weakness right now we're seeing from Always Incheon is they're unable to execute the game plan. And you see this from time to time in a double initiator composition. If you're eager to try and make a play, but your opponent is already in your face, it's hard if you're not ready for it in the first place. And there you have it. Pookie goes down early on.
Exactly, demonstrated a Raze and Fade combo, just pushing it out. And on the side of Always Incheon, they do have Sheriffs, but Wix is really such a fortified wall that even Always Incheon cannot push through. Already tagged, by the way. It's just so overwhelming. Like you said, they come through, they're in your face, and Always Incheon has no ways to go.
Oh, what's the path now? They didn't get their... I don't know if you guys have this. Go through that. There's the Electron system. Probably then top up when they need to the most. But hey, OQ Academy, they have to deal with the push from Always Incheon here on the B side. Lesser Buy, of course, on the attack. And there you go. It's timing perfect for Nazeebo to get one ploy. Great trade in response. And now the showstopper. They're trying to clear the back. He's stuck here in the middle, but does he have to teleport in hand? Yes, he does! But as he suits up, Ash able to be eager with the shots. And now it becomes 2v2.
Oh, but they have a threat to do it at the back. Chloe is really hot on the trail. Doesn't even care if Hate is there. Spike has been retrieved, and Chloe gets it. It's a 50 round.
I forgot what region we were in, and now I remember. I remember, and we are in Japan, Korea. This playoff bracket is all about the Thrifties, and Chloe comes in clutch at the very end. It looks to be Academy the opportunity. I saw Chloe wasn't looking at the final member there of the defense, but then couldn't get the shot on. Chloe looks at him straight in the eye, just taps the head, and it's happened twice all throughout that round. So impactful from Chloe. Always Incheon. They can come in clutch when they need to the most.
Precise gameplay is the name of the game. Hate had the right idea, but did not know there was a Chloe caught on his trail. And now it seems as though it's again a A-main skirmish. Prowl is going to be thrown on Zika, showing as much utility as he can just to keep alive. Showstopper's going to find two, though! That's more than enough. And the Rolling Thunder gets thrown down as well, just to deter the advances of Always Incheon.
And again, Zeka is just in the right place at the right time. We saw it on A site a while ago. We see it here by the exit towards A long. And Always Incheon just not checking for it. Could have actually went for the swing. Didn't know that, well, the Raze was there. They were just hustling out of the lobby anyway after the support you mentioned. But Blooming finds Hate in response. Gives them a chance at the very least to move towards a site. And what Blooming can do is pretty simple. From the shadows, pick up that spike. Now teleport on back and go B. Kosa though. Here's it coming. It will be a flank. Courtesy of Nazeebo to try and play through window. Doesn't ring. And now it's going to be Always Incheon trying to play the corner, trying to play cover, but Nazeebo's flank is perfect. All left now to Pookie in a 1v3. No Academy now with a handful.
Always Incheon, they knew they had the utilities, the ultimates in their belt. And in order to fight against OQ Academy, who had multiple ultimates available at the same time, they really wanted to pull the trigger first, getting so much value out of just that. Zika stayed alive so long, would have not thought about it.
The fact that he got those kills in the first place and got away with it, it is just criminal right now from Zeka. And, well, OQ Academy, it's a heist that hasn't been solved as of yet. 5-2 scoreline right now. They have two ultimates in the defense. The Nightfall is going to be perfect for the retake. But on the take side, the Rolling Thunder, the Nightfall, they're both available. And I see 3 Sheriffs. And I know for a fact now, it's not even confirmation bias anymore. It's actually true here in this matchup. In all the matchups we've seen in this bracket, the Sheriff is the best gun of the game.
Oh, yes. Please do not underestimate the power of a Sheriff. The Sheriff, the man, whoever it is, if you get the precise gameplay, the precise bullet on the head, you don't need a rifle. And we've seen that time and time after again. Always Incheon taking a little bit of a slower approach. Smokes have been blocking off the entry, so they're getting really patient into this, holding off just the site before entering, getting the right timing.
Yeah, 8 gonna be retreating for now. As always, Incheon creeps up towards that B site. Just because of the silence, really, Pookie finds Zeka, and that's a big blow here to the defenses. Very effective for HL's combo, especially on the tightest Nightfall. For dealing, we do get Paranoia in response as well as also the Nightfall, but the flank comes in from Kosa. Here we go again. OQ Academy trying to take the south side control. Wix also on the board, and here we go with OQ Academy getting towards the site here, L.
Like is planted, but the fight is all the way in spawn. Kosa really being a nuisance that can be dealt with. Now it's just Kuna trying to get the headshot onto it, but we have the Oh, okay, even if the support comes in, he can't take now his counterpart. Fade on fade action. Now it's about who gets the right angle onto his Kosa. Gets taken down once again. Always Incheon just playing better on the Sheriffs.
Always Incheon playing better on the Sheriffs, playing better on the lesser buy, playing better on the eco. Don't buy it, Incheon. This is where you lose instead. But how does that even happen? How does it always end up in basically a mano-a-mano 1v1 situation? This is going to be problematic for OQ Academy. If they have that advantage, they need to press it. They need to find ways to get those multi-kills early on, because always Incheon is just answering them with frags in response and some great positioning, especially for their objective takes.
Yes. And OQ Academy, they have the right ideas, but it's really this combat that suddenly sets them apart. Always Incheon now with the rifles. It seems to having difficulty just to use them into breaking onto site. It seems as though just taking a bit more of the methodical approach and going a bit slower seems to be working in their favor.
My biggest concern here for OQ Academy is perhaps they're respecting their opponent a little too much. Discipline is a good thing, but sometimes you just gotta bum rush in. Sometimes you're just gonna pull out something SEA here in Japan, Korea, and be aggressive. And in these situations, it's gonna be Kosa changing it up. Sees the head of Ash, but he's the one dead. Couldn't play the game of Whack-A-Mole correctly. The spike does need to get retrieved. Will get scouted out here. Buys opens in cover, and they force the Raze to back away in the feast side. That pick, as you mentioned, perfect for always Incheon to move for the offensive.
Yep, but they have chosen to go for the rotate, and OQ Academy, they have inklings and ideas of what they want to do. Ash and Blooming already on the side. Pookie following behind, taking down 3 members, make that all of the OQ Academy teammates. That's just great in its works. The first pick that allowed them so much more leeway to go for the entry. OQ Academy is getting run over.
Yeah, that's the classic way to go about things. Get the pick on one side of the map, mad scramble to the other, and you could see the panic that in they knew they had to stabilize towards that backside, but some great moves, especially from Ash, going on top of that container while Zeka was still running away to try and get in position. It was just a split second, but it was enough for always Incheon to have the advantage, and they really tried to keep him alive as much as possible. But here comes the aggression now from OQ Academy. Disrespect might be as far the lesser buy here. Sheriffs also have stingers in hand, so perhaps a few half buys right now, but in the end, always Incheon, they know this time that they have the it's slow and looking for picks.
It's interesting to see that OQA decides to go up so close with the aggression with the Sheriffs. And we have the big C's coming through and the pain shells. This is the combo we've been talking about all the time. And this time it's on the receiving end. OQ Academy takes one. Zeka gets taken down, but he has 2 taken down in return. Always Incheon has 3 members alive. And with the better guns, they are going to go for an A execute.
And always Incheon beating the competition, both sides of A. Now the flank comes courtesy of Nazebo. Hate on the opposite end. Here's the spike not being planted. Some great coverage there from the Faye. Blooming also keeping the back alive. It's going to be difficult. 1v3 scenario at this point. I can't be a believer. Still, the crossfire is perfect here from always Incheon. As soon as they peek, Hate gets away in time. The paranoia, though, is there. And the swing comes for Sakuna to get that final blow. So we said a handful a while ago for OQ Academy. Now it's the handful also for always Incheon.
Oh, and this happened just 3 rounds ago, all from that one eco buy, always Incheon, and finally back into the game. I think they realized that OQ Academy, yes, they are up close, but they're not pulling any triggers, and with that, they decided, let's just run them over with the utilities that we have since they are waiting to play reactive. Reactive is a way to play, yes, but when you make the first move and execute it perfectly, there is no reaction period.
Yeah, there's no one to react to, basically, and always Incheon now getting a lot of confidence in their play. Kosa, though, can't get the shot going. A good call to just go for the jump peek this time. If he just walked up to that one, he would have been dead to rights. Still, though, that's damage done. Could have been a pick. OQ Academy retreats, knowing the fact that now the operator has been spotted. Smoke comes out also from always Incheon towards window, refusing to let their opponent use that sightline also. Dark cover now here by Lobby. Always Incheon has to use some utilities actually just to play safe. The man to watch out for, Zeka, in the sewers, waiting for opportunity, as now always Incheon moves towards A side.
OQ Academy playing pretty smart, not just giving this a bit of space slowly but surely, but they know the value of their lives. And here comes the damages. Here is the big showstopper. Ash is gonna find too, and the nightfall that comes as well. The utility, you cannot hear anything. You cannot hear always Incheon coming into your base's spike, gets planted down. OQ Academy now left with just the chamber and the omen. I think they're forced to go in and just save their guns a little bit. I think this is the smarter choice to do, since they are really just equalized in terms of economy.
Yeah, there's backing away. A great call there from always Incheon, especially making sure that they look for that raise, they clean it out, and you mentioned it, Nightfall, so strong at just removing ways to help out each other in the pinch. Just that Defen isn't too obvious, especially on screen, but if you don't hear them coming, then you know that they're gonna have the better angle on you. So always Incheon now has inched their way to the advantage. This is going to be 6-5. You mentioned it a while ago, El, that if always Incheon wants to basically make it to map 3 in the first place, winning here on their map pick here on Haven will be perfect. And I look at some of the stats here for always Incheon. Their attacking side has been relatively solid, especially in their matchup against Scars. So they're gonna try to take advantage of it as best as they can. Ash there leading the charge with 10 kills. Also a very good sign because he had some great bursts of moments here to give always Incheon the lead.
Yeah, my only worry out of this is that always Incheon, towards the end, they seem to lose steam a little bit, and we always see this go pretty long. The games that they usually play ends up usually at 13-8, 13-10, and that's because it's pretty hard for them to close up the games. That's why I mentioned always Incheon, they want to put this into the favor, into the advantage. They need to get some points off the first part of it. Speaking of which, though, here is the play that's going to be make the showstopper, and the base shot is going to get huge value. Zeka is still alive, denying always Incheon what they really need the most.
This is ballsy here from Zeka, Demolitions expert from the playing shells to the showstopper, and now the judge as he's playing his own gun game. 3 takedowns for Zeka, and this is how you command a round with just a single player in 10. Ash versus Zeka in the raise off. The blastbacks are there, taking now to try and get a bit more damage. What happened there to Ash? Just crawling down towards the ramp. Nazebo sees it coming, and we are tied up as OQ Academy will get the final round of the first half. But before we continue on talking about the second half here, El, I do agree with you. For always Incheon, getting that lead or being the first one on match points is more important because we've seen them have some struggles here in actually closing out some of these games.
Oh yes, definitely. But at the same time, OQ Academy, they understand what's at stake for them. That shuffle, the team coordination that they have, Zeka and Hey, they were just going at it, pushing always Incheon all the way back. But now we are in the swap of rounds. Always Incheon, they need to get this pistol just to get a little bit more points ahead. Again, hit the match point first if they want to bring this first map home.
Yeah, that's exactly the point now in the OQ Academy. Their point is just go for a hard hit, start things off though. Try to see if anyone's overeager, size up the competition. We've seen this a lot really in this bracket we're in. Okay, this might not be the most familiar competition. Let's try to see how willing or how eager they can be on aggression. But here comes OQ Academy now. B side gonna be the call. Zeka lobbing some paychills towards Link, preventing reinforcements that way. It seems like this is gonna be a bait and switch though. And because they're kind of clustered towards that B side, it allows now the C take here for OQ Academy. Ash though finds Wicks. The spike will retreat. And it is some space here for OK Academy to back on away, but the losses are piling up here, El.
Oh, definitely. I love this proactiveness coming in from Always Incheon. Earlier, we did see a similar push coming in from themselves exactly, but because OK Academy was just a second too late, the aftershock didn't work out. But this time round, it did work for Always Incheon. They're taking a page off their books and just going one step further. They understand what's at stake. Kosa is going to find Blooming now. It's equalized, actually doable, but Raze, Zeka, the playmaker himself, is really, really low.
Fault line comes on into HP, as you mentioned. Here comes Hate and Zeka. Those shots do ring, and Kosa will finally reinforce from the rear to the front. And it's OK Academy who takes that pistol. That has to be a heartbreak for Always Incheon. That looked to be their round for the taking because they got through the gauntlet towards B site. They made it in time to the back of site to get that first kill just to dissuade that initial plan. And all in all, it was good for them in the first part of this round. But then, you look at how OQ Academy took advantage of the rotations. Found the pickoff, I believe, towards B site. Found the pickoff towards window. And then from that point on, it was just possible for them to win. So, what a round, really. There's so much nuance right now in this matchup. But in the end, it's OQ Academy still getting that pistol win.
I really thought Always Incheon had a really great setup. They're already denying the entry, but it goes to show the experience that OQ Academy has. They would equalize even with the damage. Remember, they just had to play patiently off of each other. It's just the fundamentals in terms of combat that they were able to secure the side of A. Now that they have the guns, Always Incheon, they have to play really, really slow. Ash is playing a pretty sneaky corner actually with the Shardy. If Zeka doesn't catch it in time, he's gonna be blasted with 2 shots.
Yeah, well, now one of those shots need to go to the boom bot. Oh, it's covered actually by his teammates. So do they know that Ash is here? Well, Wix is keeping an eye out as much as possible. Staying over onto lobby. While this happens though, OQ Academy now rallying the forces towards that A long side. Pookie getting ready for this. 34 HP though, quite low. A single shot might be enough to do him in. And as Ash now tries around the corner, it's Zeka on the board. Hate is there too. Just because of this push, this does pull Ash away from the spot that he wanted. And OQ Academy, it's clean pickings to take this round.
I don't even know if they needed to go so patiently over there, because Zeka and Hate, the combination, just overrunning them, the speed, the mobility, and also the fault line, the concuss, everything. It was a perfect symphony of how to take over a site. It's just been great so far for OQ Academy, and Always Incheon seems to be a little bit more dim, coming in with the first 2 rounds of pistol. Brought over OQ Academy's favor, but then again, we are now entering the rifle round. This is the round they need to make value out of.
Yeah, the buys come online, but for OK Academy, it was a matter of timing, truly. They made sure everyone was ready. They had already that inkling short, and the fact that they pulled so much attention towards long instead was enough to get the off angle away from being a threat. You mentioned it. It's the buy round now. For Always Incheon as Hate. Oh, that's not gonna be the call there, my friend. Too dangerous to push out the doorway, but Zeka and Nazebo don't care. On opposite sides of the maps, towards that B side, they take control. And now they have the close angles to hold in. Blooming, though, a different plan to go for the rotation. This should be known by OQ Academy. The warning shot came from Kosa. Didn't get the kill, though. Pookie finds Wix in response. Prevents the spike planted. Blooming still there. Kosa finally rotates. But Kosa with a second, okay. That looked to be his own demise. 1v1 situation. The Chambers, a duel here of the formerly ultra meta character. But in this situation now, Kosa and Pookie, they need to get the jump done for the respective teams.
Spike is at B, so he knows he's coming through. Pookie doesn't quite get the trigger on the finger, and now, Always Incheon, although they get this round, that was so expensive for them. It cost them so much. They're forced to rebuy. They don't have as much credits, and they really need to get as much as they can, take it over to the next round if they want to steamroll this.
And Always Incheon, it makes this round crucial for them. The operator comes out from OQ Academy. I am concerned though from what I saw in that last round. Kosa, he should have seen Blooming coming. I heard the headhunter shot ring, but it wasn't that communicated well. Blooming still got in there, still got a takedown before Kosa rotated towards that window. Few growing pains perhaps here for OQ Academy as Kosa can't hit the first shot with the op yet again. Smoke comes out immediately from that. The window now covered here by Always Incheon to remove that longer angle away from the opposition. Prowler also to scout things out. OQ Academy instead. We've seen this before from them. If they have the guns, They want to use utilities early on just to make sure the corners are.
Rookie playing a little bit of a Kosa angle, but doesn't seem to find anybody. Kosa, though, with the operators going to get blooming, and Ash falls right after. That's a really great pick. So now they have the opportunity to go to either A or to C, but it seems as though the rotation to C is the call. Oh, but Rookie with a huge flank, gonna get 3 out of that. No one checked him down, and Chloe's gonna come through with the reinforcements. Now Nazebo, he's left. Kosa, one man there. Where is he gonna go? He has a spike, he has the operator, but he has also 3 members of Always In trying to deal with. Una?
This happens again now. It just happens again. Back-to-back rounds. Matters of communication falling apart. Critical error here for OQ Academy. Here we go again. The lesser buy is enough. The Thrifty comes online from Always Incheon, and Pookie just finds the right hole to poke into, and that's ties things up now. And the Tour de Force brought out Spike Kosa in response, but this is worrisome here for all OQ Academy, as the last 2 rounds have been lost because of some sloppiness in their call so far.
I feel as though talking about the setup is almost redundant at this point, because every time there's a great opportunity for one team, the other team just decides to pull off the trigger and makes humongous plays. OK Academy with the 2 picks early on should have been their reason to just go into side and march all the way there, but they took a little bit of a sluggish approach. Always Incheon suddenly pulling the trigger with a huge flank. And now, anybody's game, 8-8 the equalizer. It seems as though sweat can be heard from everybody, but Pookie is the one going down.
As soon as that sweat does touch the ground, it's also the corpse of the chamber alongside it. Sheriffs, just don't bother with the guns anymore. Can it just this be a sheriff-only bracket? But Kosa, a shoulder to shoot. The takedown onto Chloe even. 5v3 now. Prowler thrown out just to dissuade him from re-peeking. Blooming's there to hold on to the window of Garage. And at the very least, this allows OQ Academy opportunity to move towards that seaside. Kosa, though, you have to be wary if you're going to be peeking into this. Paranoia tries to go for the chase, doesn't get it, though, and it's now time for the post plan.
OQA gonna play for a bit of a long post plan. The only one there is Wix with the Sheriff, and we know how this has happened time and time after again. These headshots, they're just what they need. The Big C is gonna come through, but it's on her as well. Wix alone inside the smoke, no sound cues, and there goes Sukino's gonna take him down. Here is the post plan though, Rolling Thunder, exactly what they needed just to take them off, and it's gonna be who sees who first. The smoke in between, such a big deterrent. Lumi's gonna make the move. Takes one off against the refrag, and there is Kate. The defuse comes in though. It doesn't matter. Fine. The smoke. That's exactly what you need.
Yeah, Blooming just does it again, basically. The smokes are online, sure, but not only that. He pushes it towards Silong. Always Incheon again. Hits at the Achilles heel. The operator falls while it's trying to find the angle towards the smoke. Always Incheon, always in the way to victory right now. And these errors are just unfortunately so apparent right now for OQ Academy. This was all willable for them the past few rounds in the second half. But Always Incheon has found the answer time after time to give them the lead back. And there you go. Answers are secure. And Pookie and Ash get the takedowns. The showstopper brought out even to bring one else to the grave. And speaking of twos, it's 4v2 now. OQ Academy yet again looking lost here.
And this is the confidence that we need from Always Incheon. We were concerned that they could not close off games, could not get a lead, but now we're seeing them getting a bit more momentum. Yes, you have to play towards your game. You can't let OQA take control of the momentum. Glory is going to find Wix, and that is just one man left. Hey, even with the swing, he gets taken down by his counterpart, Glory. Always Incheon. Oh man, bring it over to the 10th round, the 10 point. Excuse me, just getting that 2 points differential, crucial at this point of the game.
Absolutely. This gives them the gun advantage securely. This makes sure that OQ Academy can go at maximum a half buy. But the one thing I'm really looking for right now is just how Always Incheon has cleaned up their app ever since they lost to Overquality, because that's also one of those series that could have gone either way, that could have gone in the way, especially if Always Incheon. It was just clutch after from Overquality and from Yeoman especially to win out that game here on this specific map. And they've realized some of the mistakes here. Always Incheon now just very much suppressing the opposition, enabling Ash to do what he does best compared to before. And of course, the step up from Antics, from Floyd, from Blooming. Strong showings here from Always Incheon right now as the showstopper is used by OQ Academy to open up that B site. It's launched towards Link. The plant will come, but the retake does become a 5v5.
Little do they know though, there is a member that is actually on the look. They believe most of them are already there onto B side. They're gonna play back onto the grass instead. Defender is Always Incheon. They are holding off, waiting for the smoke to dissipate, and the timing comes through. Nightfall is there. Hey, he's gonna find Pookie. Zeka's gonna get Ash with the judge as well. Yuna's gonna find Zeka, and now it's just gonna be again the muted game. Flashpoint, can't see, can't hear. Hey, he does get it though, and that is gonna be OQ Academy's round. It doesn't matter how much they get overrun, but utilities, they just need to hold.
I'm very scared for myself after this game, L, because by this point, I just assume the lesser bio wins.
I know what you mean.
If a thrifty comes, that's normal. If it's not a thrifty, oh, that's the shocking one. But truth be told, that was a strong call by OQ Academy. If you are on the lesser buy, go for that B site. Bring out the judge, bring out anything you can, and try to win it out from CQC. A lot of respect given by Always Incheon to that showstopper. They didn't feel the confidence that they could shut it down early enough, so they backed on away. And that was just enough. I remember there was a judge on one side, a guardian on the other, still winning out the duels anyway. And, well, it's just the mechanics now for OQ Academy bailing them out in that pinch. Can they continue on now with the momentum? Always Incheon, though, ready with the buys and ready to deny Kosa as Pookie is there by short.
Just on the head at the right pick. So I'm just surprised that Hate lived so long, getting blinded, getting deafened, and just holding it off. But again, smart decisions. That's exactly what they need to win this round, and also the precise gunfights. OQ Academy, without any other entrance way through B or C, they're looking for an A execute, but Hate gets taken down, your main initiator. Now you only have a Fate to work with. Yes, you have the Prowler, but there's no one on site. The utility doesn't get much value except information that you have the site. Always Incheon. They're making their way over. They know they had good picks. They just have to play the right coordination game.
Yeah, they can wait it out. Try and see if they can get the Haunt online as well as the smokes first and foremost. And there you go. Short and long now both covered by Blooming. Pookie from above. They need to see if anyone will peek out of the smokes. Boy Blooming already with the takedowns. Ash is there too as Pookie flicks towards the same target. That was just clean by Always Incheon. Patience is a strong virtue we can see from AWI, and it just bears another fruit towards them. It's flawless again here from Always Incheon.
OQA. Suddenly they are on the back foot once again. 2 points differential. They do have some ultimates. Again, they have the Nightfall, which has been time on time giving them the advantage that they need to take over the site. But with that being said, they're losing members before they can even step foot. Always Incheon suddenly playing the great peak games, just getting all the picks that they need before they can even get into entry into site.
It just seems like OQ Academy got shaken, honestly, by some of the rounds earlier on, and now they're trying to find their groove, while Always Incheon is just such a well-oiled machine in how they're coordinating. The buddy system comes into play yet again. You see it. The C advance through long by both Ash as well as Sakuna. OQ Academy, though, different area code to play towards that A site. They want to default and move into A if ever. Try to see if they can actually squeeze someone in towards B and cut off the rotation, but this is different. Always Incheon now back to front. They were even making sure that the corner was checked. A great start by Sakuna. Gets that takedown, and Always Incheon losing a man as they try to make that A take happen.
This is the confidence we're talking about. After getting those few rounds, Always Incheon, now they have the inkling. They need to go out and make the aggressive move. They have to be the first one to move their chess pieces. OQ Academy, there is one out in the middle of B main, but Hate is going to be taken down. They have the side for A, but there's nothing much you can do because they have two members there and one more trying to come in for the wraparound. But at this point in time, Kosa is going to find Clorido, so that's going to be huge value. Nazeebo's going to get Ash. Suddenly, it's turned around, but Pookie is going to get the 3 frags, going to take 2 down. Zeka with a huge background. Suddenly, it's turned around. Skurna! Not going to be able to do anything in the middle of his reload.
Oh, matter of timings there from OK Academy. You mentioned the reload. I also think I saw Blooming try to throw a utility there as he was getting pinched actually by the members of OK Academy. And well played for the attacking side. They made it work despite Pookie being such a threat there. We are not done. They withstood the storm of the Rolling Thunder and the Paranoia. They were able to back away in time to still be a threat despite everything. This time now, OK Academy keeping alive to try and make their own win a success. The operator, though, in the hands of Pookie. Nazeebo gonna be teleporting after throwing out the smoke just in case someone peeks there. But the aggression is online from always. Incheon, you can see them in the middle of the map. 2 for 2 trade as Ash blows up Nazeebo at the very end. Ash, though, is still ready with the boom bot. It bounces on the corner. Might not have been the best for him, but the distraction is enough to get the takedown on the way. So blast back into another takedown. Chloe is there to help out. A great angle taken in by always Incheon. And a great call to be aggressive out of nowhere. This is the pace change that AWI needs to try and seal out the game. And they're on match point because of it.
Always Incheon finally pushing forth and making a name for themselves, hitting that first match point. This is going to be crucial. They do have ultimates, which is going to be difficult because it's now again the Nightfall, the Rolling Thunder. Those are huge, especially when you're taking site or even playing off a post plan. So they have a tall task to try to close this off. But with that being said, economy doesn't seem to look so good for OQA.
Yeah, OQA. That is a pittance of a gun. But let's not forget what kind of region we're still casting here, L. What kind of region we're watching. No. There's always hope in Japan, Korea. But of course, the odds are stacked against OQ Academy right now. Always Incheon is exceptional here in the second half. And now they have the right triple stack to try and hold off the long commit here by OQ Academy. Kosa wanting to be that first contact. Boombot though. Scout immediately broken. Now knows that there's aggressive intention here by OQA. Kosa though, way to take down, a snap of a finger, gets the kill and gets out. 5v4 opens up some options here for OQ Academy. We hear the tour de force too. This might just be Chloe making or breaking this round. The Prowler will shut them down. Nightfall is there also. This is now space, but Chloe, he's holding on to the corner. His gun barrel is seen though, and Chloe buys enough time for himself to get the takedown. Zeka blows him up though in response. Does become a 3v3 as Blooming will catch out the lurk of the Zebo. Still OQ, they can't plant as of yet until now. Zeka finally with the kill on Ash. It allows here Hate to put that spike down.
Rookie, now with the Omen just trying to make his way through, but the aftershock is going to deter them just a little bit. And time after again, we've been seeing these 50 rounds make their value. OQ Academy getting really lucky early onwards and also just pushing them over with the Nightfall and the Rolling Thunder. You do not see that most of the time. You do not invest it when you are on the 50 round. But they know what's at stake. They know what's to come. And Pookie, he's trying to hold on to the operator. Saving it might be the better chance this time round. They have the match point. But OK Academy, they're not gonna bite the bait.
It's happened again.
It's happened every time.
It's happened again.
That has happened every time.
What is a full buy anymore? What is the value of a full buy anymore? OQ Academy takes it. They had frenzies at the start of this round.
Frenzies and sheriffs and a little bit of ultimates is what you need.
It's true though. The Nightfall was perfect because it put Chloe in such a bad spot, and it allowed the rest of OK Academy to push towards long. But is this just a matter of how sometimes when you respect your opponent too much, they can get opportunities like this? And it's a case in point for both sides. Always Incheon though, one away from closing it out. Do we get another overtime on Haven? It has been a standard in this bracket so far. Painshell's gonna get lobbed also up though in the hands of Pookie. Some early combos from always Incheon. Try and find the pick off for free. Doesn't really get much out of that one. And OQ Academy now knows they have less to deal with moving forward.
I'm calling it now. It's an overtime. 100%.
100%. I'm waiting for you to jinx it, but I'm inclined to agree with you from how we've seen things. It's Pookie who might be the real game changer here. That operator, perfect in these scenarios. He's also ready with the rendezvous to go back towards Link yet again. And Hate is gonna be the first victim. Never mind! I saw the writing on the wall, but Hate just smudges it. And, well, it's a new chapter and a new pickoff for OQ Academy.
Now this is going to be the green light entry for OQ Academy onto A site. But on the other end though, always Incheon, they're actually just waiting on the door. Smoke is going to block it up, but it's going to be a fake out. They're going to run over to another site. They don't hear it though. Always Incheon, they're still holding on. They do not know.
Yeah, they just got baited there by the pickoff and the movement, the noise made towards A long. And I honestly thought that they'd use the From the Shadows to pick up that spike, but Zeka decides to get it himself instead. This allows now Nazeebo and Kosa to play aggressively towards Link. We also get the smoke, so Kosa's actually gonna try to be a criminal and stay on the inside. Peek in, peek out. Already Blooming goes down as soon as the sound cues are heard by the Omen on the other side. OQ Academy making it 5v3.
This is so good though. They planted it off along as well. Now always Incheon, the 3 members left. They are forced to come through from C. Spawn here is the showstopper that's going to find Kosa, but he has multiple other members on the side of OQ Academy to deal with, and the long, and even Garage itself is going to be a situation where they can't hold off. Zeka's going to find Ash, and now 2 men left on defenders. They cannot seem to get a hold. They're not even showing themselves playing the timing game. The ding as well.
And the flag is strong from Wix. Time is ticking. 9 HP, no chance whatsoever. And you were right. You're always right, L. We go into overtime. 12-12. What's new in this bracket? What's new in this matchup? Well, it is a new matchup, but we've seen this so many times. We go OT on Haven. That was just crucial for OQ Academy. I love the plant towards long. This time they were very wary of any pushes there from always Incheon. From that point on, they bought enough time for Sakuna to flank. This game, pretty even so far. Both the blunders and the blessings, both the pros and cons. It's been apparent for both teams, but they're still fighting and scrapping for this first map win because of it.
And that was so smart for OQA to play the split. Early on, we thought they were going to go for the A execute, but because they had other members on the side of Garage as well as B, they decided to move for rotation, and always Incheon did not expect that whatsoever. They already had so much map control that OQ Academy just got pinced into one corner.
And here we got Howler again for close contact. Kosa gonna be backing on away through the window, and you can see that always Incheon desperate to try and get that takedown. Punished by Hate in response. Well executed here by OQ Academy on their retreat. Hanging back enough to now make it a 3v1 as Kosa gets 2 for his troubles before he falls. Blooming now versus Royal Teleport. Not the target he wanted. Looks like he wanted to go to the back of the platform instead. He's back to where he came from. OQ Academy on match point now.
Match point, and one step closer to crush the dreams of always Incheon. And it's really these small details and these small matches that really is the detrimental factor for always Incheon. Again, they were the first to hit the match point, had the 2-point differential. Yes, not extremely wide or big of a gap, but they could not bring it home. OQ Academy, suddenly, the cogwheels are working. They have the experience and they have what it takes to push always Incheon into a bit of a nervous seat.
Yeah, perfect term. Experience in closing out games like this. OQ Academy in prime position to do so here. But man, I'm just absolutely impressed by how they shut down Ash in that last round. They knew that the Chamber would be the target after the rendezvous. They protected him as much as possible. And they get rewarded for their troubles, but OQ Academy, now they have to prove they can be pristine on this attack. We've seen them make errors with watching the flanks before. Does seem like, though, the main force moving towards that A site here. Prowler thrown through the middle, get that intel, and they're wrapping back. Just trying to see if perhaps here towards C, towards Garage, is where it's at.
Always Incheon again, a little bit smarter, not gonna give up map control so easily, gonna contest for those entry points, gets a little bit of a peek. I believe he might have saw a member or two, which is Kosa, and there is the reinforcement coming through. A great pick for OQ Academy. Oh, sorry, for always Incheon, but OQ, Wix! Wix?
Yeah, Wix! You found them, watch the window, and because they pushed after the Prowler, always Incheon gets 1. But then again, OQ Academy still prepared for it. Wix is alive with such a sliver of HP. Pookie has to back on the way as Ash will hold the line. Ash gets 2. Now Zeka will trade. 2 versus 2 scenario for OQ Academy. This might be the way to break this tie, to break these chains. Pookie will come in from Link. Here comes Blooming. Teleport yet again into the smoke. But Hate knows it's coming. It's 1v2 now. Pookie absolutely in trouble. The crossfire is perfect. And OQ Academy gonna close out this first chapter with a win in the first OT. 14-12. They take away always Incheon's map pick.
experience is what they need, and experience is what they are demonstrating even from their last showcase. You knew where the Omen was, you knew where to look at across. Perfect. Once again, OQ Academy proving why, even if they're in the bottom, they can come back up. It's just been such a roller coaster. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, I have to say it had to be refinement there from OQ Academy all throughout the game. So many errors in the start of that second half, costing them rounds, costing them the lead, giving always Incheon that initial match point. But then again, we still see it. Struggles for always Incheon to close out these kind of games. Eco rounds at work, perhaps because of too much discipline, too much respect. But you gotta give it to OQ Academy also on how they answered back against always Incheon and their tendencies. They slowly but surely realize what what their opponent always Incheon wanted to do. The antics from Blooming, the aggression from Ash, multiple times answered there by OQ Academy, learning on the fly, and that is, I'd say, a mark of an experienced team. What a way though to win here in the first map, and this is such a great sign for OQ Academy, as we had concerns for the final part of their map pool here and now. The grand finals though will continue after this short break, and when we return, it'll be map 2 between OQ Academy and always Incheon. We'll be right back for more of the Clash of Nations in just a bit, guys.
one they'll talk to. Known to heat it up, I'm weatherproof. I just turn it up, pump the volume. I say dip, say how low. When I lead, they follow. Work my hips, go real slow. They lose control, and they all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body's shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass? Well, that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad? It is a new news. Everybody knows I'll accept you. Let me fill you in, give you a clue. Maybe help you fix your attitude. I'm the star of this show. Got glasses of Merlot. It's all free where I go. Now you know, 'cause they all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass, but that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad? Get used to it. Get used to it. Get used to it. You should really get used to it. Don't hate on me. No, that's so ugly. You could emulate, maybe wipe that smug look off your face. But either way, I'm here to stay. They all watch when I walk past. You look parched, do you need a glass? My body shaped like an hourglass. You don't like it when I shake my ass, but that's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. That's too damn bad. Too bad. I'm too damn bad. Does that make you mad?
If you got it, lock it. Heart in your pocket, but I still don't feel your love. You give me your time, breathe in the sunshine, but I still don't feel your love. I get patient, got no patience, want you to be all mine, baby. I don't see what you got to lose. Ready, set, go. I've been waiting for your love to grow. Your love song on the radio, and I'm thinking.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, agents of all ages, welcome back to the Clash of Nations, an official VCT off-season event presented by ESL. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, your host for the day. What a close matchup we had, but I absolutely love close games like that because it brings the monster out of Dax. Absolutely love the guy. But we want to also know exactly what our analysts feel about the previous matchup. Husky, Yolo Lee, talk to the audience.
I feel like we forgot to give a disclaimer before we start off the series. Is that if you like overtimes in Valorant games, Japan Korea region 100%.
Amen.
We get overtime in match 1, and remember, before we head on to Haven, we mentioned that always Incheon, this is the map that they need to win. This is the map that they need to get off to a good start.
Yep.
We got a 6-6 half, and just like most series that we had in the Japan Korea region, they had to go to overtime. But I would say OQ Academy stepped up towards the very end, really pushed the attacking side to the absolute maximum. Couple of good timings, and they were able to kind of overcome always Incheon on the defensive side.
And let's be honest here, right? If I had to give an analogy for how this games between these two teams were like, I felt like I'm actually watching the Wimbledon, right? Because constantly the rounds is just constantly going back and forth, especially towards the second half. But you do need to remember as well, like there was really no issue regarding when it comes down to utility execution or placements. It really came down to those individual plays. If I had to give a clear example, would be Chloe, for example, on the round 22nd here. He really went all out there when he was on the defending side to really try to catch them all. And they weren't really in mid-rotation. They were somewhat play default, trying to poke around, see if anyone can get some nice long picks, and just try to remove someone from the equation. Chloe just rushed in alongside with Ash, and they're just like, let's just make a mass towards that window side. And they got so much value out of that interaction here. But let's be honest, we haven't seen such I guess you could say, such a back and forth scoreline, especially on the map of Haven. And that's including for both teams here. I believe we have seen them going quite tediously on the map of Haven before this grand final, didn't we, Husky?
Yeah, and unfortunately for always Incheon, this is their second time playing Haven, and it is another loss for them. And it came so close as well. Felt like Haven was kind of a demon that they could not overcome. It was their map pick, but unfortunately for OQ Academy, they just they were just a bit better. And I would say the last round, the overtime, Wicks, the timing, it could not have been better. Felt like the Lords just wanted OQ Academy to take this away, right? The double kill pick off from B window at mid. But even then, it came pretty darn close until the very end. And the awareness of these individual players is incredible. And how towards the tail end of the round, we talk about how Chloe, his awareness on Chloe's awareness on kind of how OQ Academy wanted to push the site, and we also saw, the awareness of knowing where an Omen wants to TP. All of these small details leading up to OQ Academy getting that double round in the overtime and winning it 14-12. Deja vu for always Incheon. Last time it was 13-15. Now it's 12-14. They saved one overtime, but definitely didn't save the map.
I mean, it was also pretty deja vu for I guess you could say for OQ Academy as well, but they did not go overtime to that match. It was I guess pretty close, 13-10, 13-11, the kind of scoreline as well. But still, what a match that we see. It was, I guess you could say, as both sides really is trying to not only outmaneuver and outgun each other as well, but just trying to be on top of things. Yeah. And it's a real classic chess match between these two teams.
I think the best part, just to kind of sum up, was the fact that both teams were running mirror composition. Yeah. It really kind of tests the mettle of not just how familiar you are with the composition, but how you function individually. And I would say all 10 players had their own highlight reels. If there was a TikTok channel or YouTube channel dedicated to collecting these montages, all 10 players will be content machines. But we still have a stand coming up. That's OQ Academy's map pick. I do think that Always Incheon is a bit more comfortable on Haven, but they couldn't get it through. So hopefully they get to show us something on Ascent. Let's give it a bit more overtime, right?
Definitely.
Well, a little bit more overtime. Hopefully not too much of time. We're in this best of 3. Let's see if or not Always Incheon can find a way to squeeze their way back into the matchup, because this is, after all, the Grand Finals. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be Game 2 for all of you.
Vibes feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk, I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind, I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies, turn them all to allies. Face painting, no cat eyes, ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money made weather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. I backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing
For the execute, a stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage too already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No bit shots is that actually, but here's the 4K already coming down first. Is this game? Is the question no? As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Always in tune with their warmed-up engines. Do they have the quality though? We will still have to wait and see. But for the time being, let's bring our analysts right back into the mix, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. In this Clash of Nations, the grand finals, Korea, Japan going hard at each other. And I believe this is going to go all the way. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and welcoming back with me, the one and only YOLO Lee and Husky.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I forgot to ask you how to say that in Korean.
Oh, you mean thank you?
Thank you, I know, but
okay.
I don't know, a formal way. We'll get that sorted out. I believe we would have a.
You know?
I feel like we will have a game tree when we look at the next map, which is Ascent. Both teams, they do run a similar comp, just with different controllers, right? For OQ Academy, they prefer to have the Astra on the team, and for OS Incheon, you go back to the Omen, kind of the El Clasico. But again, we talked about how this map is OQ Academy's pick, and it did feel like OS Incheon were comfortable on Haven. They were more confident. I feel like the confidence came from the fact that they were able to go overtime against overquality and came so close. But after that game one, it really felt like OS Incheon were just always so short of success.
Yeah, that was a little bit unfortunate for that match as well. And if we since we're on the topic of success as well, at the same time, we have OQ Academy. They have played Ascent 4 times throughout the entire playoffs. Literally every single stage, there's always going to be Ascent for themselves here. They have only lost 1 time, and that's all. That was actually
against Scars.
Exactly. So, but the rest of it, they have 3 wins on their belt for Ascent. Whereas for our dear friends here of Always Incheon, they have not won on Ascent except during the open qualifiers here. Yeah, and that was, of course, like what you displayed it, and that was over quality.
And I do find it very, very interesting because when we look at OQ Academy as a team, it is just so solid, right? We look at the members, established this from day number 1. A lot of accolades behind the name. You have people who have played with Damwon before. Hate, for example, this guy goes way back in the Korean Valorant scene. Now we look at the agents like Always Incheon going for the exact comp that we expect them to go for, the Fate, Omen, the KO, Jet, and Killjoy. And this is kind of a composition that is really, really standard when you look at Korean Valorant in general. Maybe the Killjoy will be swapped out for kind of like a Sova, and the Omen could be replaced in and out with an Astra. But aside from that, everything else is exactly what you think it would be. For the side of for OQ Academy, it seems like they are also opting for the same comp, except for the difference of controllers.
Well, let's be honest, right? It feels like we're slowly regressing back to a time when, you know, Chamber actually never really came out in the first place, right? That kind of thing.
Thank God for that. I do not miss Chamber. Get him out of my game.
I mean, no one likes him in the first place, as for many reasons as well. And the economy doesn't really work, doesn't really apply to him, because the more frags you get, the faster you get that turn the force. But anyway, this is going to be your comp for this round itself. Pretty mirroring, except the difference of the controllers. Let's see who comes up on top.
And no rhymes this time. I just want to hear the rhymes out of Dax's mouth as the action just continues to heat up, and then Lemonade just adding in all of those valuable insights. Casters, take it away.
It's a bit
Here
of a
comes the
crime.
party.
Ooh! There you go. Absolutely show-stopping. But come on. We always want to hear the rhymes from AJ. We always want to see all the tools that Ella has here. Guys, look. If she moves her camera just a little bit to the side, you're going to see a treasure trove of Valorant goodies. All I got is a logo on my shirt. That's it. So that's for the L content out of the stream. But, of course, we got some great content coming your way, guys. Ascent is next as we move on into our second map. This is going to be crucial for OQ Academy and always Incheon. OQ Academy's map pick, and they're one map away from a championship. I hope that kind
Oh, yes.
I tried to make that rhyme, but it
Okay.
doesn't work. I'm sorry, AJ.
Map pick as the clock ticks, and yes.
Now, I will see if we can get a lick of the action as, well, it's pretty sick that OQ Academy is executing quickly and, okay, enough rhymes. Wixos gets to him, B main, and immediately, always Incheon losing forces left and right.
Of course, it is Wix. Okay, that does not rhyme. But Spike is gonna be planted down already. Always Incheon left with 2. Man, Killjoy and the KO. We do have an initiator for the retake, but it's been difficult so far. Chloe gets taken down, and now again, Pookie, last man standing on top without any gadgets to use, but a turret does not get open, and readjustment just getting Wix on the right side because he is low, but Hate's gonna find the refrag. Straight away off the bat, OQ Academy starting out with a bag.
Yeah, look, it would be a crime if we didn't find the time to rhyme. But that was the cringe round from us, but it was a crucial and convincing round from OQ Academy. When you have a Killjoy on a composition on a map like this, very strong on the lurk. You have the turret, of course, getting that intel wherever you place it, especially here. I wouldn't be surprised so many times that the 1-4 split will happen again and again. And that's been the biggest strength so far of OQ Academy, because that 1-4 split, it changes depending on the site they're gonna take. Usually you have the Killjoy on B main, usually you have Nazebo on the Astra on the A main side instead, and it really depends on who they want to regroup with for the plan of OQ Academy to be set in motion, and now they have the gun advantage to boot.
Definitely, and I think at least always Incheon, they understand this. They actually picked the Ascent before, but lost out to Overcall. We just by the slightest bit. Now they are facing up with their teachers, OQ Academy. I think they're feeling the pressure 100%. They're going off of an aggressive motion right now. Even without the guns, they're working as a unit, trying to find the picks that they need to split. They understand that already. We're hearing some sounds onto B side. Nazebo is going to get Skuna right at the back. Gets 2. That's huge value, by the way. And the rest of the team, they're coming down slowly like flies as OQ Academy takes over B side.
Yeah, this is all theirs for the taking. Eventually, Nazebo falls over onto spawn, but the damage has been done. And here we go again. OQ Academy, a bit more convincing this time around on the second round. And there you go. Zeko swings to get that takedown. OQ Academy with another one. And Pano mentioned this a while ago, El. OQ Academy, this has been one of their most successful maps all throughout the tournament. Losing once against Good 8 Squad, but big wins over Quality, over Scars, and in all honesty, the biggest one was in the open qualifier over Crazy Raccoon. And conversely, always Incheon, they've only played this once in the playoffs. They've lost it against over Quality, so you can see who has kind of the momentum right now on a map like this. Let's see if they can capitalize on their bonus here for OQ Academy.
Do not forget though, always Incheon up against Overquality. The only time they played Ascent, they did went 13-8. Yes, not exactly closing off the game, but 8 is still substantial as to show their power and demonstrate what they're capable of onto this. And now they have the rifles. They have to just play methodically, a bit patient, going through mid though, getting that good map control, but leaving B wide open though.
Yeah, mid is seeded by OQ Academy to always Incheon. As OQ Academy wants to force closer contact on the hard hit towards the B side. As per usual, closes the door after the dash here for Kosa. Shots do ring also. And we do get the lockdown now. Buying space. Does detain Pookie. Interesting enough, still inside the dome's AoE, but as it stands, time's ticking as we go into post plant.
They have the information where they are. Prowler's just gonna check out those close corners. No one gets tagged, but still, with this information, you know they're gonna play off of each other. OQ Academy, they are ready for a huge skirmish. When always Incheon is gonna attempt for it. Here comes the flash as well as the presence detected. Again, hesitant a little bit, playing off of each other. Kosa forced to turn into the shorty. Does manage to get Pookie out of the way, and Chloe comes down too. Now it's just 2-man level on defense. They know someone's on the back though. Protect your 6. The Zebo is there. Time.
We're sticking in. The Zebo gets another takedown. This is going to be a big win here for OQ Academy as they will steal this away from Always Incheon. Nazebo even gets a third for his troubles before he falls to the spike. And now, a 3-0 lead commanding here for OQ Academy. 2 key points there that were struggles for Always Incheon. Just the speedway hold by Kosa, as well as the flank from Nazebo. Yet again, multiple opportunities for OQ Academy to win the round because of it.
Always Incheon had the right idea to try to make something happen, but unfortunately didn't find anybody out at mid, but instead left B side wide open. And when you give so much map control to OQ Academy, they have plenty and ample of time to just set up for any possible retakes that comes through from Always Incheon. And now, they're forced to play a little bit more methodically. They don't have the guns with them. They're not going to make those aggressive pushes, and I think this is the way to work. And again, we talk about the Sheriffs that came through the first round. It is still very possible.
It is possible, but OQ Academy looking relatively clean in this game so far. Osa on the jet yet again. On the map, like I said, sometimes they do put Naxi, they put Zeka on it too. But in this iteration, they're very confident how he's been playing the entry. It's made so much space for OQ Academy to work with in the first place. Now, Nazebo's there too, but top mid, and it's the usual stuff here, El. It's a 4-1 split, as OQ Academy is just waiting for, again, a small inkling of opportunity.
Small inkling of opportunity. Don't think they know what's in store for them, though, because all of OQ Academy, except for the Astra and the Zebo, once again, the flanker is holding it off. If Blooming gets run over, he definitely cannot do much. Prowler's going to get some indication. Now he's going to pull back with the utilities, just pushing them as much as they can. Smoked off as well as Nanoswarm. Bunch of utilities just to make sure they can enter onto his site. They have Schooner to deal with. Kosa gets a little bit flashed, but doesn't get deterred from his advances. He has one more to deal with, but the rest of the members of Always Incheon, they're already dead. This seems to be more methodical, much more cleaner, even on the 50 round. Dex!
Oh
Dex,
my God. Please.
What's happening?
What's happening is they just ran into a meat grinder. Always Incheon, they were prepared so heavily towards that B side. And since OQ Academy didn't really give much intel early on, they didn't show any presence whatsoever. They only had one shot to go through that B side. The path of most resistance, you get the taps yet again. And by this point, I'm really just not... I'm impressed, but it's kind of like the standard now, really, El. I've become jaded by this point about how rifle bites go versus Sheriffs. And in the back of my head, even I just assumed, Always Incheon was getting this thrifty. And that they did. Speaking of the back of my head, back of the site, it was Stellar there for the Killjoy. Now you have the lockdown and the Nightfall available for Always Incheon just because of that last round.
Believe that the 0 point actually gave information and intel on where the enemy came. It's a skirmish down mid. Takedowns after takedowns. Chloe's gonna find hate out of that. So OQA, they're not out of yet. 3v3. Spike's not taken, but Always Incheon, they are holding off the aggression.
That was a very questionable play there from Ash. Did he dash forward by mistake or whatnot? I don't think sticking the operator to someone's head works out the way you expect, and he was checking out Rosa just to do that. Zekado falls, or rather fells Chloe with the pop flash. Spike's now in a spot for retrieval in the 3v2 scenario, but Always Incheon didn't seem to be the right play for them. They played the operator, and they had that middle to try and vie for. The smoke came, but I guess yeah, he might have misclicked it. I'm not too sure right now. In the end, the null commands the call by OQ Academy, and Pookie as well as Sakuna need to hold things down. Pookie though with a takedown, Zeko trades, and Sakuna with another one. OQ Academy, they had the advantage here, El, but Always Incheon, if they're prepared for the crossfire, they're just so good at it.
Yep, definitely. And the spray from Sakuna as well, just securing those double kills. Now they have ultimates under their belts, especially on the defender side. When you have the Nightfall, it's going to be huge. Lockdown can basically secure one whole side just for a period of time. And also, on the other side, we also have the Cosmic Divide available for Nazebo. So that could be really huge, especially when you're trying to cut up site, especially a B1 as well, coming through.
Yeah, well, Always Incheon now getting closer and closer to tying things up. OQ Academy have the Sheriffs, basically the plot device of this whole bracket so far. But Nazebo This has been one of his strengths here. Just manipulate A main as much as possible, creep up towards the site itself. And I like the call from Blooming. Just throw out these one-ways. Just try and scare off any kind of intention here from OQ Academy to moving towards the site. And as OQ does have the middle courtyard under their control for now, it's still them trying to cause a distraction towards this B site here. Pookie and Sukuna. We saw it be effective before. Does it get the shots on yet again with the crossfire? Cosmic Divide, the call here. We've seen this before for OQ Academy. They want to cut the noise onto the site itself as Kosa will push Pookie to the absolute limit. The lockdown, though, is the answer. And as the Zebo tries to crawl up, always Incheon, seemingly like they've done the research. They still have the KO and the Omen in position here.
Oh, just not having the utility besides the tailwind and could not break through. Ash with the Guardian's going to find the Zebo, but he gets refract at the same time off the Sheriff, so that's going to be a 1-for-1. But Blooming is going to get hit. Again, the refract comes through. It's going to be simplified ground for OQ Academy. They're already on the side, but they have a Chloe to deal with, just playing off of the triple.
And always Incheon effective on the defense with the anchors. If they can just thrust both Pookie and Chloe to hold down the sites with a bit of reinforcement, of course, from the rotations, then they're gonna be cutting away the biggest strength of OQ Academy so far. We've seen here for OQ Academy, Nazebo is a linchpin of that plan. Wix is a linchpin of the other plan on the opposite side of the map. And if those plans are answered, we haven't seen the most successful hard hit from OQ Academy as of yet. As always, Incheon plays the operator towards middle even.
It's difficult to say because OK Academy, they do have the right idea. Just trying to get any pickoffs and capitalize off of that. But always Incheon do not bite the bait. And basically, they have to force themselves in. And when you have the Killjoy onto B side, especially with those Nanostorms so up close, we saw it before. We saw the Jet just get frazzled and couldn't do much for the team. At this point in time, it seems as though mid could be their answer. Just skirmish for it, get the map control, and really just overrun them.
Yeah, well, the overrun's gonna be difficult if you still have that operator in a good angle. Nebula comes online, OQ Academy just clearing out the cubby, sensing danger. And they do creep on up. They have to be careful though. The corner now contested heavily by Blooming. He is jiggling all around though, will be able to get the peek and the takedown onto one. Does he get a second? He actually shot and steps on the way. So Blooming getting ready for the push of Hate. But Hate will still catch him because of that decay. Nazebo also shutting down Chloe. But here comes Ash right now with the op shot. He wants to bring his own teammate back to life. Trying to protect this KO as much as possible. It will be 3v2 for now. Make that 3v1 as Ash disintegrates the opposition in front of him. Could have gotten the shot there. Nazebo eventually will get the confirm as Pookie will kill out Wix in response. And always Incheon, they take the lead away.
I would say that was a retake, but they didn't even take the site. Always Incheon playing really well, by the way, off of each other. And of course, Ash finally getting some value out of that operator, even though he's in the bottom of the scoreboard. He has been... Though Kosa, I believe, he's finding a bit of a difficult round, just trying to enter on the site.
Well,
Here.
always Incheon. There's no ways in right now that they're proving for OQ Academy, and it's getting so problematic. What else can OQ Academy do by this point? We've seen them though adjust in that last map, find the solution, but there's no solution against long sidelines like Ash is taking. There's the takedown. Kosa though with the trade. A good push, courtesy of him and Hate as Pookie now plays towards market. The alarm bot though gets the confirmation someone's there. It will be the Prowler, and it's gonna be a try here. Denied by Pookie. 2 fall to his hand. OQ Academy floundering right now. As always, Incheon just keeping this defense stable.
Gets flashed. Zebo has to look all corners. He does get the crosshair on the right position, but doesn't pull the trigger. I believe this is the first round that the Thrifty doesn't come through.
Yeah, and this is just a great sign for always Incheon. There are no weaknesses right now on their defense. They have stability. They have up mid pressure right now. And whatever OQ Academy wants to do, it has been answered. By this point, I would love to see from OQ Academy that full commit. Just enable Kosa as much as possible. Don't just use him to close out that door. Make that space. Make him be the linchpin of the plans instead. Because he's struggling to get these takedowns right now. Pookie this time has the operator because they're getting aggression from Ash. Look at it on the other side of the map. It's a classic paranoia into the shove in by the Jets. And well, he has another tailwind to boot just because of those 2 kills. Always Incheon again, convincing at the start.
Always Incheon also really smart, just pushing and rotating around in terms of who is holding which corner. Yes, we have the Killjoy here, but now he's playing the Operator. Lockdown is available for Wix, but with 2 men down, it's gonna be playing off of each other. And the other side though, Fade has the spike. Not too sure what's gonna happen, but this is gonna happen instead. Blooming Skuna gets taken down by the patience of OQA. Ash is gonna get a return kill off of that Operator. And now, Always Incheon, they still have the people, but it's so much utility to deal with all over the map. In case of OQ Academy, they want to push in.
Yeah, radio silence from OQ Academy finally bearing fruit. We've been watching them just try and hold down their ground, especially towards the main angles for so long. But Kosa now looking for that hat, looking for Pookie. We do see the C's thrown out, but Pookie doesn't care. It's Pookie time here, ladies and gentlemen. Over onto that B site, and well, it's 6-3. I heard you.
Yeah, I'm sure you heard me.
I heard that.
Oh yeah, suddenly Always Incheon looking to be the better team, running away with 6 consecutive rounds. And although this wasn't their map pick, although they lost it earlier onto over quality themselves, they seem to be schooling them.
Always Incheon just has such a strong sense of when to pull back and to still stay on the crossfire. They have such opportunistic angles, and it's become worrisome because OQ Academy is walking into the Operator, walking into the likes of the Killjoy especially, and they found no answers whatsoever. Now Kosa tries to force things out. The gravity well is there, but the updrafts keep him alive. The shorty though is a surprise out of nowhere. Comes up close to get that takedown. Now the off to watch out for Generator, but Blooming over onto Wine gets rid of the Zebo. And here comes Always Incheon yet again to try and hold things down. Still, OQ Academy, they got the distance close and they make it 3v2. Zeka getting prepared down here in hell with the fragment. We do get a bit of intel also. Suppress is the way. As it stands, Always Incheon. The Odin is there to bring in the damage. Kosa trades it back. It's all left to Pookie yet again.
Operator is the name of the game. Pookie at the door right now, coming through, makes the noise. That's take out the Operator himself. Kosa, but Zika is gonna get the re-frag. OQ Academy with a thrifty round, convincing indeed, just to put the spike on and their name back onto the map. It almost seemed as though Always Incheon had that round running just off of those initial picks, and it's been slippery time and time after again dealing with the Operator. But OQ Academy, they just really forced their way through, using those utilities. That was smart of them, finally getting that round.
I think the E-kill there was Ash falling to the shorty. Kosa, he brought out the blades to start things off. The gravity level was also perfect to force out those updrafts early on. And just because he's stuck on the corner, it was effective enough to get that takedown. And that was the whole piece for OQ Academy. Moving towards the site. They knew they needed to close the distance. They had a stinger to boot. And they were able to make it towards the site and push as deep as possible. The good on OQ Academy, it's pretty much one of their biggest strengths in terms of knowing how far they can advance and what they can get away with. It's still Always Incheon though with the advantage, with the fortifications. But we get the null command to start things off from Zeka.
That's gonna alert at least the members of Always Incheon that there is threat onto B, but they are forced to pull back. All the utilities being invested to get the plant down. That's gonna be one part of it, but now they have to face up 5 full members of Always Incheon. We do have the lockdown online, even has main control. So now there's gonna be multiple corners that Always Incheon have to deal with.
Well, the only problem here for Always Incheon, they have to wait out the timer. Lockdown now dissipates, and Wix getting ready to hold towards main. You also see Nazeebo actually playing Link. He wants to go for that mid lurk if ever. But will it be necessary as Kosa gets rid of Ash already? The smoke in the way of the Killjoy. But here we have it, Kosa with another one. Skakuna answers back, but Wix this time, the one to hold things down towards main. And Pookie in his pit. He cannot fight. Never mind, he does so with 2 frags on the board. But there is just no time now. OQ Academy will leave the remaining member of AWI to his own devices. And it's gonna be 1 round the gap now between these 2 teams.
Amazing transfer coming in from Pookie, but the timing is just all too close. Nazeebo really proving to be such a nuisance. barely have any time I've seen him playing together with his teammates. Actually, this split has seemed to be working for OQ Academy, and it's when he gets the value off of those huge flanks, that's when they can actually get those rounds under their belt. Always Incheon though, they need to answer this. They really cannot just leave their backs open wide when we have Zebo, the likes of him, coming through.
Yeah, and the Zebo was a threat, but you gotta give it also to how Kosa just kept it simple. You get those kills early, you're not gonna need the flank as much. The pressure, yes, is important, but the value came with the first few pickoffs there from the Jet. Now, Always Incheon, they tried to play aggressive over at A main, but this time, OQA, they were prepared for it. Kosa with an operator of his own, ready to deal. Jet on the other side. They might be considering actually to swap guns here just to allow Kosa an easier entry, and that's the thing. Hate already with the op. Zebo getting ready also for the stars. It looks to be a hit coming your way.
Nola decides for Always Incheon. Here is the tailwind, but blocked off by the Cloudburst. Doesn't quite get any picks. They are on side, but all Blooming doesn't seem to get the shouted step, and now he gets taken down by Kosa.
Cancels it, or might have been broken, as there was still one watching towards main. And OQ Academy, they just get a pick up for free from the shadows, was seen by the light, and here we have it, the lockdown, the answer in the final round of the first half. Wix though creeping on forward, but Pookie again, the sixth sense is there to get the takedown. Sakuna also going for the hail of bullets, and well, Hail Mary from Pookie to get that takedown. The Nano Swarm is perfect also to deny the wine side, and he's already trying to get the defuse going. Ash though on protection duty, halfway done, halfway left. Zeka with his wing, Zeka gets a third, and Zeka, can he clutch it for the squad? Hate versus Sakuna, as he can't hit the shot, but Sakuna, the Phantom for the covering fire, time is ticking, and he'll get 3 of his own. It's gonna be close, but Always Incheon will get the round.
That's definitely the round that they need. Always Incheon bringing it forward. That was so close too for OQ Academy. Amazing calls to put down the lockdown. Amazing calls to just fire it off and play off the protection game. We almost saw Chloe just putting a foil in their plans. Sorry, the other side. Zeka putting a foil in their plans, but all so close. But Always Incheon bringing in the 2 points once again forward.
He's just so clutch. The fact that he found Wix there on the flank was instrumental for the whole game plan to work out, because Wix could have actually gotten the kill or could have gotten that lockdown. And because of that takedown, you could see how OQA scrambled out to try and get the main. Just because of a bit of that panic. They both stacked up on the wine angle, the wine corner, and that was perfect enough for the Nano Swarm to get even more of the delay value. What a clutch up from Sakuna at the very end. Zeka, though, will get a bit of retribution as he kicks off the second half with the first kill. 3 already here from OQ Academy. Their defense showing Always Incheon how it's done to play aggressively towards A main. Must become 2v4 where Hate is prepared on this B side.
Playing really well, especially with the gravity roll, just stopping any advances to move off and play with mobility. Hate's gonna get a little bit of a prowler indicator that there is threat onto B main, not just Pookie as well as Blooming, but you know the Blooming fan club, it's possible unless you get some hate onto you.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the emotion we want to feel, and the bullets do come from the Fade to get those takedowns. This time around, OQ Academy, this is perhaps where they can be even stronger. You keep an eye out on how punishing these pushes through mains will be for Always Incheon, because that Astra and that Killjoy together, basically the floor is lava. You add it on to Zeka also playing that KO, and perhaps a strong suppress to give OQ Academy advantage. So there's still a lot of hope here for OQ Academy, and they have the gun advantage now to try and tie things up, actually.
Absolutely. Wix is gonna play off that close corner. Floor, I believe, might have gotten this indication that there is a member on the other side. Skuna's going to find Hate. So that's gonna be a big opening. At least you lose out the initiator. No more prowlers for you. But with all of the skirmishes and no way through, they have forced to just pull back. And this is the discipline that you talked about, right? They know exactly when to hold off. They know exactly when to push out. And we're seeing it demonstrated live right now.
And case in point, as per usual, and especially, I'd say, for the Korean and Japanese teams, there is, again, just that experience. On the OKA side, Always Incheon, it's been a bit of their identity, but Blooming, well, joke's on you. Kosa's just ready there in the first angle. Next one over at window. Station after station for Kosa. Make it a 4K already. Give him the ace, why don't you? Marshall Matters, and for OQ Academy, it's actually going to be strong if it's going to be 5 here for Kosa. That Blade Storm will be online as soon as possible. Nazeebo, though, spotting out the target, and they want to give it to him. He's on the hunt here, L. Kosa wants that final kill. Pookie backing on away. Will retreat towards the Cubbies here, perhaps. Kosa finally gets the ace at the very end. It's a bit of a highlight for his troubles, but we do get the scoreline tied up, too.
7-7. OQ Academy finally bringing it back forth. Once again, it seems as though deja vu. We always talk about it. It's always Incheon. They do manage to get some rounds under the belt, make a little bit of a lead, but the wiggle room is not enough. It's always so close. And now at the 3rd round, we have rifles for always Incheon to give a response. But OQA, they seem to be understanding how this game works, how to play off each other, and it's just been working in their favor.
And OQA, they do it again towards A main, but this time around, always Incheon is on the opposite end. As soon as the tailwind gets burnt, you can see that AWI backs on the way. Blooming doesn't want a piece of that whatsoever. And instead, always Incheon vying for mid. Gives them opportunity to burst through the market if ever. Zeka, thinking about going for that intel, might actually find some here towards the middle, but it's not the AoE in time. The pizza, the only place it can really go. Nazeebo now setting up the stars, but it's already always Incheon getting towards that B side here, L.
Can't exactly seem to find the picks. Line of sight up, blocked off. Kosa coming through with a huge wraparound, but the members of always Incheon, they have the danger under control. Flash is gonna come through just to get any close angles if anybody's holding, but Zeka, he is playing off 3. The Spectre against all the rifles. Can he really take him down? Nazeebo with the goal. He can though. And he's gonna be taken out by Ash, but the refrags are coming in return. Spike is gonna come through. Gonna get A and open up a sight.
Bringing a pistol to a gunfight there. Okay, ballsy from Nazeebo, but in the end, you mentioned it. The danger was cleared by always Incheon. They've covered the coverage of the flank and just stuffed it like a burrito, but Zeka finds Blooming now. 2 versus 2 scenario. The Rafters here, though, the only position for OQ to play in. And always Incheon, I believe a crossfire down in hell, so it's all about how the clear works. Zeka actually leaping towards the Jenny instead, and Wix will find the takedown. Here comes Wix versus Pookie. Battle the killjoys, but Pookie's just better in this map right now. 8-7. Another win here for always Incheon to keep the lead, but a solid bonus for OQA.
So difficult to clear that bottom cross that they created. I believe on the side of Zeka, he didn't have any flashes to use at that current point. Yeah, and that's just initially all the utility that you had to burn out, even in that case scenario. Now finally getting to 8-7, always Incheon once again inching forward, as we always like to say. But I'm sure OQ Academy on the defense side, they're coming close for sure.
I wonder if they'll ever make it a hashtag. Hashtag inching forward. Even though we know Incheon is a place in Korea, right? I think basically they're really repping their region also, which is a pretty cool thing. You don't see that too often. But Ash, now the Blade Storm, single up draft, not the most verticality. Gonna get the takedown. Kosa instead catches out Chloe. Ash completely blinded while pushing, but Blooming and Ash, the shotguns are the surprise. 2 get 3 so far here overall. Makes it a 2 versus 2 scenario. Wix though with the takedown. That is gonna be the spike just out in the open. All left now though to Ash here, playing danger close towards the Jenny. Wix is right there by the doorway. Does he see him coming? Yes, he does! Flicks on over, tries to transfer towards the blades, but it's not the right angle as Heat re-rotates to try and assist. Instead, he makes the trade and makes the round happen for OQA.
What a huge opening over there. Unfortunately, just taking a bit too much damage to try to close it in. OQ Academy, it seems as though they have the right idea. The members, though, it's always one member left. They really have to keep buying. So whoever at this point loses the round, as per always Incheon, they are now on the 50. It's been back and forth so far. A little bit of a stalemate. This tug of war needs to end if they want to bring this over. It seems as though we're getting another overtime, by the way, Dex.
Oh man, it's just a repeat of what we saw on Haven. How close these games can be. OQ Academy, their modicum of control, looking a bit stronger right now on the defense. They're keeping it stable as much as possible. Kosa, bit of aggression there. Long side. Well, that's the most aggressive one. Nazeebo gives Ash a taste of his own medicine. The judge is in hand. You have Hate there, ready to reinforce both sides of B if need be. And this does force Always Incheon to move towards A, where the Killjoy setup is just waiting for them to try and get into this grass here.
This is not looking good. Spike. Okay, they get the right call. They're gonna retreat and try to go for an A approach, but they do lose a bit of map control. We have 2 members in OQ Academy already just holding off a bit. They don't get information, and with the Killjoy up at A side, it's gonna be detrimental.
I'm not too sure if that actually detected the AO or not. Eventually, Wix! Okay. Well, he gets the takedown eventually. Zeka's there too. Zeka still staying into the corner. 2v4 for now. Well, OQ Academy, they're not gonna overcommit this time. They just want to hang on back, wait for someone like Nazebo to get in position. But actually, Nazebo jumping the gun before all of his teammates. Now then, 3 versus 2 scenario, low HP for both Ploy, as well as the remaining Killjoy. They're down on the ground, but Hate with the find onto Cloy. Pookie's all alone here. He's not going to be able to get away from Jenny whatsoever, and OQ Academy, they keep things pretty stable as they get this lead.
All threats are coming from every direction. It's so difficult to even get the plan down, and this is all due to the stall that they had early on, where suddenly it just puts Always Incheon into a bit of a pinch, making a little bit of iffy answers to just be the possibility. But unfortunately, OQA, they had the right time, they had the opportunity to come forward and just retake the site. So simple. Plan didn't even come down.
And a few kills there from Always Incheon as they saw perhaps some eager members moving forward, but at the very end, a strong regroup is all they need to win out the round. Now, started off with the middle with the middle operator rather, as Kosa will back on the way because of the suppress. Doesn't want to not have that dash, but Sakuna with the punish. Always Incheon got close enough to get that takedown, and that's all they need to remove such a big threat from the round here.
Oh, that could have been it. They lined up too. Just one operator shot would have done it, but it's about the timing. We talk about it time and time after again. And Nazebo, about the timing though. Here's the jump. He knows he's close, and he's gonna take down Pookie with the jump.
No.
Retrieves the gun. Gets rolling. Ash
Gets away. Oh man, Ash and Cloy. The takedowns do come eventually here. Wix though from the market, catching Cloy's back. Those become 3v2, but such a confusion. Nazebo able to get away, but suddenly Always Incheon was just there on the other side. Zeka the only one in the 1v2 scenario now. OQ Academy, they fall to the wayside this time around. I honestly thought that Nightfall could have been perfect for them to try and slow down the pace. But Always Incheon found the way in, and well, that's enough to win this round here.
They got good picks in the earlier parts of this round, but unfortunately did not able to get most of the other stuff from the capitalization of it. Zeka is just going to hold on to this operator. I think that's the right call, considering it's been so close. The economy hasn't been on their side. They really need to bring it over and try to get it steamrolling in the next round. Always Incheon. Steamrolling them instead.
Yeah, they answer back with a bulldozer of their own. Well, we're constructing quite a map here, El, and again, we are tied up this far into this game. 9-9 scoreline. Both sides should be able to pick up some guns. Zeka, the only one... Oh, no, rather, he's gonna actually get a rifle here. So, another one of those situations where this might make or break some economies. For Always Incheon, though, they should still have a few of them if they lose this next round. So, 3 ultimates to try and make the take happen. I am concerned, though, because we still straight there. Gonna watch from Cubby this time. If anyone peeks towards Link, that's gonna be a pick-off already here, courtesy of Kosa.
Pretty difficult. Nightfall comes through as well as multiple smokes. Attackers are trying to make a way out of it, but Nazebo is going to find Cloy and Ash. We do have to stabilize Coral courtesy of the smoke, but the spike gets taken down. And Hate has been doing God's work, finding triple, made that a fourth as well. Now Cloy, 25 HP, could not fight a way through. What
Tripping by the starting line. Tripping by the starting line. That has to hurt. The smoke came and down went the KO. Cloy was found so early on, and just because of that, that was the perfect angle to keep spraying it down there for OQ Academy. Eventually, they stopped because they wanted to bring that KO back online. There wasn't much protection. A desync happened there between both sides of Always Incheon. It was easy pickings for OQ Academy. Crossfire setup so effective on a map like this, but what a fortuitous takedown to get rid of the KO first when they needed that null command to make the space for them to get on site.
Fortuitous indeed. OK Academy really reading them really well. I think they realized that that was the round that's going to bring either of these teams down to a lower economy. So they decided to go in for the aggression instead of letting Always Incheon go forth. And now it seems as though motivation and mental is getting shaken a little bit. But Ash is going to get the sheriff onto Zika. But Kosa has something to say about it. 2 men left. They have sight of A, but 2 extra members in OK Academy could make this their favor.
And that's a perfect point right now here. The mental shaken cannot be destroyed though. As always, Incheon now get towards the site. Put that spike down, play close. Get some good in. The Blooming don't whips the shot! And as soon as he teleports, it's Hate who has his number. Chloe, the only one left in the 1v3 scenario. That was the moment there for Always Incheon, but you can see now nerves perhaps kicking in. Wiggs with a drop down. Chloe can't even trap the target. The opportunity gone to the wayside there for Always Incheon and OQ Academy. This might be the death sentence they're looking to enact against their opponent here.
9-11, 2 extra points. Finally, Always Incheon can finally bring the returns of the rifles. They do not, believe they do not. They do not have the operator, can't afford it. So OQA at the very least, they're going to be much more fortified in that sense. They also have 4 ultimates ready. These are humongous, especially when you want to retake site. But you know what? Let's just see if they can even take the site first. Pookie does have the lockdown though, as well as the Blade Storm. They could make some flashy plays happen.
Yeah, the only thing that can break it perhaps would be some great lineups from the KO and the Killjoy on the side of OQ Academy. No Sovas into the game. Always Incheon. An insurance policy just to make the space happen. There is a bit of leeway here for OQ Academy. If they want to take the risk and try to hold things down inside the lockdown, if it does come out, they might be able to do so with the economy they have so far. Kosa though gets the shot onto Blooming. Just a single step too far. The takedown's there. Also the Cubby control still in the hands of OQ Academy as the Zebo dissuades it. Ash breaks the turret. Here they come towards the B side instead, but the crossfire is ready. The Odin is there. Wiggs! Oh, they line up for him! It's a straight line. Basically a guillotine by this point. Wiggs finds 2, and it's Pookie left all alone again. Pookie fights back though. The pop flash comes. Pookie gets in cover. Gives him a chance to fight. 10 HP low left.
What
really,
a ding.
What a dink. What a crime. And well, it's time. OQ Academy. Match points.
I guess we're rhyming again.
It just happened, okay?
Match point.
You know what? We started off the rhyme. We might end up with the rhyme. OQ Academy with ultimates, arsenals and arsenals of it. Always Incheon, they really have to play as patient as they can. They need to get those pickoffs now. They cannot seem to overrun OQ Academy because Kosa has been getting so much value off of the operator. They're losing members before they can even get through. I reckon they can play the split right now. They have to make something happen for themselves.
Yeah, they need to utilize that lockdown here. It's gonna be instrumental to their plans, but OQ Academy, a different pace. They get mid control immediately. It's gonna be the main take from Always Incheon, and as soon as that happens, it's the Zebo who falls to the blades first. So Always Incheon, this is gonna be one of the best signs for them. They haven't expended the Killjoy ultimate yet, but the flank comes from top mid, and that just might be Kosa getting that takedown. He's creeping closer and closer, actually, to the KJ, but he's behind the wall. Zakuna with a takedown, though, and Pookie eventually gets that takedown. Wix right now trying to hold. It becomes 2v3. In a matter of timing here against Ash, but the judge is just strong in that close quarters. The Blade Storm still available for Ash. He has just been absolutely pivotal in this round. And there you go. Pressure points have been declared. And Always Incheon will deny OQ Academy of that championship so far.
Not out of it yet. And the Zebo with their early depth gave so much leeway for Always Incheon to come through. They are forced to take off the operator, have to rebuy right now. Always Incheon, I think they recognize that they have a really good chance. So now the timeout's getting called. They're getting their reset a little bit after the shake off early on.
Well, timeout now called, and Always Incheon, they just need this breather to discuss what comes next. They need to win all these rounds now. They need to force that overtime, but look at what they're facing against CRL. All 5 ultimates available for OQ Academy. Will this be the round they capitalize and they use it in the first place? We shall see, but it was a strong kill from their jet, from Ash, to take down Azibo, as you mentioned. But can they rely on that? Can they do that yet again? As OQ Academy, they should be more prepared for the sites themselves this time around. They are pinging a little bit that middle. They want to make sure that that's something to vie for if ever that's the case later on.
That's the thing, right? You know, when you get your mental shaken up, you get a little jittery off of this match point threat that comes through, you always end up falling back into just your gun sense, you know, playing off of that right angles and getting the hits and shots and playing off reaction. The adrenaline that comes through. Always always Academy. Always Incheon. Oh, I seem to have merged these two teams together.
Yeah. I mean, both of them always in Academy. Kind of similar words, kind of not, but... Well, they have seen similarities from them here all throughout the tournament. At the same time, they're the only ones left in the running. A single round is what separates OQ Academy from a sweet victory. Kosa here over onto the corner, pops the tail, and he's getting ready for dash, but he doesn't hit the shot that could have been it for their success. That would have been big to remove the KO from this equation. A little bit of luck, perhaps, for always Incheon. They survive, and now they move towards that cubby here.
Slow and steady. He's just gonna hold it off. Has the turret to alert any pushes that comes through. They're really hoping that they'll bite the bait. The lockdown comes through. Here comes the counter lockdown as well. So they're gonna stop any pushes that comes through from always Incheon. They are, though, making them move through mid. Not sure if they noticed this.
Yeah, the lockdown is there. It will deny them of the B site itself. Counter lockdown already popped, and at the same time, OQ Academy does get in the way with the fragment. We hear the Nightfall now. So OQ Academy happy to just go gung-ho with these ultimates. It did push always Incheon in, but basically they pulled that ultimate out, and now they're executing towards that B side. Caustic Flag gonna be the call to try and separate B main. Ash and Nagi finding the turret. It's still gonna be hit inside the smoke, and it's the Zebo and Wix with the proper setup. OQ Academy trying to prove they're ready to teach the rest of the region. And they are here to fight. It's OQ Academy with the championship in the Clash of Nations.
Truly being the people to beat the champions of the Japan and Korea region. Zebo, Kosa, Hate, Sika, and Wix. All of them carried their own way, playing in perfect unison and coordination. Although OQ Academy, they tried their best to create the crack. They are the fortified wall that really are the people to beat. Congratulations. We see them here.
How well played there by OQ Academy. All in all, this is a team that has that renown, has that experience, and has a title under their belt. Absolutely well executed game plan. All in all, that last round, they just had so many utilities. They had so many ultimates to burn. They were happy to just buy time with it. But you gotta give props to always Incheon. That lower bracket run to make it to the grand finals. It was exceptional. A big game here from Pookie, especially in the first half. He was just so dominant on this B side. The defense looked to be ironclad there from always Incheon. But then OQ Academy found a few answers. And then on the attacker side, they did even better. Big props really to Kosa here, stepping up with things like the operator. Of course, you already expect how Nazebo and Wix are gonna play out so many angles. All in all, a great showing from OQ Academy. Well deserved of that championship here, El.
Yep, OQ Academy, and we have to clarify once again, OQ Academy, they are the top over quality themselves. A lot of people get this confused, but Academy is the way to go because they're just such smart people in terms of this. You can see that they have the aim, but they also have the strategic plays that comes through. Kosa here getting his ace, amazing stuff. You can see how well they play together off of each other. The fundamentals, they are just so strong. OQ Academy really earning this win and taking the throne.
Yeah, they earned the championship prize as well. It's OQ Academy who tops the leaderboards in the Japan-Korea region here for the Clash of Nations. We still have more to go, ladies and gentlemen. We still have SEA to wrap up also at the end of the night. Of course, our region, we're very excited for that. But of course, also, the panel gonna break down all that's happened in this series, in this whole bracket. And when we return, it will be them explaining, well, how OQ Academy took this championship. For now, though, we're taking a break. When we return, will be the panel. See you guys in just a bit for more.
excuses, not caring about my heart's bruises. You lied about it, I allowed it for your halo. You portray yourself as a victim. I'm making notes in my system. I've been patient, but reputation is your halo. I play a part in your movie. Now you have to choose what suits me. You deserve it. Picture perfect. You did brilliant in making me the villain. I stole the evil life from you. I do the things you said I do for fulfillment and being your villain. I'll be the perfect one for you. With the exception, I won't lose. Why don't you go and play hero? Let you believe it's the hero. I was elected and I accepted. It's my game now. You don't worry about your kingdom. Overconfidence is a symptom. You won't expect what you'll get back. It's my game now. I play a part in your movie. Now you have to choose what suits me. You deserve it. Picture perfect. You did brilliant in making me the villain. I stole the evil life from you. I do the things you said I do for fulfillment and being your villain. I'll be the perfect one for you. With the exception, I won't lose. I'll come and take a look at your favorite picture book. I'll tear up the last page. No happy end for you. Oh, I won't hesitate. I've got no time to lose. I'll come and take a look at your favorite picture book. Soon you'll be just a crossed out name on my list. Cut you off and I know how just like this. I play a part in your movie. Now you have to choose what suits me. You deserve it. You did brilliant in making me the villain. I stole the evil life from you. I do the things you said I do for fulfillment and being your villain. I'll be the perfect one for you. With the exception, I won't lose. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. You know I've been waiting for this weekend. Caught a right up to your face to catch a feeling. Since the last
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, with that. Here's with the paranoia. Still get the pick regardless. No bit shots is that actually, but here's the 4K already. Can we still first ace this game? Is the question no. And Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the House of OQ Academy. This is the Clash of Nations brought to you by ESL. What a phenomenal end to the grand finals for Japan Korea. I cannot wait to hear exactly what our analysts say. My name is AJ, I'm the Mustachio, so let's quickly welcome now Yolo Lee and Husky. Break it down, boys.
Let's be honest. That game, that very last map, it was wow. Like the entire time, Husky and I pretty much back at the room watching the game, right? We were just like, yo, every round was crazy. It was not the classic Wimbledon, ladies and gentlemen. We were talking about going full galaxy with this kind of thing. My God. Especially, let's be honest, Pokey, my God, that guy played out of his mind.
Easiest way to say it is basically, this feels like you're watching an NBA match and everyone is just going for slam dunks. Yeah, I mean, Kosa had an ace moment. Pookie was saving the rounds for his team. OQ Academy is. I just submitted my my application to the OQ Academy. Hopefully they accept me. I heard that the requirement to be in there is Radiant, but I'll try. You know, I think my goal rank should at least be okay.
Your hair is Radiant. Does that count?
I should have put that in my application.
All right. Looks pretty great to me, let's be honest. And let's be honest, you as a person is also quite reading as well.
Yes, yes. Well, I mean, we went into this, you know, into Ascent kind of with the consensus that OQ Academy is generally more comfortable on the map, right?
Oh,
Which
yes,
was
of
why
course.
winning Haven was so important for Always Incheon. They did lose with OQ Academy winning 14-12. We had that overtime, but OQ Academy stepped up and won it. 5 rounds in a row towards the tail end. And on the set, I think it was kind of expected. Always Incheon did put up a good fight, but OQ Academy, as usual, with the recovery in the second half, was just too much for AWI to handle.
And the thing is about this as well is like, it wasn't like so dependent on a specific duelist, right? It wasn't like, oh, you know, it was like Ash carrying the field or anything else. No, everyone was like stepping up, right? It's like, you know, for example, Ash died. Poki's like, no problem, I got you covered, brother. He gets like multi-kills in multiple rounds. Not even talking about Poki, there's even other players. Chloe also stepped out alongside with it, and that's just for Always Incheon, right? But what about OQ Academy? Wix. Unbelievable.
Yes, I really want to talk about,
destroyed everything.
Wix and Kosa, just amazing performance on a set. It really felt like these two players want to end it right then and there. So many highlight reels. I mean, we said how Pookie on that Killjoy was really keeping it together for AWI, but you look at Wix, this guy was also delivering on the same level as Pookie on that Killjoy, and then you have Kosa with all of these crazy moments. I mean,
it is absolutely insane. Like, especially Kosa. Like, remember towards 3 side with the Marshall in hand. He made the Marshall seem like it was such a simple weapon to use. From, of course, the first kill was very casual, scoped in, no problem.
You know,
no scope headshot after that.
You know, I feel like with the chamber adjustment right now that his ultimate, his tour de force fires a bit slower. Maybe people will just go back to the Marshall after seeing that. It's like a budget tour de force.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just a budget tour de force; it's a budget operator as well. Let's be honest. Even if you can't get a kill about it from it still do pretty significant chip damage as well.
I think the mid-round control for OQ Academy was sublime, right? From the early to mid-round was one of the best we've seen.
Yes.
And I think the best part about this series was how these two teams are not only very aware of the plays that are happening on the map, but also how much they understood each other. You can see that the rotations from these two teams, it really felt like they had a screen in front that was watching the enemy team's movement, right? It was very, very telegraphed. All these retakes, all these mid to late round executions from both sides. It felt like a dance. It felt like we were watching a theatrical performance.
And the best part about it, on top of that, to what you mentioned as well, not only further understanding and have wide knowledge on how the map is supposed to be tackled or engaged upon, they also understand what kind of wind condition. And let's be honest, usually, and I mean usually, especially when let's take a push for example, right? For us on a map of a 10, you don't normally wait for the guy to clear out a shot. Usually, when the time runs down, you just pretty much throw all onto the board here with whatever cards you have and get into the site. However, for these guys, for OQ Academy and even Always Incheon, they choose to ensure they got all the boxes checked out before they get to that site. And I think absolutely insane to me.
And I think the game sense that the awareness was just picture perfect. Right? Sometimes, right, even by process of elimination, by how their teams were taking space on the map, they kind of get the timing to toss out utility to delay a push. And sometimes you just wonder how much have these guys practiced to get to this point. But either way, we have crowned the champions of the Korea-Japan region. That's 2 regions down. We have crowned 2 champions for OC and Japan Korea. We still have one more coming out though, SEA. Another banger to be witnessed. Full sense against made in Thailand. So we're going to wait for that. It's going to happen in a bit.
Amen. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, just like Husky said, 2 out of 3 completed. But before we move on to the final grand finals of the day, let's check out the brackets for Japan Korea. It all started when OQ Academy met Scars. They beat them down 2-1. And then Over Quality got taken down 2-0 for them to move on into the grand finals. Always Incheon, on the other hand, they met Over Quality initially and they got kicked down into the lower brackets. That's something that nobody saw coming. Those matches were super close. Down in the bottom bracket, on the other hand, they beat Scars down and out of the competition. They also got that perfect revenge against Over Quality, but in the grand finals, unfortunately for Always Incheon, they were an inch away from beating OQ Academy, but the quality just outshined them. And your champions for the Japan-Korea regions, the one and only OQ Academy. That officially brings this part of the competition to an end, but this is Championship Sunday. We've got a triple crowning. 2 out of 3 completed. The final one, we fly back into Southeast Asia. But that matchup will only happen after an extended break. So, of course, if you need to go take your toilet break, if you need to grab some snacks for yourself, it's been a very, very long day. If you've been here from all the way in the morning, we do thank you for your patience and sticking around. But the action will not stop. We've got one more, and you know exactly how Southeast Asia works. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I cannot be stopped, no, no.
waves of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Fighting my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Under the city lights, thoughts in your head. So clouded waves of love, wording left unsaid. Hot embers burning up, rising in the air. Let's dance on the roof above, life without a care. And I know what it means to you. Do you know what it means to me? No chances, take the lead till we blow it up. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Face the fires, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you. Biding my time for the fight, come back for more. Are you ready? Bring the new. Are you ready? Here for you.
I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. 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 I'm like a dog, I do the most to get off of my leash, yeah. I am a beast, looking for something to eat, yeah. I cannot be defeated, I could take off, I don't need a reason. Anyone that see me sweating, bleeding, I'm about to take off, yeah believe it, yeah believe it. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped, no, no. I cannot be stopped.
It's Championship Sunday. 3 out of 3 Kings crowned today at the Clash of Nations, an official VCT off-season event presented by ESL. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and today is gonna come to an end, but only after we get done and dusted with this final series. And what better way than to fly us all back into SEA? We have got a really, really strong team from Thailand. But the problem is, they've got an opponent that's equally as strong. Okay, maybe not equally, arguably equal in strength as well. But I'll let our analyst, the one and only Husky, break it down for you guys. And I'm very sure Yolo Lee has got a few things to say about it too.
Well, let's be honest, my friend. I guess you could say Biff is the little brother. The little brother of full sense here, let's be honest.
With that setup, now we have the burden of trying to justify why Made in Thailand deserves to be in the finals, because
you see, that's what I'm saying.
just said that they're not as strong.
That's what I'm saying. Once again, AJ has put us on the plank again.
I mean, it is what it is, man. They got smacked. And unless they can smack right back, I'm going to call Akon here.
Yeah, this is Mac like just silently judging AJ. Silently. What are your foul intentions, AJ?
Thailand! I mean, you see, I always respect a shoutcaster who very daringly puts his prediction up front before the match starts. And I respect Mac for that. I mean, he bet on Thailand. Made in Thailand is right here, right now. But, you know, the opponents got into the grand finals pretty easily.
I mean, I bet on Thailand.
Yeah, we all bet on Thailand too.
We all bet. Thailand is going to win the finals by hook or by crook.
Mac, I don't know if you're watching this, Mac, but they switch sides, man.
Hey, man.
Well,
technically,
I think you know,
there's a technical error here. Let's be honest.
So to be very fair, I think it's the numbers they don't lie, right? When we look at the head-to-head between these two teams,
even our hips don't lie.
Sure. I mean, the full sense yesterday they did give Made in Thailand a whooping. You know, it was a very quick one on Haven, 13-4, and then when we went to Fracture, it came really close, 13-11. Made in Thailand, they did have many great moments. I mean, Kadum woke up on that second map, but at the end of the day, Full Sense were just kind of a cut above, and we were, and I think this makes it really interesting for the finals when we look at the map pool contentions. Like, where would these guys go? I think Fracture, just like we mentioned prior to this finals, will be a big contention.
I mean, there was definitely a little bit of a difference. Like, I love how you actually explained the difference between both the maps that was actually previously played in the upper bracket by both Full Sense and Made in Thailand.
Yep.
And yes, there is, of course, a little bit of despite the scoreline difference, you know, 13-4, 13-11, right? There are significant differences between both of the map. One being where you see on the map of Haven, there was a lot more longer angles for them to control, and something, let's be honest, Full Sense, their fraggers, they absolutely love those dry picks and pick battles for themselves here. So that was, of course, a little bit of a difficult situation for Myth. However, when we got to the map of Fracture, that's where, let's be honest, when the map of Fracture, control really got thrown out the window in this case.
Oh yeah.
Everything got thrown out the window. There's nothing about control when Fracture is involved here, where it's all about that speed and aggression. Something that both was able to thrive upon the chaos that was being presented by the map itself. But anyway, this is the match result for Haven. Koski, let's quickly go through this.
Yeah, this was, just to avoid any confusion, this was the Haven that they played yesterday, right? Where Full Sense basically devastated Made in Thailand. We kind of basically it was just John Olsen starting on everyone. I mean, we have Apinia as well, the double duelist lineup that Full Sense ran, and they just mowed down Made in Thailand. It really felt like there was nothing much that Myth could do on that map. On the defensive side, they could not break through Full Sense, and Full Sense did what everything that you should do with a double duelist lineup. They were eating up a lot of space. They were doubling up with John Olsen and Apinia together. And when they got to the attacking side, it was just a straight road to take the map.
Man, it's really crazy as well, right? That kind of thing. And don't forget as well that we are talking about, I guess in a way, a rite of passage for the side here for members of Made in Thailand, right? Because you have two core members who was previously from Made in Thailand years ago, like literally one of the first original Valorant members and core for Made in Thailand's lineup, and them being Boom Barupa and T. Although yes, by his name right now is T Love Family. Definitely loving the family, but as much as he loves family, he likes to see the growth from the young talents that's coming out from Made in Thailand. So it's really the kind of the rite of passage that they have to try to overcome here.
Yeah, and I think when we go into this finals, our casters, Mac and Pilsky, they did set this up, right? We get to see the kind of hit one-to-one matchup between PTC and John Olsen. This is going to be a banger for sure. I mean, PTC, a big flex player, the agents that he played on Fracture and Haven are completely different. Cypher on Fracture, Reach on Haven, but most importantly was how this guy is always consistent. And today, he really stepped up to the plate, and that is what makes it so much more interesting when we look at this grand finals between these two teams. Though I do want to see how Full Sense is going to deal with Made in Thailand, whether Made in Thailand can at least give Full Sense a better run. And also, we just got a slight update, right? D is not going to be playing in this grand finals. We'll have Super Buzz in. But don't worry, Super Buzz is going to keep Fu Sen in safe hands. This
I
guy
mean, of course, he's sort of living up to the name, right? He's pretty much a super boss.
He's one of the few superstars as well, honestly. So I think, yeah, sure, he might not be playing, but with Super Bus in, I think Fu Sen will still be in a very, very solid shape.
I mean, of course, like unfortunately, we won't be able to have T to, I guess you could say, to overwatch the Rider Pass is going to be made by Made in Thailand members here. But then again, he will be supporting his own, of course, his respective team Full Sense from the sideline very comfortably while, you know, watching the growth of his former members here go toe-to-toe against him.
No, I think this would definitely have a bit of effect on the dynamics, right? When you are playing in the grand finals with a sub instead of that main roster, something that probably would change the course of that best of 3. But I think the bulk of Fu Sen is still going to be around. The core members are still very solid, so there's a lot to be desired.
Great things come to those who wait. We'll be back after a quick short break.
Planets are aligning, stars are brightly shining. What a great timing for everything, everything. Planets are aligning, stars are brightly shining. What a great timing for everyone, everyone but us, us, us. While I'm running, you stay still. You say you want, I say I will. Our paths never seem to intertwine. Still, I wonder if you ever could be mine. At our core, we are the same, but you're like water, I'm like a flame. The only common place we will ever find is in my mind. Time fading, while we're waiting for this to turn back around. Mistaking, rotating for us to forward path. Space between us endlessly. You are Earth, Mercury. Out of reach, but clear see. You are Earth, Mercury. In my mind, you're clear as day, but I can't seem to find a way for us to get closer. We try, but we can never get closure. At our core, we are the same, but when I'm gone, you will remain. All I ever wanted was to see your face, but we were never moving at the same pace. Time fading, while we're waiting for this to turn back around. Mistaking, rotating for us to forward path. Space between us endlessly. You are Earth, Mercury. Out of reach, but clear see. Space between us endlessly. You are Earth, I'm Mercury. Out of reach, but can see. You are Earth, I'm Mercury.
You left me.
Looking for the execute. A stellar flash though from Sing. Leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage. Two already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, it worked out. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. No shot is that actually, but here's the 4K already carries the first ace this game. Is the question no. As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the Clash of Nations. This is the final grand finals of the day. We wanted to crown 3 kings, 2 out of 3 already completed. Now, down here at SEA, we are potentially gonna crown a king from Thailand, obviously. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio. Down here with Yolo Lee and Husky. Give us the breakdown as well as the drafts before we hop on in the match, guys.
Well, just before we, just for those who didn't catch kind of the pre-show, D will not be playing for Full Sense in this grand finals, but they did find Super Buzz, who was a member of Full Sense, did play with Full Sense before. Interestingly enough, the last official match that he played, I believe, was a VCT Stage 2 earlier this year, so there's a long gap in between.
It is a very long time.
But you know, it's a family, it's a squad that he's familiar with, so I'm excited to see Super Buzz back in the battlefield.
I mean, of course, yes, it's a bit saddened that T is not going to be playing with us today, and Overwatch this rite of passage for Made in Thailand. But of course, Super Buzz is going to be here to take over his place, and of course, turn that frown upside down. Actually, not exactly how I am.
It doesn't really work. I mean, nice try. Very nice try, Leonard. You had one job.
I mean, come on. The emoji they play in my part. But of course, this is your head-to-head Full Sense versus Made in Thailand. These are your core players on each side, ready to rock and roll. Of course, as we mentioned, T's going to be replaced by Super Buzz here, as he will fill in that additional core role. And although yes, we did highlight the fact that Boom Barupao and also alongside with T, who used to be ex-players on Made in Thailand, the very first team that was being made in the VALORANT scene. Alongside with them, they will be going toe-to-toe against their previous organization and to oversee how well their current or new recruits, how well will they fare against the experienced veterans.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm looking at Full Sense, and a lot. You don't need to say a lot about them, right? Because they are so solid in what they deliver. I mean, we look at this roster. In fact, it is Boom Burapa who is not there. We'll get an update, and then we'll let you guys know. But for Made in Thailand, there's no changes to the roster. They played earlier today. Kadum, Concrete, Alone Fields, Beta, and PTC. And a lot of us would say that this is the battle of the icons from both teams. It's John Olsen against PTC. Regardless of which side you are on, I think Full Sense is kind of the tournament favorites at this point of time. So let's take a look at Full Sense again. John Olsen, the star duelist of the team, but you also have Apinia, who yesterday did run the double duelist alongside John, and they tear up a Storm. But what really piques my interest the most, what really attracted me the most, wasn't those flashy frags. It was Lammy, Snacks, and his Sova.
Which is somewhat understandable as well, right? The initiative role that he plays here is not your casual, stand the back line, try to point things out for your teammates support. No, this guy is a straight up battle initiator, right? To give the necessary information and intel necessary, but most importantly, mostly for himself actually, to actually enter to the side as well. The amount of frags that he actually got on his belt, of course, on average, is possibly even more compared to your usual common support Sova players as well. So pretty cool stuff coming from Lammy Snacks. I think he has been pretty phenomenal. Especially, don't forget about Pinya. I love the fact that he actually brought in the idea of Pinya as the other additional double duelist to play alongside with him. And he actually joined relatively early this year. But enough about Full Sense. Let's get back at the Made in Thailand. but most importantly, I know we talked about this just now in the previous lower bracket finals, but for those who actually missed out, I'm just going to say it again. It is great, and I mean it's great to see PTC and Concrete back together once again.
Yeah, I mean PTC really woke up. Kadum as well. Yesterday was quite consistent on the duelist role, right? A slow start to game 1, but when Fracture rolled around, Kadum basically went kaboom and almost took down Full Sense on Fracture. But right now we look at Made in Thailand, kind of the duo, kind of the holding hands scenario for Made in Thailand is that there's so much more cohesion in the plays that they make. When we saw how they took down lanes, it was very clear that Made in Thailand knew exactly what their teammates wanted to do. I'm hoping that we get to see Fracture, because I want to see Kadum kind of go up against John Olsen. I want to see that duelist, that fast-paced execute from Made in Thailand. Full Sense did punish them yesterday, but it came really close. But if Made in Thailand was able to do what they did yesterday, we are going to have a treat on our hands, but that is for map number 3. So please take us to map 3.
No.
We're going to start with Haven first, and we already said that we want to see Haven as well, because both teams have very different ideas on how to approach Haven in terms of agent composition, especially when, for Made in Thailand, they do run the Sky on Concrete, so I want to see Haven. We got our wish granted. We get Breeze as our second map. That will be the choice selected by Made in Thailand, and if we get to the last map, it's Fracture, baby. It's that rematch.
Let me tell you something. This is what I call the definition of pick your poison, right? Especially since it was the first pick was being settled by Full Sense. They picked the very map that
they crushed Myth on.
Not only crushed Myth on, but Myth also had a really tough time on Haven on the other regions. Let's be honest, they only played on Haven twice. Twice, if they had the opportunity, they'll actually ban it out. Although, yes, there is some limelight to this situation where Fracture, they are the only team in the Southeast Asia region who actually picked Fracture the most. 4 games of Fracture on their belt here, then they only lost 1, and of course that very team that they lost to was Full Sense themselves. Then now, coming back to what I'm saying, knowing I guess you could say picking your poison, they picked the very one map, a very unorthodox map, and let's be honest, when we see Breeze, you're definitely going to be expecting pretty chaotic results from either side. And remember, there is no set default agent composition here. And even in the other in the other region, they will have this rough idea where, okay, this might be the composition for Breeze. But after a couple of games, you then realize, maybe this might not be the one. There is no set in stone when it comes to Breeze here.
I definitely am looking forward to Breeze. I feel like this is the wrench kind of throw into the machine. But overall, it gives us it kind of sets the battlefield up, right? Because if you look by previous results, it's easy to say that Full Sense is going to win Haven again, and then we go to Breeze with Full Sense in the lead. But if we ever get there, I'm expecting a double duelist composition to be ran again by both teams. But when we look back at Haven, I think this is a map that we cannot overstate the importance, right? Because Full Sense, they devastated Made in Thailand on Haven yesterday. We're gonna check out the agent select and see if there are any adjustments made, because for Full Sense, it was all about the double duelist. They had the Omen, Sova, and Killjoy to kind of pair up with it, but now it's a bit of a change. Superbuzz decides to go on the Astra, but everything else is the same.
Now here, what I'm really curious is what Myth is going to be running for their end, right? Because for the only 2 games that they've been playing so far and comfortable, the composition has always been their go-to: Breach, Jet, Killjoy, Omen, and Sky. Sky, understandably, because Sky utilities just enable you to check those really close quarters. The Seekers just really help you out in the long run as the game slowly drags on towards the rounds here. But however, I am interested if they want to change up their relatively controller here, and it just might be, since we no longer might not see the Omen, and Astra is currently being hovered upon. However, here's another interesting thing. They're also switching up their terms of initiator here. Sky is still the same, of course, but no longer the Breach. We are seeing a potential Sova Bring coming into the round. So in other words, Myth is coming into this game with this mindset where Intel is literally the name of the game. We don't need a lot of control utilities or flashes. We just want to get some form of information to know where they are, and we're confident we should be able to frag out against them.
Good to see that Full Sense stuck to their guns, what worked yesterday, and what was comfortable for them. But Myth with the switch up definitely is something that I didn't really expect coming into this. I thought that they would stick with what they had on Haven early on. And sure, they did lose 14-12, but it was a very solid lineup, and it was kind of what they ran yesterday as well. So the only difference being that Full Sense had a double duelist, Myth having a slightly different composition, bringing the Sova and the Astra in, but they're gonna stick with the Jet anyways.
I mean, of course, because like something has to be changed. If not, history will then repeat itself. But we shall see how this game will go.
Oh yeah, baby! It's finally game time, and to bring you all the rhythm and rhyme, MC Lemonade ready to annihilate, and DJ Dax on the decks. Take it away.
Well, give me a beat, Belle.
The only beat I'm giving is that I'm fixing my nano swarm.
Oh, there you go. She's ready to pop those nades, just like the Killjoys were to get into the game here. And well, we don't need to make a mixtape out of that. We are in to the SEA finals yet again, ladies and gentlemen. Daxnell gonna be back. Look at that. She's ready to toss it already. She probably knows all the lineups here on the map like Haven.
Hey, man.
How many lineups do you know?
Like 4.
Like 4. Wow, that's 4 more than I do. But here we have it now. A number of interesting changes coming into our final series of the day. Our grand finals for SEA. Made in Thailand, swapping things over immensely in terms of the composition. You got PTC, I believe, now on that Killjoy. You got Beta over onto the Astra. But Full Sense has brought back a member from the streaming side to the playing side yet again. One of the star players they had from 2021. One of the big reasons they made it the champions through LCQ in the first place. It's the Astra King himself, Super Bass, back on the board. And of course, he's on his signature Astra as per usual.
Yep, Husky may be talking about how to enroll into Academy, but to enroll yourself into Full Sense, you just gotta be a streamer. And having the Astra is essentially the same as an Omen, but a little bit different. Of course, the ultimate has a bit more usage in terms of a retake or just cutting off sight for entry. Possibilities are endless, and I think on the side of Made in Thailand, they realize that C is not the way to go. A is where it's at.
Lammy Snacks from up top. Throws out a few shock bolts here and there. Conger tried to bait it out first with the spike itself. And of course, Made in Thailand, they're always going to interlate that sky as much as possible. That's one thing about this map pool. You have to keep an eye out in the future. Opinion, though, leading the charge. Conger and Beta do answer back. Full Sense. They're back on that double duel. It worked out last time versus Made in Thailand. But you can see hits here from Myth. They change up the composition a bit more on the defensive side. And just because of that, Beta in a good position to get 3 kills or allow Made in Thailand that pistol win.
Yeah, Made in Thailand have lots more to prove since they've been knocked out by Full Sense themselves. But back here, coming in and also knowing that Full Sense is playing with Super Buzz, it's not the same team. They're looking a bit more well-oiled right now, coming through, running it down and playing with what they know. Myth, although earlier they actually lost out the Haven map, they had a convincing win, pretty solid as Husky mentioned earlier. And they also played against Lays, and it was 11 and 12, super close, but definitely doable for themselves.
Yeah, I think it was like, what, a 2-round gap at the very end. The thing is, Made in Thailand, they're super good at this map also. This is one of the few instances, and especially in this tournament itself, that they've been knocked down a peg, not just once, but twice, to change things up in terms, and they basically changed things up in the terms of the composition, expecting Full Sense to run double duelist yet again, but it was very strong against their usual double initiator in the first place. Now they move it towards that C side. T with a few shots. Kadum and Conga Red, though, with the kills already. And, well, Full Sense will have to see this round by this point.
We'll see this round, but it's just one man against the whole entire arsenal of Made in Thailand. Lammy Snacks with a deagle. Possible to do, but at this point in time, with all the members, it's difficult tall task. He has to try to get those exit frags, so gets one, so that's some value, taking off a gun on the side of Made in Thailand, but that's all she wrote as a Spectre gets him at his 6.
Yeah, with Full Sense, they're gonna have, well, a bit to work with. Now, this time, the rifles are gonna be out. Again, you keep an eye out on when Johnson becomes online and ready to go. That Reyna is gonna be instrumental at gaining those kills. But I'd really wanna talk about, before we get into this round, is how, in a way, Made in Thailand, they're gonna be happy to play this, and the fact that they got Haven as the first map and changed up their composition, it might give them that slight edge. You look at how they draft these things. One of the key points for Made in Thailand is they're always gonna ban Pearl as much as possible. So for Full Sense, they're like, okay,
They're gonna play off of what they know. T is the one right now at the back of side just holding it up. Takes one off of Made in Thailand, but already tagged at 15 HP. Gonna be taken down by the shockdown. Opinion has something to say about it though. Beta is gonna come down inside of Made in Thailand, holding off the forces onto mid.
3 and at the very least, full sense. Still do not want to overexert themselves. You can see over at A Long, Yadasova of Lammy Snacks playing the waiting game. Made in Thailand. You're gonna try to burst through towards B site if ever. Opinia retreating already. But with that double duel is still alive, there's still that threat. PTC now watching Opinia peek. He's gonna back away from now. There's still a bit of time to work it, but through the wall! That's big from Opinia.
Humongous indeed, just playing off of the sense that you know John Olsen again. You say we're waiting for him to come online, and he takes down PTC. Full sense. They may have one member down, but they have all they need. The core is still dead. John Olsen and Opinia again. The double duelist has been so potent for them.
Yeah, they were convincing last time anyway. Might as well pick up the map, go for a fight like this. And between these two, perhaps just a few frags here to bring out either the Blade Storm or the Empress in an absolute pinch. I do wonder though, how else are they gonna integrate Super Bus on this, on this Asteroid now? You're gonna expect, of course, Gravity Wells to be instrumental for the hold, and you can see it, that they're heavily fortifying that C site. And I want to see perhaps any ways to open up some of these angles for John Olsen as well as Opinia, giving them an easier time to invade on the other side of the map. This time though, he has to retreat because he gets spotted, Made in Thailand, putting pressure towards C side as T is waiting for anything to come his way.
Pressure in Z. Garage is open though, so that is an option for Made in Thailand, though they have not checked it out. They really haven't gotten much info other than the fact that there is threats in C. Long holding it out, waiting for Full Sense to make a mistake, but I don't think they're going to be biting the bait. The drone is sent out though, so A side, at least A Long, is open for them. They know that, but they're still very, very hesitant.
Yeah. Could be ripe for the taking, but time.
Yeah.
Made in Thailand still has a chance to make the burst work. T here, waiting for the dart to go that way if ever. Made in Thailand, they have a lot of intel available between the Sova and the Sky. There's another swarm being popped. Super Bus going for the smokes first and foremost, but Kadum has already invaded the side, and he's already behind John Olsen, who walks through with him. Super Bus only gets one for his troubles as Made in Thailand now clearing a path of destruction and taking the C side pretty heavy-handedly.
Opinia now, one man standing. All the members of Full Sense getting run over like that. Not too sure if that's a miscoordination on the side of Full Sense, but it seems as though Made in Thailand, they understand the weakness and the weak link that comes through in Full Sense defenses. Took their time, but eventually got the site. And now Opinia just holding it off here with his Phantom.
And perhaps a bit of ring rust there for Super Bus. Too busy with the smokes already. Kadum was inside. Made in Thailand, they have a lot of speed available, even though they only have a single duelist, because you have the Sova and the Sky together. If you want quick executes, it's honestly the perfect initiator setup that you have, because the dart comes, gives you that intel so quickly. The flash is usually alongside or in terms of setting up the entry of the duelist, and from that point on, Made in Thailand, that burst potential is something they can rely on here on the attacking side. I also like the fact that their backline can be utilized to be defensive, to watch out those flanks, and all in all, I think for Made in Thailand, this is the right comp moving forward versus a double duelist setup like Full Sense.
Yeah, and Full Sense themselves, I think they noticed that it's a bit different now from the last time they actually brought it all together with Made in Thailand. We did see some really good stuff coming in from John Olsen and Opinia, especially when they're skirmishing off of A site. In Myth, they realize this, tries again for an C site execute, gets the recon down, but gets it destroyed. At least they know that it's people playing on site itself.
We've seen it again. Anchors here for Full Sense, waiting C site down. But this time, a bit of aggression. Double duelists themselves. The duo, John Olsen and Opinia. Moving past the lobby, going towards the attacker spawn. No, Opinia getting caught at the last moment by PTC. Just inklings again of how that style is played. PTC moving forward, might be happy to deal with John Olsen, his former teammate, longtime partner. in many a game, not just even in Valorant. The jump peak now. Spot out his old comrade on the other side. The guiding light is there too. But while all this space is being made in Thailand's actually going for that C site. Alert instead. Towards short here for the Killjoy.
I think they understand where the weaknesses lie. PTC has been doing a lot of work even in the previous rounds. It's just been playing together as a unit, even if there's not together in a split
30
position.
seconds left.
They have the communication that just gives them the information needed. And here is the big entry boom on the side. Kadoom's going to find T and take another one with him. BTC's going to find one more at A side before they open up the execution into C. We have the spike down again. One man standing left on full sense. It seems to be a repeat over again.
Yeah, it's a strong burst from Kadoom, and we see it. He can clear it. He doesn't need to deal with all of the shenanigans of basically the setup of the defense of full sense. With Lammy Snacks now, he has a lot of work to do. 1v2 scenario, the rotate already comes from PTC, so he's ready to enforce Congrad if ever. There you go now, Nano's farm for the stalled turret will be broken, but it confirms that Lammy Snacks is playing close into the entrance of C Long. Goes towards the Cubby, but Congrad has his number, and 4-1 now, made in Thailand, makes it another one.
Over and over again, just coming at full sense when they least expected it. Full sense now forced to go for those sheriff buys. Yes, it may not be Korea, Japan, but I'm hopeful for this, especially since the fact they have ultimates ready.
Well, I don't see it the same way usually, but hey, I'm gonna admire your optimism. Made in Thailand, though, looking strong so far. If Kadoom is online, Made in Thailand is online. It has been their bread and butter. Very consistent player, rarely has a bad game. For Mitz, it's gonna be a cornerstone to their success if they can continue on with that trend. Opinion, though, was to fight it. And the dynamic duo, one more time, goes on an adventure towards C Long. This time, though, Beta watching for this. The alarm bot is there too, anticipating the aggression. So they're gonna get spotted. No swing as of yet. Instead, it's gonna be Made in Thailand waiting for the aggression for Full Sense.
Oh, such a good read though. It's finally when Full Sense sends the double duel is onto C Long, since that is the threat that they move on to the mid site. We do have the Cloudburst trying to block off any entrances from Opinia, but he gets so much value out of that. Just that Blade Storm opening up possibilities for Full Sense now, even at the Thrifty buy.
Yeah, I'm starting to believe in your smile here, El, but now Beta will get the takedown onto Superbus. Has to deal with so many members towards window. Overwhelming Conqueror, waiting for John Olsen to make a slip-up. Does become a 1v2 at the end of the day. You mentioned it, Opinia getting so much value. Eventually Conqueror with the correction. Can T pick up a rifle in time? Yes, he does. He has a Phantom this time. And Conqueror versus T. Trailblazer gets that insult. Spike, though, right in front of him. Breaks the turret now, and it's enough for Conqueror to get that takedown anyway. Clutch from Conqueror again.
Oh, close, but not exactly it. But do you believe, though, Dax? You believe the power now?
Yeah, I mean, I believe if you say it, I'm just gonna go with it. Maybe you have the power to make Thrifties work, but well, it was a good plan for Made in Thailand, all things considered. They, as soon as they got the correction of Opinia or leaping over those crates, hitting that alarm bot, even dashing away, they went for that pinch to happen, but that was just crucial from Opinia, and John Olsen gave them a fighting chance. Unfortunately, Conga Red still wins it at the end of the day, so Made in Thailand now looking to overwhelm. Flash isn't enough as Kadoom will fall this time. Opinia gets second, double dipping and coming out ahead. Maybe even a triple here. Exceptional from Opinia to start things off.
Looking for a fourth. He does have the tailwind pop, and that's the Guardian Light is going to just retreat his advances a little bit, but he gets the fourth one.
Oh.
Conqueror not able to click fast enough. Opinia with the operator is absolutely annihilating a PTC. He's up at B. That's almost the ace. They're hunting. They are hunting for a PTC.
He's in, and he's out. There you go. One round from Opinia. That first kill was strong. The fact that he's able to avoid that guiding light, it just allows him to actually get that takedown. But dipping into the lobby again and again like that, pushing, that's just utter confidence from Full Sense that they can get away with it. And, well, Opinia, he's proven that he can call the shots. He can call those shots for himself. Get those takedowns, especially exactly what Full Sense need to make a comp like this work. They needed a round like that, though, just to stifle Made in Thailand and their momentum, but it's problematic for Full Sense because they're gonna have to deal with so many ultimates on the side of mid this time.
Definitely. And since they have knowledge of Opinion holding on to the operator, as long as they use the utilities one by one and just overwhelm them, they are definitely having a great chance just to break onto site. Pena, recently joined in the team. It's great to see that he's working so cohesively with them. And of course, we cannot forget John Olsen, who has been the dueling duo together with them.
Yeah, it's just been, hey, you wanna make a duo here? In what? In our team itself. Okay, sure, no problem. A very aggressive action taken by Full Sense. And yet again, we kind of see that whole debate. Is it gonna be double duelist next on the list for 2023? Is it gonna be double initiator still with all the utilities to help out? Made in Thailand, they have taken a better gear, a better speed at how they want to run this double initiator. But at the end of the day, it's still the setup to allow Kadoom to make wonders happen. Guiding Light now, thrown over A-Long. Lammy Snacks will retreat. As it seems like for Made in Thailand, they're gonna start off the round by putting pressure on A, and here they come actually.
Oh, here are the big optimizations are talking about. Nanastorm just deters a little bit of the team, but Kadoom is already in. He does get one, so that's valiant effort, but gets taken down. The rest of his teammates, though, have to wait for every timing of the utilities on the side of Full Sense to come down. Hunter's Fury gets popped as well. Conqueror, nowhere to run, right on the hill, but gets into safety at the right time. Gets a scan out, notices that Full Sense, they're already hot on the trail.
I found the corner there at the very end. Full Send there from Conga Red. Gossip Divide out the call for Full Sense in response. There was so much noise cut out by Myth a while ago, and as soon as Apinia dashes on in, Beta will get the takedown. PTC's there too. It's all left to Super Bus though. In the 1v3 scenario, lockdown will be burnt. For Full Sense, it's gonna be difficult. Can't barely hear anything by this point because of that wall. Should be around for Made in Thailand as PTC will be caught running away. Superbus, another exit perhaps. A lone fills coming from the short angle. Difficult for him to try and win things out. The shots ring. A lone fills with a takedown. And while Made in Thailand will get the round here, that was a very costly round for them. That's 4 ults used in the blink of an eye.
Definitely, I think Full Sense, they did as much as they could just to hold them off. Currently, though, if you take a look at the economy, it's 0-0-0 and one more 0 onto Full Sense board. They lose this round, they are forced to go into another eco, and Pinya with the operator just holding it on. If he gets good value once again, he might be able to make this work, but Made in Thailand, I think they have the right reads. It's been time after time again, they've just been avoiding the threat.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, that's not just an operator, that's a glass cannon. I don't think he actually bought armor right now, and Kadoom, well, he's gonna just cut through Superbus like a knife on butter. He's ready now to push even deeper here. Confidence about for Made in Thailand. They also burnt a number of ultimates away from Full Sense a while ago, and this time, this is smart from Kadoom. Clears through the Leer to get that takedown. Spotting John Olsen mid-utility. Already the round won by mid by this point.
Super smart of them to just push out A-Long once again. And yes, it's almost as if they already won the round. Pinya doesn't want to risk his operator. Probably just gonna play for the exit frags. And then if Kadoom is in the wrong spot, he may get caught out. But Blaze Storm in hand, it's really who gets it first. The jumping! But no, Pinya's gonna put an end to his life. The rest of the members of Made in Thailand, they're just gonna go into safety.
Yeah, of course, they don't want to overextend and over-invest just to get rid of this op. This is good confirmation, though. This is strong intel for Made in Thailand moving forward. Perhaps how will they deal with Opinia's operator in the next round, as they now have an idea of it. Strong take, though, towards that A site. Again, the power of just setting things up well for your Jet. PTC tries at that last moment to catch Opinia off guard. Now he's ready with the blades, he's ready with the op. And this is where Full Sense will have to rely on him, especially, to try and bail them out in this round here.
So interesting to see that Full Sense not really finding the footing over here. Could it be the extra sub? But Haven is their home ground. They previously wrecked Made in Thailand on this map itself at 13-4, and now they are on the receiving end of Made in Thailand's wrath.
I'd honestly say it's more of the composition swap from Made in Thailand. This is just such a strong call. Probably helped out by the coaching staff too in between days. But I've always been thinking, if you can't make something like the breach work, why not just go faster? And why not get some better intel? That's what the Soba entails in these kind of scenarios. And with Kadoom being red hot right now, it helps out the case of this comp in the first place. They did give the operator, though. You hear full sense to John Olsen, so he might be the threat in this instance. Alone Fields hiding at the corner, and Kadum also playing the same game even closer. 2 now for Kadum. Yet again, a single flurry of bullets enough to open up the site.
Discipline indeed. I'm not too sure if the Trailblazer saw Super Bus, but it doesn't matter because as soon as he shot, he gets taken down. So Doom getting the third one as well. Doing so much work as the duelist, opening up sight for the rest of his team. Again, like you mentioned, running it fast, running it super quick and taking off the positions and the control of sight is the name of the game. Pinya, last man standing, Bladestorm might be able to get something, but Kadum is going to get the 4K off of his head.
Exceptional. And it's just that kind of situation where it's up to you when to say go, but as soon as it happens, they've already left the starting line before you could finish the word. Doom there, having quite the heyday, 14 takedowns. Beauty of what double elimination does here, El, because Made in Thailand witnessed that double duelist from Full Sense firsthand. Because that they get knocked down to the lower bracket and still lost 2 lays on Haven 2. It made them rethink. Maybe you can change things up. Maybe we can have a counter comp against what Full Sense is running. And as of now, it is working well here for Made in Thailand. They've been pretty much one of the best teams this offseason in terms of their performance overall in so many tournaments. And yet again, they're trying to make a case that they are exceptional in the past few months.
Oh, you can see the pressure that's being applied by Made in Thailand as well. They just hold on to C, and already Pinya forced to just pull back. The Nanostorm even got popped up at C entry, but no one was dead. It's just all these desperation moments that comes through, and Made in Thailand is capitalizing over that fact. John Olsen, though, at the mid, might be able to catch someone off guard.
Yeah, well, off guard. Well, he's off his rocker now. Alon Fills will just bring reality crashing down on him. See, over onto the B site, but the damage has been done. It's 4v2. Made in Thailand can wait for their utilities and then execute if ever. They can just swarm one of these sites, and A is the right call. Full Sense so far away right now as Made in Thailand. They're just moving here.
Came into this with Made in Thailand in the lowest seat, just coming through, just something to prove. But Made in Thailand, they are a well-armed machine coming through. T is going to find Myth though, but with that said, Kadum again getting the head off of him. 2-9, a 7-point lead. Suddenly, the tables have turned, and it's Full Sense time to step up to the game. Made in Thailand, if they close this map off, I have no doubt that the second one will be a really close match as well. Not too sure if we're going to get a decider, but if Full Sense want to remain in that, they have to make these points closer and closer for each other.
I mean, I'm excited to see if we go to map 3, what Made in Thailand will do to adjust that time around, because their usual fracture does work for them. But then again, I think about Breeze, where Conga Red's gonna be playing that Sky. Wouldn't be surprised if Full Sense still plays the double duelist. So both sides can make a case of how strong they can be. But what we see right now is what we get, especially from Made in Thailand. They have found the answers against the Jet Reina of Full Sense. Pinya will be backing on away. Same thing for T. It hasn't been the best showing here from Superbus. Perhaps a bit of rust right now, but at the same time, it just happens here if you do have the substitute into play. Superbus though already trying to prove us wrong. Guardian takedown through the wall even. Conga Red falls first, and truthfully, he's one of the most important players Made in Thailand has right now in this game here.
Yeah, probably taking it slow. That's a great pick for Full Sense. Again, the hesitantness comes true. Just holding it off. Very patient, very disciplined, by the way. PCC most of the times have gotten a lot of picks out of this A entry site here, but nobody inside of Full Sense seems to be there. They might get an inkling though that an A executes what they're looking for. Just the fact that there's nobody off at mid. And C side, there is a turret that doesn't get alerted. 30 seconds
And John Olsen again, aggressive angle because he needs to get this kill to get on the way. Kadum though denies him. Beta is gonna get 2 for his troubles. And the forces from the backside obliterated by Beta in the blink of an eye. Nice second frag duty there. Made in Thailand. Alon Fills now to the corner as Full Sense. They're just desperate to get this last round of the first half.
Desperate indeed. T holding up on the side of heaven, but Alone Fills. He's gonna hold on. PD Superbus gets taken down by PTC, and with that, he takes one down, but the refrag comes along. Myth bringing this to a 10 points.
Switching sides.
Double digits at the end of first half. Made in Thailand has to be happy about that. And overall, that last round was the biggest problem. We see it for full sense. Last time we saw them on Haven, John Olsen had ample time to throw out some commanding leers that really broke the flow of Made in Thailand. But this time, just because of the extra bit of speed, extra bit of space full sense Made in Thailand rather is able to get, you can see that he has to be ready with his gun instead. He has to be ready for Kadum coming his way. And if he does throw the leer, Kadum has already cleared it. He's already through to the other side, ready to have that contact. Has to go for the 50-50 here for the Reyna, but Kadum has just been feeling it so far, and it just falls apart for full sense from there. It's just that lack of staying power compared to what Made in Thailand has in store for them. You can get away with the Reyna, yes, but it's so conditional. You need to get that kill. You need to get that win. And it hasn't happened often here for full sense.
Yeah, but we saw that earlier. Kadum again on his game gets 2 on the side of full sense. For full sense though, they do get the refrag coming through, so that's great news for them. 3 people stuck off at A long though alone, trying to deter them a little bit with the shock dart. He gets 1 hit. Recon Bolt doesn't get anybody but alone. It's gonna find T, and Lamisat's gonna get him back in return. 1v1 4 HP! Not enough. PDC is gonna get him out.
Yeah, that probably could have been the shot there. But in the end, he barely survived the fight towards A long, got grazed heavily. I think he actually got hit there by the head also, but luckily for him, survived to try and make it happen. Still, Made in Thailand, they have made quick work of this map. This is the form we see from Made in Thailand. This is how they play Haven. Absolutely blazing a trail to victory. The question now is, can they wrap things up? Full sense, a final gamble here. The Force buy. Yet again, we rely on the Pinya and John Olsen to lead that charge. They will live or die by this double duelist. It does seem like it has been the latter so far. PTC backing on away. A-Link now being invaded by a Pinya. And over full sense, it's aggressive here. Made in Thailand waiting. A Pinya gets 1. Kadum falls first.
Make as much position control as they can. BTC is going to get 2. Pinya is going to find a lone fields. They do have control of Ling, and the spike is not even down. They try to go for the methodological way, make it true from the fundamentals. But unfortunately, the teammates at the back, they got caught off guard.
There you go. Another one from Made in Thailand. PTC, right place, right time. As soon as he realized the spike was being planted, he started that retake by himself. And by Jove, he got so many of those takedowns to keep the flow going. This is it, L. Haven has just gone and went in the blink of an eye. And right now, full sense, they will have to be scrappy to try and win this. They will force whatever they can afford. They need those takedowns to happen. You can't have John Olsen at the bottom of the scoreboard right now just because of the nature of the agents. But Made in Thailand, they have found answer after answer so far in this game.
And you said it, you know, they got a little bit into the theory crafting, came back in with a better game plan. They understood what the win conditions were for full sense, and they played it to the best of ability. Now, going in for a B hit once again, this time playing with the team. PTC is going to get 1, Opinion's going to come in with the refrag. The spike finally gets planted out. Opinion stuck out of nowhere. Conquest going to get 2, 3, and that's going to be 1 man left. Full Sense's dream of closing up heaven is getting closer and closer into the darkness.
Oh man, the Stinger beats the rifle, but you mentioned it. You can see it here for Full Sense. Their eyes have been shut. They have been bound, gagged even, and T knows this game is over. The defuse comes online, and Made in Thailand have made quick work of their fellow countrymen. 13-2 in the grand finals. Myth is back with a vengeance.
And it's a vengeance indeed, and again, just coming through. Myth, they had the game plan, they knew what to do. They understand that Full Sense wanted to run them down, so they made it almost impossible for them to take those risks. I believe one of the strongest rounds, was on the round number 4, when they just took them off and they shook up the economy of Full Sense. So whenever they wanted to go in for the double duelist up into your face, they really couldn't do that because of how much risk they're taking, and in the return, it's always a 50-50. They could not make that move.
Yeah, it just looks so potent here right now from Made in Thailand. And truth be told, you look a little bit of their history. They used to run that side for quite a lot in their day and age over at VCT, also running something like the Astra. They just pretty much swapped out the chamber from before into the Killjoy, and perhaps that blast from the past is exactly what made Thailand needs to get things played by Made in Thailand all in all. And you gotta give big props to Kadoom. He was back with a vengeance. He was ready to prove that he could be better than Pinya and John Olsen. And that he did there, El.
Oh yes, 100%. And well, Husky would be very happy to see Kadoom popping off. He talked about how he was a stable duelist, and this time round, he's not just stable, he is collecting highlight reel after highlight reel. Take a look at that. Pinya being so strong to open the site time and time after again for his teammates. Full sense could not find a reply.
And there you go, Made in Thailand. They have sent a letter that they want to win the ship. Can they do so into the second map, or do we decide there? For now, though, guys, a quick break here in the SEA finals of Clash of Stars. Let's bring you to the panel in just a bit.
You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. All this game up in my pocket. Bet that you can't stop it. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. You know that I got it. Yeah. This game fits in your pocket. Guaranteed to watch it. You know that I got it. Came through stunting with the moves you ain't never seen. Handle so dirty, jumper wet, so I keep it clean. Splash, splash. Hand down, man down when I come through, drip it. Back turn on the oop, I'ma catch him slipping. Yeah, no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the. I no look, don't look. Nay, dancing in the sky, boy, no hook. Serving up a big plate, what I just cooked. Yeah, that line got 8, pride got took. Yeah, 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 yeah. And now you on a poster. They can't even court you. I did it for the culture. Yeah. You know that I got it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. This is the Clash of Nations, an official VCT off-season event brought to you by ESL. And what an upset in the very first matchup in our grand finals here for Southeast Asia. My name's AJ, I'm the Mustachio, and I cannot wait to hear exactly what our analysts have to say, because I assume that this could have been caused by a final second roster change. But Husky, what do you think, my friend?
You know it's an upset. But even the graphics show Full Sense won the game.
Production was like, there's no way. There is no way they lose the first one.
We prepped everything.
I'm absolutely speechless.
Foreseen.
Look, I've been on the panel for this is like what, 4 days straight, and I don't know what to say. Last time we saw them play, Full Sense won 13-4, and we thought that was a wash. Well, Made in Thailand just won 13-2. But I think there is an explanation to that, right? I think the casters did cover it very well during the match, where it's the fact that it's a double elim format. You know, Made in Thailand lost 2 Haven maps in a row. They got to readjust things, and also they had a break to kind of talk about it, and the coaching staff helped them come up with a separate comp, which we had a couple of questions, right? How is it going to work out with such little time? But it worked out perfectly to stop the double duelist comp from Full Sense.
I mean, for sure. By the way, let's quickly check out the scoreboard. And let's be honest, you could not ask for a more better statement to say that we are in it to win it, to have this 13-2 scoreline. And literally, it is the polar opposite of what happened to us, which was a 13-4. By the way, let's quickly get to this match result as it is, right? Of course, everyone has been doing phenomenally. Kadum, I believe we have said this many times. We even heard for the casters as well by both Dax and L. He is very wide awake.
Yeah, but yesterday he was awake, but today he is awake. He probably didn't sleep yesterday, right? This guy, I mean, went on an absolute tear. We saw how he completely destroyed the hopes and dreams of Lays on Ascent. And he was also destroying the hopes and dreams of Full Sense. I don't want to kind of pin it, well, Super Buzz subbed in and suddenly Full Sense isn't performing. I don't think that's the case.
It's definitely not the case.
I think Full Sense still did very well. Overall, considering the results, right? I think Full Sense still did whatever they could, but it was Myth with the switch up completely shutting down what Full Sense did, or what Full Sense wanted to do, like yesterday with the double duelist lineup. John Nosen had no chance at all, completely erased from the game thanks to what Myth has concocted for this game.
I mean, there's definitely a little bit more of a flexibility when you have this Astra lineup to play alongside with it, but it's not really, I wouldn't say it's like heavily because of the fact of an agent switch up that we get or see this current result, nor there was the sub-bin of Super Buzz either. I feel it's just on the fact that after after the 2 days of delegation, right, the hours of delegation before this very grand finals itself, just already sort of understand, okay, this is their normal angles which they like to play around with. This is the timing they like to push out with. Which are the common utility plays that they like to play around or set up for themselves. This is pretty much how they answer back, and this is the current result that we're currently seeing.
Yeah, and on top of that, that was Full Sense map pick. That was supposed to be a statement piece from Full Sense, telling Made in Thailand, you know what, we beat you guys 13-4 yesterday, we're gonna beat you guys again, let's go to Haven, and then they got stomped, crushed.
Dude, at this point, we have to literally erase whatever we had on our drawing board here. Erase everything, because I even have to retract back what I said, which was picking their poison here. Now suddenly out of the blue, everything seems like their plan is coming into a place here. And now with Breeze, it works.
We're going to Breeze next, and that is Made in Thailand's map pick. We haven't seen Breeze at all, so we're in for a treat.
Well, we haven't seen Breeze, but Made in Thailand made it look like an absolute breeze to shut down the ones who took them out senselessly the last time around. But we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it might just be the final match of Championship Sunday. We'll see you in a bit.
Don't stop, nah, don't stop now. Girl, you headed to the top now. Imagine rolling with the top down. All the haters wanna chill cause you hot now. Smile and say not now, yeah, where my queen's at. It's us again like a rematch. Grab your girls, don't detach. We the winning ticket, you just need to scratch. Such a lady, and you honest. You be killing them with kindness. Giving younger ones some guidance. And your grades stay on honest. You should be proud of yourself. Go and smile at yourself. Chin up, chest high, get up, get fly. You so special, you so special. Boom, boom, my sister the coldest. Youngest the oldest, heart so golden. Rolling deep as an ocean. Belly gets swole, creating life we chosen. May have been cracked, never been broken, never been stagnant. Always in motion, can't do folding. The women that's so we make the world go round. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all my girls, listen up. You can be anything you want. You can be a doctor, you can be a pilot, you can plan parties, make sure I'm invited. Just work real hard at your job. If you go to school, graduate on top. To my stay-at-home moms or business owners, you the bomb. Life ain't perfect, but it's yours. That makes it worth it even more. You gotta love yourself, of course. Look in the mirror, then applaud. All good days ain't promised, but smile through the problems. You fly regardless, confidence don't leave without it. Boom, boom, my sister the coldest, youngest the oldest, heart so golden, rolling deep as an ocean, belly gets swollen. home, creating life we chosen. May have been cracked, never been broken, never been stagnant, always in motion. Can't do folding, women have spoken. We make the world go round. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. Now I need all my girls to clap and repeat after me. I am beautiful, I am worthy, I am smart, I am talented, I am confident. Now say, hey. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, I hope you know you on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it. To all the girls in the world, keep shining on your way up. Yeah, you got it, you got it.
For the execute, a stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage too already.
Fighting one. Fighting two. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. Rolling through. Broken shots is that actually, but here's the 4K already. Can we still first ace this game? Is the question no. As Cliff will be sealing the deal.
Welcome back to the craziest grand finals of them all. This is the father of all grand finals, man. This is the Clash of Nations brought to you by ESL. And what an unexpected turn of events. And like I said, right, I assumed it was going to be a quick one for Full Sense, but assuming just makes an you know exactly how the saying goes. Let's bring Husky and Yellow Lee right back in here to break this stuff down and tell us if or not a comeback is gonna be possible, boys.
Oh, you just got me. Hello, Yellow Lee.
Hey, Husky, I am Yellow Lee.
Yellow Lee? Did I say Yellow Lee? I guess it's been a long day, man.
I mean, it's
been a long 4 days, alright?
If it helps you, I do love lemonade.
A lemonade?
Sure.
Lemonade.
Sure, I
the
mean,
drink.
This took a
But I
weird.
also love lemonade and her
Dax, you have a
casting and analysis. She has been doing quite a phenomenal job.
Yeah, this
for
is taking
day one
a
and day
Good
two.
save, bro.
taking a very, very weird turn.
Good save, bro.
You know, and it all started with yellow, apparently.
I'm glad my prediction is still intact. I say Thailand would win, and you know when I say Thailand, made in
Both our
Thailand.
predictions are
Absolutely.
still intact, AJ.
Gods of predictions right here. I mean, that's exactly why you guys are the analysts.
Absolutely. So game two.
I'm pretty right on the subject too, AJ.
Yeah. I said Thailand at the start of the day.
Yeah, hell yeah.
We're speedrunning into game two. We gotta take a look at the agent selects real quickly because this is a map that we haven't seen much from both teams. But from Full Sense, I do expect them to kind of stick with the double duelist. This is something that we did kind of went through early on, and then we also kind of talked about how Made in Thailand would probably put Conqueror back on the sky, kind of the earlier Breeze meta before Fade and KO was a thing. And we're seeing exactly that, and we also might see the Cypher Viper setup.
You know, you did the say you talk about the double duelist. I'm looking towards the double initiators here, especially it looks like it seems like Made in Thailand. It's gonna be that exact direction they're gonna be going for here. However, if I'm not mistaken as well, this is the exact same lineup composition. Of course, the one sole difference is that they swapped up the chamber, and I was very curious of what sentinels they're gonna be bringing back into the pool.
Yeah.
Commonly, we have seen Sage in the past, maybe a couple of killjoys in, especially quite highlighted in the Korea-Japan region when Breeze was in its earlier infancy phase. But then again, they are seeming to be very comfortable playing around the Cypher, and of course T on the other hand is following in suit and the very first one to lock that in.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how this is going to pan out because the sole difference with both teams is the fact that Full Sense is sticking to the double duelist. You know, it's something that they have been showing multiple times throughout the tournament, and Made in Thailand decides, you know what, we're going to stick with Kadum. He's having a great day, and we will just support him with a Congregate on that sky. But something that we're seeing from Full Sense is that Super Burst this time. It's going to be on the Reina with John Olsen on the Jet. So Opinia kind of taking that back seat a little bit. But I want to see how this pans out because this is Made in Thailand's map pace, so they definitely have something cooked up for Full Sense.
Well, we are ready for the game, Yellow Lee and Blue Husky. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, without further ado, and before I get myself into more trouble, let's bring the casters right back in here and see if this is going to be a quick one.
Watch this!
All I'm watching is the fact that you guys pretty much go to the same studio, but you don't know your names yet. Well, while, the ESL Malaysia side is falling apart with all these amazing friendos we have here, we are going to be getting into the second game. Daxonel, who is apparently Jet now, this time around. So,
Yes, sir. Cosplaying Kadum.
Are you either Kadumanade, or will you be L. Olsen, or in this case?
I don't know. L. Olsen sounds like a really great author, by the way. Just gonna put that out there.
Okay, guys, you know it. If she makes a book, it's gonna be under the name L. Olsen.
L.
First
Olsen,
name L, last name
Kadum
Olsen.
Trilogy.
Ooh. There you go. Well, Kadum, it's already the first chapter here. Make that a second. He's writing his own book. Made in Thailand, moving for that A site here.
Oh man, Breeze not looking to be a Breeze for Full Sense. Made in Thailand, super fast, super swift, getting that A, just cutting it off with Pyramid. Spike planted. Really great. Execute onto it. Spike gets planted. Now you have C and you have the Sova left on Full Sense. A bit doable, but you have to get the timing right.
Yeah, first 2 pages written, and now Kadum looking to author another kill along the way. Wait to finds T, and Made in Thailand, they're looking pretty sure about this. They're looking pretty strong so far. Momentum for the first half, for the first map rather. Lamy Snacks, he gets PTC for his troubles. Conga Red will answer back. So Made in Thailand takes the first pistol here, L.
Yep. Talk about answers. Not too sure how the composition of Full Sense would work. You had a lot to unpack earlier. You mentioned it. I want to hear what it is, Dax. What do you think about this comp from Full Sense?
Okay, so the Full Sense comp is, in a way, an adaptation of who they have right now in the game. This is honestly the weirdest thing because he moves over to the Cypher because Shalala isn't playing in this tournament right now. And since Superbus is the one playing Reina, this puts Opinia back on his original role of the controller of that Viper. But they used to run a Sky here. Now they run a Reina. They still want to run Jet Reina. That is the Full Sense way, apparently. And I do wonder how Superbus is gonna do this in the first place. PTC finds a Made in Thailand. Again, the first pick off to start things off.
Interesting to see indeed. Made in Thailand doesn't really go on Breeze as much, but I believe this is a strategic pick just to try and test out the coordination for Full Sense as a team. Full Sense came in with this team comm and they really have to make this work as soon as they can, but it seems to be a B hit that Myth is trying to go through, cutting into the best shot of the day. Already coming through at the back of sight, the pass coming off, and the Viper wall is blocking so much on Full Sense view.
Yeah, there you go. Immediately the toxic screen towards the broken wall. Essential to make these B takes happen. John also now creeping through the elbow. Finds PTC, misses, finds the shot eventually. Superbus also. Same kind of takedown. And Full Sense now. A chance to make it towards the site here. Superbus throwing out the Leer. Yeah, Viv that intel, giving a bit of coverage behind the walls yet again here from Made in Thailand. Alon fills his hand, is seized, but he's not dead as of yet. Eventually, though, found out by Superbus. T also with the takedowns. And it's Made in Thailand. They have to be wary the same way like they were last time around. That double duelist can come from any angle on a map like this.
Ooh, seems to be Myth map pick, but Full Sense, they are not out of it yet. They're coming through. When you are playing in a site such as Breeze, again, multiple entry points, and the rotate around, the wraparound seems to be the answer. Superbus on the Reina. We don't usually see this, but again, might have put everybody else back on their original roles, back into their comforts, and instead of adapting to what they already know, let's just play to what we have worked before.
Putting Opinia back on controller. He has done a mighty fine job playing duelists throughout the Clash of Nations, but He's also gonna be calling those shots. Him on the backline gonna be more effective. Kadum though, what a kill! Doesn't care about the Lear. Super bus right in his reticles as soon as he zooms in. Still, made in Thailand. They're at a disadvantage 4v4 for now. Beta gonna get the takedown in response. But as the scattered firefights happen, it's full sense now looking at John Olsen to clear out the rest of the map. 2 for John Olsen already, and it's 3v2 after the fact.
Ooh, huge pickoffs from John Olsen though. Got Sova as well as a secondary kill. Just to make sure that the sides of Made in Thailand does not get control over mid. The defenders, they're taking their time off. A really good breather time because no one seems to be making any advancements onto full sense. Oh, and Beta gets picked off by John Olsen once again. Spike gets picked up by PTC but has no way through. Doesn't have a gun, but he gets the shot from the long range. Sheriff being the danger monster that he is.
Cage trigger. He's gonna retreat for now. Time to play. Made in Thailand now. Worming their way to these sides. The camera though perfectly placed here by T. PTC. He's gonna try and actually go for the wraparound this time over onto the defensive spawn. So from B to A, full sense though keeping as safe as possible here right now. Playing as a duo. They don't want to get caught out by PTC and his web of lies. They don't want to be seen in 1v1 scenarios, and as time is running out, PTC is going to be forced to put this spike down as soon as he's here.
Spike gets planted. Not much utility that can be used. Even gets shot by the shock that Lammy Snacks makes quick work of PTC. Not a deterrent at all. Full Sense is going to get the second round, even though they got 50 in the previous one.
Yeah, well, Full Sense now getting it yet again, and by this point, Made in Thailand, their whole pistol round win is basically null and void. You can see still though how active Full Sense becomes when they run that Jet Reyna. They just want to have someone to pair up with John Olsen as much as possible. And you think about perhaps why run something like the Reyna? So you wonder, Lear's the setup.
You know, me and you on the same boat watching this up. It happens to be a long broadcast. Definitely gonna have some hiccups along the way and miss. As proceeding.
For now, Made in Thailand. They have still that cave control. They are looking to go towards that A site. John Olsen in the shop scene and touching the poison. Not the best to go back. Over onto the corner. Here we go now. The Guiding Light gonna be the call. And T, he wants to creep towards the toxic screen as much as possible. This is where Beta will have to come in clutch. T with the first takedown. Beta trades it out. 3v1. All left now to Apinya. And it's dangerous because PTC is still lurking by mid here.
Yeah, has the wall up. Gonna come down, trying to get the angle. Conqueror just makes his way, wiggles through the cave. Doesn't get him, but they have full information, and he's blinded at the same time. Has to check every corner, not much information, just because he have given up sight so early up in the skirmishes. Pinya's gonna get Conqueror, finish where he started. But there's a cross set up.
The takedown! Apinya! Can he actually get it done? Toxic screen to try and keep him covered. PTC's right behind the crates here. Looking for the timing, and PTC's just baiting it out as much as possible. But the shot rings from Apinya! What?
Wow. Apinya. He has an opinion to say about Made in Thailand picking this map. He is not phased whatsoever. Like you said, Apinya not on the duelist, but back on the row he's comfortable on. He is definitely not phased by it. Playing it so well, putting up the wall and taking it down where he needs to. It's a bit questionable though, because Made in Thailand, they had the member advantage. They just really need to play it off of each other, off of contact. But unfortunately, Apinya just knew what was coming at him.
He just found those crucial kills anyway. Now that Made in Thailand, they have 3 ultimates to work with. On the offensive side, the Lears can get thrown on over. We hear the Blade Storm also from Kadum. And as we get a quick little dash, Lammy snaps now, falls to Kadum's hand. It's just the eye in the sky. Quite the show of force from Kadum.
bird, a plane, a house. Nope, it's Kadum with the Blade Storm. And now, Made in Thailand, 5 men, has half of the site controlled onto them and the whole entire thing actually, because now Full Sense, they are struggling to find their way back onto it. They do have the Reina utility if they want to, but they really have to play off a perfect combination. They have to take down Kadum first, but he misses it out, gets tagged a little bit, but Super Bus is the only man there, whereas the rest of them, they are caught up by the smokes. It's super hard to get through.
Yeah, Superbust's opinion already with the takedowns equalize the odds. Poison Cloud, though a lot of defuse to happen, but the Pinya looks away from PTC, and PTC will get the takedown. Beta also a perfect toss with the snake bites. Just line up there for Made in Thailand.
Moving forward, round number 6 with ultimates ready on both sides. Beta has the Viper's Pit available once you get that plan down, which usually they do it with ease. He can easily pop it out, especially when you have Congress with the Seekers just to support you off of it, flushing out any enemy onto the site. And then they can do it so well, they can execute it so well. Full Sense, they have to be on the tip of the toes.
And well, Full Sense, they still have a bunch of ultimates to work with, and here we have it, Super Best playing onto the corner. John Olsen, this is a strong bait and switch if ever. Already Alan Phils goes down. Still a chance for Kadun to play the entry if ever, but Super Bus is awaiting to help out John Olsen in that pinch. Over onto the halls now. Kadun just creeping on forward. No one watching as of yet. They left the tripwire there just to keep that checked. Will Full Sense know that this is coming? They haven't seen much of any intel. Might be up really to Lammy Snacks to check things out. There you go. He peeks it. Reposition for the double duelist.
Gets this early intel. It's gonna be crucial for the rest of his teammates. Target gets hit as well. Tagged, and he knows there's 2 members up in hallways. They are forced to retreat. Full Sense, they have a lot more control right now, just holding off the site. And since Made in Thailand, they are scattered. They really have to play off of each other if they want to get these duels.
Now then, Lammy Snacks still repositioning himself. Made in Thailand is running out of time. They need to find an opening and fast, and B sites might be the call for this.
30 seconds left.
Pinya over onto the walls yet again. This is going to be a commit now by this point, and it's difficult. You have to deal with the Cypher, you have to deal with the Viper, and T is just getting ready for this.
Ooh, there you go. The smokes is gonna cover it off. T gonna be annihilated straight off the bat. There is a Pinya that has something to say. Playing at the back of the site. Hunter Shuri gets popped up, but he's still alive though. They have to deal with him because the spike is still on site. Second and second, they don't get the plan down. And just off of that, playing off of time, the patience that comes through. Full Sense takes this to a 4-point.
Yeah, and Full Sense, they played that so well. They disregarded the ambition there from Made in Thailand to play on the halls. They got that intel from Lammy Snacks. It was enough for John Olsen and the Super Bus to reposition. And from that point on, Made in Thailand just couldn't find any place to be convincing. Walking into where the Cypher is, walking into where the Viper is. It's even harder right now for Made in Thailand to make that opening. They did go for this Breeze Vamp, knowing the fact that they'd run this kind of comp, that they run that Sova and Sky together yet again. But it's not working, as Full Sense has just so much more angles to work with. They have so much faster and bigger sightlines, rather, wider sightlines to utilize, and it's been very effective on the defense so far.
Yep, 100%. And Full Sense barely phased by the last round too. They still have their ultimates kept in, and this is looking much more better compared to the previous round. And I love to see that they're coming in together. They came in with a game plan. It seems to be working as of now. Made in Thailand just has to come up with an answer with it to overcome it. Moving over to the next round. It's gonna be a timeout. Like this call, just getting it to a little bit more of a recuperation period.
We see it a lot from mid. Yeah, they love to reset. They love to make sure that everything is just fine and dandy as Lammy Snacks now or can get thrown on over. They do want to get that mid intel as much as possible. The Viper Spit though, to be strong here for Full Sense. This stops immediately. The shop take from Made in Thailand. And Opinion now waiting in zone C of Green. Empress also popped now by Super Bus. They're just so geared up early on into the round for Made in Thailand's push. And this is an interesting answer because if they push, then they're gonna have to deal with ultimates. If not, they deal with John Olsen. The operator is there for the pinch already. A takedown onto one. Kadoom creeping and will get spotted too. That's a second here for John Olsen. Updraft gets the intel to find the third, but Conga Red will at least deny him of that. 3v3 now. PTC finds Slimy Snacks also. And now moments made by Made in Thailand.
Ooh, just leaving the halls alone was not the right answer. We earlier saw PTC as well as Sky coming through onto the halls. They were so fixated on the fact of mid, contesting A, but Halls was left wide open. Gave them the leeway, and now Spike is planted and a Cypher to defend. What can he do?
Yeah, we've been looking for Made in Thailand and them getting value towards those holes. And eventually they do so. Now then, the Owl drone there. For the intel as PTC is already in position. Made in Thailand, one thing they got there that really was crucial was that takedown onto John Olsen. Removing that operator, absolutely huge. They made sure that he wasn't going to be able to threaten them in other angles anymore. And from it, they got a bit of that intel. They got the space that they needed. So we are going to have a 1-round gap now in between these two teams.
Gonna be 2 unless the sides of Full Sense comes to full senses, because now they're on the equal by Frenzy Sheriff, and we do have the Blade Storm available on John. Also, we've seen him time and time making plays out of it. That's as long as he can get it, because now Made in Thailand, they're looking for an A hit. Taking A pages out of the first books, already pushing onto site, getting it off, but they do not get any picks, and this could be crucial though. But PTC is going to find one at the side of Spawns. He is going to be taken down by his counterpart.
Yeah, PTC with the takedown. Made in Thailand finally get the execute that they need. And Full Sense is scrambling now from the defensive spawn to try and find an opportunity. But PTC is the one holding on the halls. John Olsen will dash on in, and John Olsen does get the takedown. Equalizes the odds, but you have to respect the gun disparity now. Kadoom finding Super Buzz as the stock screen comes online, but John Olsen is able to show Kadoom. Now it's done with the updrafts also. Hunter's Fury now the call. Forced out here by the aggression of the Jets. This should buy enough time for Made in Thailand to get the round. But can John Olsen get even more takedowns here? Beta's already on the retreat. Alone fills a last stand to remove the 2 in the cave. John Olsen though is still alive for exits. He gets a 3rd, he gets a 4th. And that's John Olsen at the end of the day.
Huge value, 4Ks off of a 50 round. Getting those guns off of them. You may not get the round, but he did his work, and now they have rifles available for themselves. Kadoom, though, he does have the Blaze Storm if he wants to opt for it. But Beta, the man in question, if they can get that round once again onto maybe A site, he can definitely pop the Viper's Pit and just hold it off.
Well, Full Sense. They now have the guns in hand, and one other thing. Made sure they made that last round costly for Made in Thailand. Here we go, Kadoom, ready again. T and Super Bus already on the board. This is just such a stronghold from Full Sense towards the back of the pyramids. PTC, though, still contesting. Lammy Snaps now will get another takedown. And direct conflict, well, that's the Full Sense way. Happy for the duels and happy just to win them.
Beta, no way to retrieve the spike. Forced to retreat. Doesn't get any opening. Full Sense finally trying to make the defense once again. Holding it off. Beta's trying to get those exits. They know he's coming. They know they're coming. They know where he is. Superbus trying to make the play. He gets it from himself. Beta gets taken down. And now Full Sense finally pushing it forward.
Oh, Full Sense now retains that lead. And this puts Made in Thailand in such a bad spot. Don't have the guns this time to fight. They might force things between that Viper's Pit and that Blade Storm. But we're seeing here, besides the holes, many strong points for Full Sense on their defense. They know how to contest the middle if ever. They have, of course, the Cypher of T who can set up on A or B just to help out in the pinch. They're looking for the read, though. They expect that Made in Thailand is going to go for the hard burst towards that A site. But instead, we do get Kadoom playing the Blades into the middle of the map. Spike's also left behind by Cannon, so perhaps really an angle towards B is what they're looking for. PTC again, always in those holes, always ready to go for the lurk, but Super Bus now, a stellar shot to start things off. The Blade Storm, the biggest threat gone from the round.
PTC slowly trying to find an opening though, just slowly inching into halls. I believe Full Sense, they sense this off the bat though. They have someone just watching the back of it in case trying to go for that sneaky place. Superbus not feeling anything into A site, tries to support his teammate. Gonna check in the halls, doesn't see him, but they have to share it, but doesn't get any value out of it. Superbus is gonna find him, as well as Apinya, gonna get Kong of it.
Phil's still getting ready in bait, and now who's there in the first place? Full Sense looking to regroup. Or he's dead. John Olsen out in the open. It's another one here for Full Sense, making it 6-4 even. Another strong showing of control, really, when you have the mains contested so quickly by Full Sense.
Suddenly, it seems as though Myth is the one that's getting scattered a little bit. Also, props off to the early pick off from Superbus, getting Doom off, the main initiator, the main duelist who initiates onto the site. It's methodological. You have the right idea, you contest off of the mid, but if you couldn't make anything out of it, then it's basically devalued.
Yeah. It's such a struggle right now. When Made in Thailand has to hoof it towards the site, they know that they're just getting pinched from one of the other angles. And Full Sense, they've been strong at that. It's a big reason why they took that series against Made in Thailand in the first place. But then again, still have more to come, and Kadoom now dashing on in, but that's the beauty of that Cypher setup. As soon as the Tripwire gets the intel, there is no escape for Kadoom. John Olsen also catching out PTC. Yet again, the lurk now has been read. Former partners, lots of know-how on one another. This is just, as we always say, in full control now.
Yep. It definitely helps that you do know the habits and the behavior of the teams. One or the other, these teams definitely have history together all the way back 2 years ago from the very start. They definitely have scrimmed before, they definitely have played together before, and Apinya definitely has something to say about them. And the attacker is gonna get 2 out, and Superbus gonna conclude it. Finding alone Phil's in the middle. It seems as though now Myth is taking it too slow. Really just inching and inching forward, but not getting any picks that they want to.
I mean, if they lose PTC early on, them playing this in this pace, it's just not gonna work. They tried with Kadoom to go fast onto that A site, shut down by T, but when you lose also your lurk, how do you even navigate towards the map? Full Sense right now feeling very, very confident, but not too confident to the point that Made in Thailand is able to catch him mid-rotations. No, they just keep John Olsen in a good spot, especially. Superbus is the one who can play by himself towards double doors, throw out that Leer, and then retreat safely. So the Seekers now utilize, and Superbus will be breaking it. It did give a lot of intel to Made in Thailand that there's a heavy stack towards A side, and they go for the pinch towards B instead. John Olsen, though, again, they dropped the operator, had the rifle for that first kill. Eventually, Made in Thailand now making their way towards B.
Like this change of aggression, the plan is finally coming true. You do have the near theft as well. It's gonna give out some information. Superbus gonna make some value out of it, taking Beta down. We have Lemmy Snacks together with the Cypher at the back, but BTC is going to get Superbus, not looking at the right position at the right time.
Yeah, we have a hero theft now into play. T and Lammy Snacks on the retake. The Hunter's Fury, it's been instrumental before. Alone Phil's just delaying it as much as possible. Yet again, shots do ring, and PTC is now ready for his own off angle. 1 HP in the dream, and his team versus the world. Time thinking he already got halfway, basically. A single shot can do him in, but that's the problem. Also, it's the same case for PTC. The wounds were deep, but this lead is getting even deeper. Full Sense clutches it out at the end of the first half.
But this is the closest we get to see Myth in the last 4 rounds come true. Unfortunately, that was the last round. As soon as they were getting closer and closer into getting it to work, he has something to say about it. And now he's on the attacker. He has definitely proven his worth on the defending side. And PTC, on the other end though, he has gotten much more on the attackers as well. So we might be able to see something similar coming out of it. But then again, what a way to start off the round, especially since you lost off the first match.
Well, when you have that double duelist, then you expect the Leer open things up. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Not normal, indeed. I guess the plays have made Dak speechless here. John Olsen, though, gonna leave Kadoom speechless indeed. Lone Phil is gonna come down with him. But we do have the refresh coming through. Congruent takes one, but gets taken down at the same time. Full sense now having B-side fully open. Made in Thailand with Beta and PTC. The last two has to make something happen, but it's always these two that's been so difficult to just come back with the retake this time round. John Olsen's gonna find PTC, and again, Beta. Just a tag will do. Pina's gonna put an end to him.
Yeah, this is pretty simple. Full sense. The good point and 5-round gap. No answer whatsoever from Made in Thailand. They have to rely on the flashes to help them out in this pinch, and besides that, PTC, his anchor play needs to be strong here moving forward.
Absolutely. We're starting to see a little bit of shift up. We have the pistols given over to Full Sense. 9-4, and now looking to roll over this lead. Made in Thailand's map, by the way, map pick. They really wanted to try to just catch Full Sense off of their guard, but it seems as though they are the ones getting caught off guard.
Oh, well, scans there, and Kadoom is also in position. Opinion now, making it happen to Made in Thailand. A blitzkrieg here on the B side. You just gotta go for the gamble sometimes, and they get the 50-50 going. The Aldro now, the only one left. Well, he's the only one left rather, as the Aldro scouted him. Conga Red with that takedown makes it a thrifty win out of nowhere. Made in Thailand steals it back.
Once again, we're seeing a similar pattern earlier on with Myth themselves got the pistol, but they lost the 50 round to a Full Sense. And now we're seeing the other way around happen for itself. History is repeating, and Made in Thailand is not out of it yet. I may have talked too soon. They may have noted it, and they want to say something about it.
Yeah, Made in Thailand, they still fight. We saw it a while ago, Full Sense. Able to yoink those rounds away, but Super Bus now. Position. It's gonna be a Marshall. They do want to steal this as much as possible. Poison Cloud now gonna be in the way, and well, Full Sense will retreat.
Retreat indeed. Still, no entry yet coming in. This is looking pretty good for Made in Thailand. They have set up two people on the B side as well as the Viper onto A, and think they notice that the door is slowly getting open. John Olsen doesn't get any pickoffs, playing the angle game. The Conqueror is going to find his teammates coming through from double doors. Lemmy Snacks in the back of it. And that will be another round towards Made in Thailand.
Yeah, Made in Thailand make it convincing. And of course, it was the lesser buy for Full Sense. So here we have it now, the execute paramount for Full Sense. Coming close to the Blade Storm. They have John Olsen now fully kitted. And by this time, we've seen this from Full Sense. Play for that mid. Put the pressure onto the double doors as well as Nest. Gives angles. If there's any kind of opening, Full Sense finds here. If they can take down Conga Red especially, that can give them such a good leeway to actually move into the sites here, El.
Full Sense trying a different approach. Once again, going in for that mid control. Not able to make any way through with the poison off, just blocking off of vision. Superbus gonna be the one leading the way. Trying to dry peek. This doesn't use the utility though, but Conga is gonna take him down. Might be detrimental just because he did not use the Allure. And here is gonna be some extra information that the extra member of Full Sense is lurking among the doors.
Yeah, Kadoom is getting ready right now over broken walls, and Inya throws out the smokes. It's Made in Thailand though, already finding two. There we have it. Spike behind in the middle for now. You can see Full Sense. They have a plan to try and make a backstab happen, courtesy of their Viper. Case in points. Inya eventually found Alon, Phils, and PTC. Do get the takedowns. Yet again, Made in Thailand looking stronger here on the defense. They're covering up so much of the map, and they're even reading any kind of intention Full Sense is trying to do here.
It was though just because they were on the attacker side, they knew how to deal with it, and now that Myth is on the other side and they know how to deal with it, now that Myth on the defenders, they have something to say. They've been looking in every angle, checking the six, playing off of each other, and now they're getting 3 points on the defender side. PTC does have the ultimate ready once again, so getting an early pickoff could give the Neuro depth and information. But do they really need it though, considering that Full Sense usually they get picked off even if they are on the lurker side?
Need to come either way, and this is Full Sense now. Moving towards A. It's gonna be the orb take, and PTC though with 2 already. The Blade Storm is unleashed by Full Sense, but will it be too little too late? Exceptional damage done early on. Kadoom adds more insults to these injuries. And John Olsen to be a hero if he wants to take this round 4. Full Sense is looking less likely though as the shot starts fly his way.
John Olsen just getting a little jittery with all the utilities flying into that corner. EDC with some really clean dings. Enabled so much for his team and just holding them off. Now we do have a timeout getting called on the side of Full Sense. They're realizing the lead that they made. It's getting closer and closer together, trying to equalize it. Made in Thailand has made some really good progress.
Yeah, this is such a strong for Made in Thailand, and it's just exceptional. Okay.
Yep, okay indeed.
They like, okay, we got this, no worries.
Absolutely. You know, sometimes people would say Breeze is an attacker-sided map, but the fact of the matter is if you're on the defenders, you basically know where they're coming from. You just have to play a bit of the default, just holding it off. Full Sense have been trying to just segregate that, but the members of Made in Thailand, they just play off of each other. They know where to look at. They know where to give information and communicate throughout. And so far, it's been working towards their favor. Full Sense, they do have ultimates to use, especially the Hunter's Fury. And, you know, just trying to get that plan down, you could opt for the Viper's Pit, but it's been so difficult so far. 9-8, and they had to call the timeout. They need to reset. They need to get the head back onto the game.
Well, here we have it now. Round gap left. In Full Sense. And they do anything now to stop the bleeding. Made in Thailand though. Bit of a 2-1-2 split yet again. One thing I've noticed also is they do want to watch out for that mid as much as possible. It has been very helpful, especially cutting down some of these rotations from Made in Thailand. And as of now, Toxic Screen does get put on.
Put off. How much you can see out of it here. Lowen's going to find Super Bus. Good pick over there. That means that is a fighting chance for Made in Thailand. And Congress going to get John Olsen indeed. Timeout. Did it really work when your members are getting picked off one by one? Lammy is coming through, but he gets taken off by Congress, who's really been on fire right now. A 4K for him, bringing it down. 9-9. What was the lead that Full Sense made in the earlier rounds? It doesn't exist anymore. The equalizer is here, and Myth, they are at the top of the game. They are feeling it. It's been such a long journey so far for both of these teams, coming through the whole entire tournament, playing with each other, losing out to Full Sense in the previous match, putting Myth down into the lower bracket. Coming back into this, Myth is angry. That's what we were talking about earlier on. They have something to say. They have many more techniques and strategies in their sleeves.
Nowhere to run.
The Fury gets popped. Doesn't quite get the tag. Just getting it on to conquer it though. That's what I'm talking about. And that is a fighting chance for Full Sense to come through. John Olsen gets the confidence booster. Takes down Beta. And finally they're going to get the plant and the Viper's Pit online. Full Sense having full control of A site. Alone's going to check the corner. And here comes the refrag. It's going to take down Alone though. 5 HP left on John Olsen. He does get really good value out of it. Made in Thailand now. They have barely any information. The Viper's Pit covers so much. Even the Cypher Camp can't get through unless you put it inside.
Yeah, well, just waiting now. 4v2. Lammy Snacks even finds another one. Beat is there. Take down the Sense. At the end of the day, they've been looking for this kind of situation and set up. They get around that they need lead, but that was 5 rounds of absolute pain coming their way.
I need this.
At this point in time of the game, super detrimental. 10-9. Full Sense really wants to claw their way back up. Made in Thailand, if you haven't noticed, they are on a 1-0 in this best of 3 of the grand final. So vying for that victory spot, they really have to get back together and continue this steamroll. But Full Sense, they have broke off a little bit of the glass piece. Now, opting to move in for a mid push. Doesn't see anybody. Most of the times, Made in Thailand, they give this spot open, but fortifies the sites. They know where to look at Kadum. Already with the operator, I don't think they know this either.
Yeah,
Tag
they do
comes
tag
through.
Super Bus. That's the thing, and because of just that bit of intel, it's enough to dissuade them. Kadum, operator shot comes and reposition towards container. A bit of that high ground as the dart is there too. Recon bolt will be thrown out, but this is what we're talking about. Nest position. Alon fills, does his job well. Gets the first pick for Made in Thailand.
Made in Thailand's first pick, but that's gonna give some inklings of Full Sense to try for a B execute. They rush onto side, but Congress just holding on the default. They haven't cleared it off. Beta going to find John Olsen and T and take it alone as well. Beta just not getting the clear and playing off their teammates. It's been super hard to break through. Spike gets dropped in the middle of no man's land, and Lammy Snacks, once again, the last man standing, has to try to get something out of this.
30 seconds left.
But no avail. Cannot get the bullets to connect.
Yeah,
Made in Thailand steamrolling.
Has to retreat. He has to back away, and Made in Thailand, a single pick was enough to lead it to such a exceptional defense. They just have some really strong rotations here. That's one of the best things Made in Thailand has right now. Going their favor. Lammy Snacks is just literally by the beach, just waiting for this timer to end. And we're 10-10 in now. It's Full Sense who is feeling so much pressure. Just Made in Thailand's second half looking so much stronger than the first, and big reason why. Look at PTC, 21 kills. He's the anchor, sure. He's also the captain of this offensive ship by this point.
Definitely. You don't really see that with the Cypher. T is finding a bit of difficulty making his mob, but PTC, maybe just adding 2 more letters is going to put you into the upper spot. He has been making waves so far, and now Full Sense forced to play on a half, I believe, some with Sheriff, and John Olsen is going to opt to use that Blade Storm if he can, but unfortunately does not have enough of those orbs. Doom holding off Cave like a champ with the operator so far has been working, deterring Full Sense off of their aggression.
Yeah, well, the ops in position anyway. We hear the blades from Full Sense. Hallway control now vied for. Yet again, still the Sova in the way in the middle. The Lear now is going to be there. The shot is easy for Kadum. Super Bus not looking the right direction. And Made in Thailand, they're making quick work of Full Sense now. This is how they have won these rounds for the past few iterations. And yet again, it's the same old story. The hold is strong, and Made in Thailand are united together.
United indeed, and earlier on we did see the series between Lays, and that's exactly how Made in Thailand overcome the difficulties and adversaries that Lays puts upon them. Yes, Lays had the flashy plays and teammates to take the spotlight, but they had a unit playing together, and of course, not to mention, they are playing as their full roster. They know and they have experience working off of the coordinations, and now Myth just 2 points away from closing this series. Triple ultimates ready. They can make it happen as long as Full Sense. They're just playing the same way. They can do it.
Full Sense is here though, and they set up the toxic screen now. As per usual, Kadum operate the shot rings. We do have the Viper actually re-rotating towards that B site, so it might be a distraction for us. John Olsen, Super Bus, they're looking to pull those rotations. You see the dasher from John Olsen? It's non-committal. He can still retreat, hide into the cubby, and try to play the lurk if ever. The red has moved away. And Super Bus especially moving towards the halls. Problem is there's a trip bar in that position. There's also now still 2 anchors for Made in Thailand on that B site. Here comes John Olsen though. If he gets a takedown, that can be instrumental. And you can see the hesitation now for Made in Thailand. Where did they go? They creep on closer towards B main. Kadum though putting his work down. John Olsen falls. And it does become 4v4.
4v4 indeed, but the B push seems to be a bit hesitant just off of the fact that Kaduma actually makes some really good work out of the members in A, and now T is going to take down Beta. Conqueror once again holding off his anchor. This corner B side really cannot be cleared at the right time. Alone is going to find his counterpart, and now it's Super Bus against the likes of Kadum. Who is going to get the headshots? It's Blaze-Storm against Sheriff. Left, right, time.
Yeah. He's not gonna find it. Super Boss is gonna fall. Extra mobility with the blades, and Made in Thailand have put themselves in their championship point. They won the first map pretty heavy-handedly. It took a while here in the second, but this defense has just been set in absolute stone. 8 rounds to 2 in this second half. Made in Thailand has made wave after wave here in the offseason, and just one more victory can give them the title here.
They definitely have the utilities in the belt if they want to just close it off as soon as they can. Full sense, they do have the Empress, they do have the Mirror Theft, but how much value can you get out of it when this hasn't been an opening for you? Made in Thailand just fortifying so much of the entry points they've been trying. Once again, all seems to be contested. And P is going to find PTC, and the lone fills with the Hunter's Fury is going to take him down in return. But we have the refrag coming through. Full sense, not out of it yet. They are angry themselves.
Yeah, Kadum is here with the operator, finding the off angle again. Lammy Snaps still finds Congo Red. Super Bus towards the staircase now. Kadum with another one, and it's Lammy Snaps on the board. All left now to the Viper. Full sense. They needed a take like that to be convincing. They found the takedowns, especially towards Halls. Hard contest for Made in Thailand. Full sense makes it work.
Beta, last man standing. Trying to get this defuse inside, but information's been given about his position. Lemmy Snack's gonna make quick work out of him, and now Full Sense bringing it closer one by one, trying to pull for an overtime. 11 and 12. The timeouts gets called. That's exactly what they need. They need to recuperate once again.
They just need to figure out what the answer is now. That's it. It's not really the hardest sell in that last round. Full sense, they eventually won the duels. You still have to respect the potency of John Olsen and Superbus together. Made in Thailand, they found a strong formation all throughout the second half. They realized that they need to maybe put PTC's utilities a bit more far forward, find those tripwires, but it's more about that safety in terms of the trades. They can eventually whittle down the Force to Zero. Full sense. They know they have that flash advantage if they pop those Leers at the right time. For Made in Thailand, those are the tenets that have worked before. Can they continue with those foundations into the last round of regulation?
Oh, definitely. I'm sure they can, but with this timeout being called, they are gonna look to do the exact same thing once again. And, well, I've been seeing so much adaptation coming through from Made in Thailand. It's actually crazy. The fact that this is their map, they lost out the first part of it, lost a lot of points, by the way, and came back through, just goes to show they are learning from the facts and the likes of their local comrades.
Well, it's always been that sense of familiarity. The Thai scene has been one of the strongest here in SCA. And them being both in the championship proves that so far. But in the end, only one can get that victory, and will Full Sense force more gameplay and force an overtime. Or will Made in Thailand call it a night by now? Alan Phil's still getting ready. The darts are there. The shock darts into play 2. And here we go again. Hunter's Fury though, to start things off. Kadum finds Superbus. That's a big one. They still have to deal with John Olsen though. Distraction with the Hunter's Fury as the rest of Full Sense will push towards the doorway. Opinia, Lammy Snacks looking to execute the Doom. Will Cloud force it down. And here comes the Doom bringing the gloom. T though with the op. Opinia's getting 2. He's coming in clutch when Full Sense needs him the most. Now they do get the plant down here, El.
Exactly. That comes online, gives up information of their positions. They know where to look at now. T is gonna be punished for that. Beta and Congret, they can make this happen if they get the right timing, but Lammy Snacks just catches him off guard. He knows that Beta is off of that first kill. Gonna check the corner. Beta has to get the right timing, but cross can be set up here. They can refrag each other. Pinya spots him out, and he's gonna take him down just off the likes of those nervousness. And now we go into an overtime. Full Sense Made in Thailand. Actually, the match series for Made in Thailand. But Full Sense, they're trying to bring it over to the 3rd round.
Yeah, overtime forced out. Full sense. They got away with that one. That was close. That could have been Kadum putting a knife to their hearts. But just that extra bit of pressure towards the doorway still paramount to their success. And, well, in Thailand, they couldn't finish off the job. But they did put in the damn good work to make it this far anyway here on Braze. This is their map pick, and we see why, especially on the defense. It's been strong. It's been so stable. But the question marks are there on the attacking side. How do they actually get through Full Sense here when Full Sense always wants to force out the fight? They already go for the guiding light towards the nest through elbow. So that does dissuade the hold there in the middle. But that should give some good intel for Full Sense. John also getting ready. Toxic Screen is there too. And as the Owl Drone as well as the Trailblazer are there to get the scout, Thailand's getting ready for this push.
You know, a member of Full Sense is in the corner, but he gets taken down with one member of value from that first shot off. Doom, the rest of his team already having B site, cutting off with that wall as well. Very easy to just retake, and they're looking at every corner. They are super smart off of this just because of the lack of Full Sense. They like to look around, they like to come in the back. And Super Bus gets taken down by Beta.
Yeah, Beta's on the board. 4v3 now, and just because of that, he has the Viper Spit online here in overtime. This is such a strong defense here from Made in Thailand in terms of the post plant. Very, very effective to force T to come in close, and while T's just trying to crawl through the pillars here. This time running out, T fights, but he knows he's out of options. Shotless there, T will get two. Enough time has been bought by Made in Thailand. It's a present for them, and while their future looks bright, as they're the ones on match point again.
Once again, 13 and 12 Made in Thailand, showing once again why they have the lead in the first place. Proving that they can do the attack and the defense, and right now, all eyes on Full Sense themselves. How are they going to break through? They have been trying time and time. The A push, the A split push, going through halls, but it's been such a big wall, and you have this utility from the Cypher just stripping it off, and that makes it already such huge information details that's been given over to Made in Thailand.
Yeah, Made in Thailand. They just need to put in the finishing touches now. As Full Sense, yet again, at site. Since the one leading the hall take alongside T. Congared here by the doors. In the hands of Superbus, who leads out with the Leer instead. Now then, Toxic String gonna be in the way. Alan going out, and here comes John also Napinya on the board immediately. It's a quick execute for Full Sense, and they get the job done so early on. Looking likely to go for another one, unless Made in Thailand finds pickoff soon.
Oh, Made in Thailand does get T, so that's one man down, but the rest of them, they have to meet the lights of John Olsen and the gang. Lemmy Sam is going to find alone, and that's another one for Superbus. It's once again equalized for the side of Full Sense. They seem to be working off of what they lack the most. If you look at the scoreboard, it seems as though Full Sense finally knows how to go into the attackers round, and Made in Thailand finally knows how to deal with them as defenders.
Topsy-turvy land here. But Full best they have of success. If they can get the halls under their control, they have another opportunity to play against Made in Thailand. And if you're usually putting your flasher here down the double doors, how are you going to contest the drop, if ever? Full Sense now, different plan. Hard to ground the defense as Superbus throws out the Leer to open things up. It will be Made in Thailand, though. Backing on away for now. Moving over to the elbow also.
Wilson. Aggressive position, but does not get any aggressive from Made in Thailand. Instead, is the likes of B elbow that's going to be contested. Superbus has the right idea, shooting through the walls, and that's going to be information. Finally, it pays off. Kadum gets taken down.
Full Sense, no. In the middle, and ETC does make a bit of his lurk antics work. From behind, that's the takedown. Conquered, same case, catching out the overextending Apinia. And because of that, now they do set up the Viper wall and get the kill even off the Superbus. The pull down was perfect from Conquered. T just underneath his opposition right now, but he doesn't know that, and PTC was watching out for it. All left now to Lammy Snacks with Made in Thailand. Yet again, opportunity knocks, and they answer that call here, El.
Oh yes, they're answering the call indeed. They got the pick off, but they lost the sight. Lammy Snacks once again. Lone man standing. Doesn't seem to want to try to go for the defuse. It's just been so difficult time and time after again. Lone Phils, he does notice that some bullets are being shot at him. They have information of where he is, but Made in Thailand, they're not looking to go for hunting. They're looking to go into the next round, 14 and 13.
I mean, eventually that little Silva will have to pop his head because that spike is planted. And we go again with Made in Thailand, a single round away from closing out the Clash of Nations. Can they do so? That's the question, because for Full Sense, this is where they can shine from what we've seen in the last overtime. They've realized how this ATX works. They know that Made in Thailand's not going to have the strongest staying power there, given the fact that there's just more burst potential impact, really, with the Reyna also throwing out those Leers, getting a lot of space. And that's the thing. If you throw out a Leer in such an open map like Breeze, you get more coverage than you'd actually expect. And that's one thing that Full Sense has utilized. Another one, of course, is, again, John Olsen just playing that hard carry and getting ready to give other angles here for Full Sense to have opportunity. But Made in Thailand, they should understand that by now. They saw a while ago how strong in their defense, just having someone in the middle can stop Full Sense's plan. Maybe a double up, maybe putting PTC there, or even Congared. A change up here in the formation might be the answer.
Definitely. Playing to what they cannot predict might be the game changer here. And if Myth can play that, I have no doubt they can close off the game. A Full Sense, once again, on the attackers. They have all the tools available for them. They have the people, the right mindset. Even with the call out, the timeout, they can play to the best advantage. As long as they can get the right idea, the right strategies. And here you said, the Leer, at any time now, gonna be popped up. Second Leer comes in, Drew is already a blast into his sight, but Kadum is going to take down John Olsen. Not able to make that entryway for his teammate. PTC is gonna be taken down, though Super Buzz gets the finger on the trigger before he does. Kadum is gonna get Lemmy Sacks at the same time. Oh, the contest.
They found out. Doom gets 3, but the Pinya will slay him where he stands. Congared in the middle, alongside Beta. And that could have been worse for Full Sense. I like that position for PTC, but Superbus stepping up to the plate when he needs to the most. Now the plant comes. And for Full Sense, they're gonna have to retreat. It's difficult for Superbus to get that sustain on. He needs a takedown and fast. Congared though, Trailblazer. Getting a bit of that intel. Snakebite's gonna be there too. That's what they now Made in Thailand. They also have to cross the wall if ever. Congared though creeping on closer and closer. Superbus has the better angle for House. He's in the corner now. The flash comes. There's the guiding light, but Superbus is there for the takedown, and the crossfire setup from Full Sense will fully keep this team alive. We are going into another overtime.
Sometimes you just gotta play the better angle. Sometimes you just gotta be creative above it. We talk about the unpredictability that's gonna put Full Sense onto that pedestal and back into the game, and that's exactly what happened. Really nice demonstration of how you should play across, how you should play off of the utilities, knowing that the wall is gonna come down. They had it time. Myth, what can they do now? Because now it's back to square one. They have to be creative themselves.
Yeah. It's whoever's camel's back gets broken first, basically. Whoever loses out in terms of this momentum. Made in Thailand, they changed things up towards the A site. They have invested a lot of Congared's utility, especially the Trailblazer early on. But because of Pinya's peak, he realizes that it will be the B-side take instead. So the rally is here for the rotation. Pinya separating the rest of the team from Kadum. But it's Kadum just pushing forward even more. So Beta already takes down the Pinya. B-side right for the take. And John Olsen, though, ready to frag out yet again. And it's Full Sense now. Still happy to contest.
Yes, indeed. A bit sprawled out. John Olsen gets taken down by Kadum off of that tag. Just putting in a little bit of nervousness into it. There is a skirmish up in elbow, but T is the one that's going to be taken down. And once again, we're looking at Made in Thailand, looking to make their mark on the attacker side. Getting one more point for themselves would put them into another match point that Full Sense seems to be denying time and time after again. But Kadum going to get Super Bust and another one into his belt. once again, ladies and gentlemen, 14 and 15, made in Thailand in the lead.
The cycle continues, and Full Sense now has to do the same thing all over again. It just seems like for Made in Thailand that their rotations are so much more potent, and even if Apinya got that intel, he just couldn't do much about it. You're expecting, okay, you have this Viper setup, Snakebite perhaps to isolate that duel on Kadum, but he's just holding the angle, and the rest of mid just barreled down on him. There was a chance for him to get some takedowns, but Full Sense are struggling here to hold down these sites immensely. Good distractions also by Conga Red. Earlier now then we get the dart going from Lammy Snacks' Full Sense. Do look for opportunity. The Scando is perfect. PTC gives Kadum opportunity to get that takedown. 4v4 though as T answers back versus Kadum, and oh, this is perfect for TTC. He still knows someone's here. Eye in the sky, or well, in this case, it's eye on the wall. Big brother PTC watching and waiting for another takedown.
Lammy Snacks and PTC is gonna meet each other just a bit, but only a short moment is gonna be spared. Lammy Snacks puts an end to his life. 3-man on Made in Thailand. There is a bit of danger into B, but they know to play for time. They're not getting too hasty just yet. Lammy Snacks though does not know where the members of Made in Thailand are.
Yeah, well, Full Sense, they do regroup towards this B site. Made in Thailand waiting also near the doorway just to get that intel. Now, as the spike's planted, it's a rally call here for Made in Thailand to push on forward. Do they spot the Sova though in time? Will be the tunnels here for Full Sense, and Lammy Snacks as well. Apinya's the only one left in a 1v3 scenario, but Made in Thailand, they're making their mark yet again here in this tournament. They've done so much in the offseason, and another one here by the end of the year. This just might be perfect, but Apinya is looking to put a stop to this. Conga Red goes down first, avoids the shock dart, gives him a chance with the full kit still. There's of HP, but through the wall it goes. And there's the tap. Alone Phils will be alone in the fight. Beta, though, eventually makes the trade happen. And Made in Thailand, they have made a championship happen. 16-14, they will take the SEA side of the Clash of Nations.
What a way to close it off. Made in Thailand went through the dips of the lower bracket earlier by yours truly from Full Sense, and now coming back up into it and putting a stop by 2-0. A very convincing victory. All of these members, they did so much, could do with those explosiveness, Conga with those blasts, and the rest of the team just followed through. All of this is Made in Thailand, made possible by the members and the team itself.
Yeah, it's just not even the players. You have to give respect to the staff behind this. They crafted the perfect situation on Haven. They'll bring out something a little bit old, a little bit of a mix of new also, just to surprise Full Sense. And in terms of the map draft, I was surprised at the first part. Like, okay, they're running Breeze, but why was it? And once we saw that Haven composition, it all made sense. But this was resiliency here, L, for Made in Thailand. That second half was the only thing that kept them alive in this map.
Oh yes, definitely. The tug of war, the little stalemate that they had, the tussles must have been really mentally exhausting, but finally putting an end to it, bringing themselves back onto the champion titles, and on top of their games, they proved to show why they are Made in Thailand, one of the top teams that they have in the local scene, and better than the others.
Yeah, second title in the offseason this month alone, and here in the Clash of Nations, well, the flag of Thailand will fly, but it's the name of Made in Thailand which will be crowned as our third champion. What a day in Champion Sunday that we have here in all of these amazing gauntlets. But well, before we go, this has just been such a run, really, especially the SEA side. Anything else you want to drop here?
I'm just gonna say, SEA, one of the most entertaining regions to watch, but do not discredit the rest of them though. Japan, Korea, as well as the other regions such as Oceania has been such a treat for us. And you've been casting throughout the whole entire thing, so I'm sure that you've been exhausted, but also wide eyes throughout the whole entire thing.
I'm not exhausted. I think my PC has had enough after everything is said and done.
You were speechless.
I was speechless from time to time, but in all honesty, commanding victory for Made in Thailand and a well-deserved championship. The panel gonna be breaking it down the same way probably the pieces of my PC have broken down by this point. We'll be signing out on the casting side, and when we return, it's gonna be the amazing studio having their way. And back in just a bit for more of the final parts of the Clash of Nations.
The bricks feel different on the spine. This is it, Tony Hawk. I'm getting on my grind. It's all in the mind. I don't even need a sign. Come back, get applying pressure from behind. I ain't got no enemies. Turn them all to allies. Face painted, no cat eyes. Ship never been capsized. My rationale different cause I made it. No street sweeper, I just gallop off the pavement. Money Mayweather, yo, I came in trying to be the greatest. Not the only, but the latest. Had to keep it like the cadence. If the planet needed saving, I'll be in the conversation. It's amazing how the plan come together like a compilation. If they counting on me, then I hate to keep them waiting. Let's go. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Let's go. Yo, the crown feel heavy when you wear it. I don't do it for acknowledgement, I guess it's just a merit. They still trying to copy me, they voices like a parrot. Staying on my shoulders and I bear it like yoga. The numbers adding up, this is calculus, old school, so they stay counting on me like an abacus. Name is just on, but acting like I'm not established. Miss me when I'm gone on the throne where I have to sit. Lonely like Akon, acting like I'm A1. Wishing that your neighbors knew your name like Trey Songz. You niggas can't stay strong. Keep coming back for more, they thinking that I'm Jason. You messing with the great one. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive with the lead. You can count on me, and I promise I'm the only one you need. Is it for the fame and glory, past your limits, or you finished with the story? I wanna know what inspires you. Are your eyes filled with courage when you're challenged? Will you shine and be discouraged? I'm asking what inspires you. Can you lead and be a savior? Will you freeze when you introduce the failure? I'm asking what inspires you. Go away to bad behavior, cause I think you when I do you any favors. Yeah. Our backs to the wall, but they counting on me. They waiting for the fall, but the parachute's free. Could be playing from behind or aggressive
of the Clash of Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, your kings are made in Thailand. No pun intended, no pun needed. Their names are just like that. But the question is, exactly how did they get it done? It was not an easy matchup at all. My name's AJ, I'm Mustachio, I'm the host for this show, but this is the very last time I get to say that because we are about to wrap the day up. But before we get that done, let's bring our analysts right back onto the desk here. Not Yellow Lee, yeah? YOLO Lee and Husky. Tell us what happened.
Let me tell you something.
He's less YOLO Lee and more Muhammad Ali.
Oh man, let me tell you something. I don't care because let me tell you something. That was quite the fight that we had.
Oh yeah.
It is.
It was everything. Literally what the definition of Valorant. This is exactly what we were waiting for.
One of the best endings that you could have ever asked for in this series, right?
Oh yes.
Would have loved to go to Fracture, but with how strong Made in Thailand showed up today against Lays and afterwards in game 1 that we saw against Full Sense, I think just like what Dax said, the coaching staff did wonders for the team in such a short span of time. Kadum manufactured differently on the team.
Yes.
And on Breeze, it was actually kind of a comeback, right? The first half, they were getting clobbered by Full Sense. It really felt like Full Sense had found that groove, super buzz on the arena, coming online, getting those space early on. But the second half clawback from Made in Thailand was what made this so special.
It really was the map that sort of gave everyone a clean slate. There was no one that has better knowledge on. I mean, yes, both teams was well versed and had quite the knowledge for the map of Breeze. However, not any of them was really as comfortable compared to the other existing map that they have been commonly playing on here. So it is literally the best round to sort of turn the tides in their favor here. Pretty even scoreline nonetheless, of course. Let's be honest here, it was so insane that everyone had to step up. Everyone had to deliver, especially once we got to that first overtime.
Yeah.
From the second to the third until finally the very fourth one, the very decider here. While everyone was on the hunt to remove key players from each side. And of course, them being, of course, for the side of Full Sense, they will be John Olsen, and of course, Lammy Snacks, and of course, can't forget about Afini.
Yeah.
And for the side of Made in Thailand would have been Kadum and PTC.
I just want to say that we played so many matches that even our API couldn't contain all of the amount of
so
rounds.
Much rounds.
So do not be do not be confused. We played 30 rounds, there 4 more rounds. The results didn't show at the end, but just know that the teams each won 2 rounds until Made in Thailand finally kind of close up shop.
We need that scroll option.
Yeah, but you saw
we
like
had to go down.
the second half clawback from Made in Thailand.
Yes.
Absolutely absurd. On the defensive side, being able to shut down Full Sense, and I think Full Sense they also switched things up, right, to kind of force the overtime in the first place. We saw how they were sticking to what they know best. Super Buzz and John Olsen kind of getting their space.
Yes.
John Olsen had a slow game 1, but he definitely woke up on Breeze, taking space, and this duo was what we were so used to seeing.
Yes.
And they did deliver, but man, Made in Thailand were just anchoring down. I mean, props to Kadum and PTC. These two were the sole anchors, one of the strongest anchors you could ever see. And then your congregate, just in those clutch moments, the utility usage was sublime.
It's not just sublime, he was really there to cover whatever his teammate was not able to within some of those rounds. Really clutched that out for some of the team to get that necessary assistance. I guess you could really call him the true dark hidden hero here on the side.
You know, these kind of games are the best because it brings
really
out
is.
the
It's
absolute best in the individual players, right? You will see flicks that you've never seen before. You will see, just clutches that you never thought is possible.
And we saw a lot of very creative and innovative positioning as well. Although yes, a little bit unorthodox here, but it does sort of meet the certain conditions for them to sort of retake certain sides. For I guess you can say a very clear example, Full Sense when they're on the defending side, you suddenly have 3 members in the middle area. Because understanding for the fact that Breeze between the distance between both the bomb side is relatively
And
long.
also double duelists, right? You kind of need to take space.
You gotta be fast on their feet. They stayed down middle, but of course, with great diligence, they were able to spot it out, thankfully.
Yeah, they did take early rounds in the first half for Made in Thailand, but obviously we can see that both teams performed better statistically on the defensive half. But when it came to that overtime, it was very, very attacker-sided. It was just executes on the side. I mean, Full Sense decided that, you know what, we feel like it's easier to attack the B side, so they were constantly executing onto B, and they did pretty well, right? They gave us triple overtime. but Made in Thailand finally kind of got the hang of it. They still stuck with the 2 openings, you know, Kadoo and PTC on that B side, but they always had a lone field at spawn just in case there's an execute and he's gonna rotate based off of the sound cue. It was just a very well thought out plan on the defense for MITH.
Just the tiniest of detail, really playing off with whatever they had for themselves and how they actually adapted an answer towards it. It's just really amazing. Although yes, the flashy players are the one that's going to be having the highlights, but the really small details like utilities, support necessary are the ones that really ensure that all these plays actually came out through for all of their dedicated duelists. But don't forget, just don't forget, I love the fact that T and Bumburupa, despite Full Sense not winning out the grand finals, I can definitely tell you they are still quite content and happy for the fact that their young predecessor has finally met their, I guess you could say, their expectation for the rite of passage.
We finally crowned the last champion of the day. I mean, Made in Thailand, fully deserved. And honestly, this 4 days have been absolutely amazing. And watching all these games is honestly the sole reason why we love Valorant so much. Can't get enough of it. I wish we would have 4 more days, but you know, all good things come to an end.
I have to say, I absolutely agree, man. This is my first run on Valorant, and I am absolutely.
It's our first time on the desk together, on the panel together.
On the panel.
Amen, brother. Amen. But let's take a look at the brackets. Let's take a look at the pathway of our champions, because that's what makes this story so much more beautiful, right? Because it was not an easy journey at all. Made in Thailand had to make something great out of themselves. Once again, when we first started this whole journey, upper bracket match 4, they got the win over Oblivion Force. They also met the Stream Raiders, which they did not have any problem with whatsoever. Who gave them a lot of problem? It was Full Sense, full squad, dropping them down into the lower bracket where they made quick work of Lace. But when they came back into the grand finals, it was not just what they made out for themselves, it was the whole damn universe on their side. Unfortunately for Full Sense, they could not step out into the battlefield with their usual full roster. They had a couple of final second changes, and that must have messed up a little bit of those chemistry, because you saw how game number 1 went. It was an all-out annihilation by Made in Thailand. But the second game, they came to their senses, they woke up, they tried to take it right back, but Made in Thailand, they desperately wanted this and they shined through. Fantastic finisher to our triple grand finals day. This is surely a true championship Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and there's no other way we would have had it at the Clash of Nations.
And I just want to quickly point out that I think all the 3 champions we crowned today were not the ones that we thought would win their respective regions. We had.
I thought you figured this one out. You said Thailand.
Yeah, well,
yeah, exactly.
Oh well, this one, I guess. We know Generation Miracles won OCE. Always Incheon won Korea. So Japan, Korea.
Yep.
And now we have.
And you know what that means, right? That means the scene in Valorant.
Well, not always Incheon. Sorry. OQ Academy.
The scene in Valorant is just continuously growing. You can't just say that, oh, we've got our titans already. Every single day, these players are just stepping up all of the gameplay that they bring out into the battlefield, which only means there's so much more to expect. And this is off-season, guys.
Yes.
We haven't really seen the creme de la creme, the true creme de la creme just yet this season.
And that is why we all could not get enough of all of this action and these beautiful talents that Southeast Asia has to offer.
Next year's going to be amazing.
It's gonna be insane, dude. We're like what? We're like a couple of weeks away before the next year, and let's be honest, a great plan has already been set in stone for the Valorant side. Great teams, off season or in season as well. Pretty great stuff coming to not towards us talents, but even to you amazing viewers and fans as well.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, thank you so very much for sticking with us these past 4 days. They have been pretty long broadcasts, but you guys have been absolute champs in the comment section with the likes and shares as well. We truly appreciate it. And that brings us to a close for the Clash of Nations. Don't forget, this is an official VCT off-season event presented by none other than ESL. My name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with the one and only YOLO Lee and Husky. And on behalf of all 4 of our casters as well, thank you so very much. You guys have a nice day. Good night and goodbye.
Execute a stellar flash though from Sing leads the one. The scan comes in and Wellens will take advantage too already.
Fighting 1. Fighting 2. Actually, we're done. Here's with the paranoia. Still gets the pick regardless. Broke the shot is actually, but here's the 4K already
bounce. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. I'm not the one that you should play with. Better stick with who you came with. You ain't a thug, you a plaintiff. And I might jack dangerous. Moonwalking through a jam. Thread a slide for the bread. Watch them pray on my downfall. Hoping that they get ahead. So we don't give them no respect. It's just time to shuffle deck. Hit the body, clip the neck. Cause you know that more is less. Yes. Yes, Lord, I gotta win by any means. I'm all for it. I got a little strategy, and I won't blow it. I feel like I got Cali keys. Show me the door, cause they just want apologies and never war. So we hit them with apostrophes on they score. That's money, boy. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Game 7 with the comeback. Second left with the comeback. Lee Brian when I inspire. Real rap, that's all fact. Yeah. Tell me how you love that. Y'all middlemen, your fans. I'm trying to show them where to plug at. I'm trying to show them how to get back. Hustle up and get a kickback. That real motivation. Chill bumps when they hear that. Talking real demonstration. That Nipsey dedication. Hustling every day to win. That NEP mission statement. Never ending power. Look how I innovated. This that 10,000 hours. You get paid from your patience. Game need renovating. Hey, lucky I don't cave it. I ain't nothing to play with. Boy, I'm about to go ape shit. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback. Everybody love a comeback. Gotta love a good comeback. They say pressure bust pipes. So what's the win without a comeback? So what's the win without a comeback? Hustling every day to win. Now you witnessing a comeback.